Saga Egmont presents Below Deck by J.A. Andrews, read by Gabrielle Nellis-Payne.
For Heidi Lynn, who has supported me since the very beginning, thank you for all your kind words. I appreciate every one of them. Prologue. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 8:30 a.m. Then. I had been living in constant pain, but I was learning to deal with it after the accident. It was a pain that hurt emotionally, physically, and mentally. I had been prescribed all the necessary medication from my doctor to cope with everything that had happened to me. Some of it was still a blur because my brain had blocked most of the accident out. It was my body's way of dealing with trauma. I remembered to pack all my tablets in my handbag too, along with my passport, cruise ticket, coach ticket, and enough cash to pay for the taxi. This trip was really happening. I should have been excited, yet the thought of travelling from the coach station to the cruise terminal alone was daunting. I certainly couldn't get in a car again. I wasn't ready to face the roads and those savage memories that had me living in fear. I walked around the house one more time to check I'd closed all the windows. It felt so empty. I remember the day we moved in and how excited Cameron and I were to start our new adventure here. It was perfect. I smiled because I remembered all the times I begged Cameron for a cruise holiday, but he hated the idea. I never thought it would happen, but this was a lovely surprise. He was so thoughtful. "We're in the best part of Bristol," Cameron said when we moved in. My husband had started his new green energy business. "I can convert one of the rooms to an office. There's so much we can do with this house. I won't have to commute as much. I can spend more time with the kids." Sadly, perfection doesn't always last. It was a bittersweet day, as I'd spent all of last night packing my suitcase while reliving memories of the past. I'd been unable to sleep due to all the tears. My fears started to hinder my recovery. He still commuted to London. Work still took over most of his life, but we supported each other through everything. Sometimes there wasn't enough of him to go round, and his caring nature meant he supported things that he should have put on the back burner. I didn't know the right clothes to wear on a 2-week Mediterranean cruise in the winter. The children were no use either, but they were excited to spend the time away with their grandparents. Their grandparents were equally excited to have that time with the children. So many day trips were planned. I couldn't be part of them. But I never knew how desperate I was for this trip away until that morning. It started to feel real after I waved the children off. I decided to pack everything that could cover different weather scenarios. I gathered it would be the coldest on the way down to Spain through the Bay of Biscay. I should have been excited about this trip. Still, when I remember the circumstances around it, and how I had fallen out with my husband's assistant Chantel, it had a bitter edge to it. Something about that woman rubbed me up the wrong way. I was intrigued to get to know everything about her, but at the same time, I feared her. As I left the house to wait for the taxi, there she was, standing behind me. Chantel had taken me by surprise, but her face looked dreadful. She was nervous and full of concern. I remember being fixated on her big brown eyes and how they looked tearful. "Can I speak to you inside?" she asked. She was polite, but I had a feeling I knew what it was going to be about. "It won't take long." "I've only got a few minutes before the taxi arrives. It should be here any minute, really," I replied, hoping she'd rather talk outside. "I don't want to be late. You know how important this cruise is, don't you?" "Trust me, it's all I've been thinking about," she replied, and walked closer to the door. "Please, can we go inside? I have something important to tell you. I opened the door, wheeled in my large suitcase, and closed the door behind us. Chantel stood there, nervously waiting. I didn't know what to say next because I was conscious of the taxi. Then it happened. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm sorry for everything. We need to clear the air before the cruise. There's something I can't keep to myself any longer." It was like her mouth was saying one thing, but her eyes were telling me something else. I sensed something wasn't right. Then came the fear. It was a side to her I'd never seen before. But all actions have consequences, don't they? 1. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 1:05 p.m. Now. It had been 3 months since the car accident that almost left me paralysed. I need this cruise holiday to clear my mind of all the anger and suppressed feelings I've been keeping. I've been telling people that I was lucky to survive, and I maintain that it wasn't my fault. I didn't have any other choice than to swerve the car in the opposite direction. I didn't think about the consequences, nor the solid trees that I hit upon impact. In that split second, I thought I made the right choice. It felt like I didn't even have any options because instinctively I knew what I had to do. Subconsciously, I'd chosen my path. I'm anxious, nervous, nauseous, but excited for this holiday all at the same time. For some, a cruise is the holiday of a lifetime, but I need to find myself again. I want to come back home in the next 2 weeks with a clear direction. For the past 3 months, all I've felt is anger, remorse, regret, and revenge. I don't want to be that person who carries around bad memories that torments them for life. This holiday, for me, is going to be life-changing. I've had the money sitting there in our savings for years, but now it's definitely something useful to spend it on. Healing my soul, all thanks to my loving husband. "That money is our rainy day fund," my husband said. "What if something bad happens to the house, like the roof blows off? It's good to have some money ready just in case." I laughed at him, but I had always wanted a cruise. This 2-week cruise is going to be a real adventure for me. I'm going to blog about all the locations and my experiences on my website. I want to show all my social media followers how great cruising is. The only thing is, I need to believe it myself. This is my first time, hopefully not my last. There isn't a day that goes by where I don't think about what happened that night. The lives of my husband and children dependent upon my instant reaction. I swerved hard, and that's about as much as I remember. I know the radio was on, and I heard the kids singing in the seats behind me. My husband shouted at the top of his voice, but the sheer panic in my eyes stopped me from blinking. I held my breath. Then the next conscious memory I have is being carried out of the driver's seat by a fireman. It was sudden, but none of it my fault. Regardless of what anyone might think, it was unavoidable. It was getting dark, foggy, and we'd set off later than planned. My husband was insistent that we stopped off at a quaint village pub on the way home for our evening dinner. It doesn't matter where we are in the world. He always seems to want to eat. I've mentioned he should start up some food blog or review website of his own if he's that obsessed. He might earn something from it. He overanalyzes everything in restaurants because he's such a nuisance. From the way he's addressed to the way the food is presented, he likes everything to be perfect. But he dare not mention my cooking. He knows better than that. We'd left one small, quaint little Devonshire village. The last thing I wanted to find was another one at night. I hate driving at the best of times. He should have eaten earlier in the day. "One last treat on me. I'm starving," he suggested, as he searched on his mobile phone for somewhere halfway between North Devon and Bristol. "You'd like that too, kids, wouldn't you?" Both Jack and Emma nodded from the back seats. Jack had been glued to his handheld gaming console since he'd been the last 3 days without it. Emma was messaging her friends on Facebook because she'd only had her phone back for an hour or so, and it seemed an urgent priority to catch up with her friend Gemma. You'd have thought they'd not spoken in months, even though it was a couple of days ago. We had all agreed to stay away from technology for this breakaway, but I admit I had to take a sneaky few glances at my Instagram. It's my job. I had to check if I had any more sponsored posts. You don't realise until you stop using your phone how much time you're glued to it. I felt like I'd lost an arm, and every second where I was tempted to post pictures, catch up on the news, I distracted myself by thinking about conversations we could all have with each other. After a day, I'd grown a vast list in my head of trigger points, discussion pieces, but it made me realise that we don't talk to each other enough. We all live under the same roof, but at times it's like we're all flatmates, not family. I'm not over keen on my 13-year-old daughter being on social media, because I know better than most the dangers you can face online. As a social media influencer with followers into the 6 figures, I make a living from it, but my daughter says that she's excluded from her friends if she doesn't get involved. I'd hate for her to miss out, but I'm always monitoring who she adds. You hear so many horror stories on the news. She's growing up so fast. Too fast, and faster than I'd like. "I suppose it's better than grabbing something quickly from McDonald's at a service station," I replied hesitantly because I didn't want any delays in the journey. "We'll be on the road to Taunton soon." "Can you check if anywhere is still serving hot food after 9? I definitely fancy something hot." I glanced at the rearview mirror to see the kids doing a fist bump. Watching their smiling faces warmed my heart. That moment of dread for breaking up the journey turned into a minor niggle. If they were happy, I was happy. I told myself that it would only add an extra hour or 2 at most before we would get back to Bristol. I could live with that. "Go easy on the dessert," I joked with the kids, seeing their happy faces. "Don't overdo it on the ice cream. It'll make you sick before bedtime. With all this driving, I don't want to clean up the mess." My husband rolled his eyes at me. I could read his mind. He knew I really was annoyed that he had had a few beers so couldn't drive, which was often the case. It was always up to me to transport us around on breaks like these. "Don't you start too," I said. "It's okay for you. You always get off lightly with not driving. I'm the one who can only have the 1 glass of wine, and I shouldn't really have that with all that I drank yesterday, to be honest." We just spent the August bank holiday weekend at a remote cottage in a rural Devon village overlooking the Nos Mayo estuary. I wanted one with a thatched roof and a private driveway for the car. My only other request was that it had to look old-fashioned and ideally facing the river. If we were finding somewhere modern and fancy, we might just as well have booked an Airbnb in London. The cottage was perfect. So good that I could have moved in and never left. Nos Mayo is such a beautiful little area. It was like the world stood still for a few days. I'd go back in a heartbeat. It had been a weekend without our laptops, mobile phones, and constant diversions from spending time with each other. We'd all had the time of our lives. We needed that weekend together as a time out from our hectic lifestyles. Cameron had paid me lots of compliments about my red dress that I had taken especially for him. I knew what turned him on. It was the dress that he couldn't take his eyes off, similar to the one I'd worn when we first met. I try to remember little things after the accident, but there are blank spots. Moments of the incident that my brain is refusing to see and acknowledge. I know I hit the tree. I know I was trying to avoid the car that was driving towards me at full speed. Some drunk driver on the wrong side of the road. That intense panic and fear gripped hold of me, and at the same time, rushing around in my mind was the realization that I had had a glass of wine in the pub before getting back in the car. Memories of my kids screaming haunt me. Their high-pitched cries as the car crashed and the airbags burst open before the windows smashed at the front and the back. When I try to remember everything, it's though I'm watching it back in my head in the third person. A movie scene plays out in my mind, but every time I remember it, it's different. Today I've given up thinking about everything, and I'm waiting to embark on the ship. I've never been on a luxury cruise liner before. I scoured the internet for videos of ships at sea. The larger ships have stabilizers to minimize any seasickness. A lot of the replies on the cruise company forums explained that by day it goes so slow and follows the coast anyway, so you barely notice any movement. This voyage, being the last cruise of the year down the Mediterranean and back, was a bargain. I had to do it. "You certainly wouldn't find me on a cruise ship," my husband had said when I'd discussed it with him before. "I'd feel too trapped. I don't like the idea that I can't get off when I want." "It'll be fun for all of us," I explained, hoping he'd warm to the idea. "You, me, and the kids, visiting all those countries without needing to fly or drive?" He shrugged his shoulders and wasn't impressed. "Why don't you go with your social media friends?" he continued. "You social media influencer folk could tweet, post, share, like and blog about your journey. I'll just watch it all unfold online. Message me on Facebook or something." "I might one day," I replied. "I've never been on a cruise, nor a holiday without you before. It would seem too strange. I'd have no one to moan to or cuddle up with at night." "You'll survive. Don't be so bloody daft," he laughed. "It's only a week or two, isn't it? The kids and I'll manage. It's not forever. It's something you've always wanted to do, so don't let me hold you back. I insist that you go and have fun." I can't remember what he said to me after that. My head scrambles things. The concussion I suffered, the minor fracture on my skull has healed, but some lasting effects still live on. I get nightmares, but I'm hoping this cruise will be a relaxing experience. I want to forget about the past, the nightmares, the memories, and stop thinking about the accident. I want to sit drinking cocktails while dolphin watching out to sea. I want to take a stroll along the promenade deck, thinking about shopping or watching a show in the theatre. I want to create memories. Memories that I can share with my followers. I've travelled light by packing everything I need to hand in my handbag and everything else into my suitcase. I handed it to the awaiting steward as soon as I got off the coach. One of the advantages of cruise holidays over flying abroad is that when you drop off your case at the cruise terminal, it then gets delivered to your cabin by the end of the evening. Whoever thought about that was a genius. I don't have to carry anything around with me, and I can relax at the terminal without worrying about my case or struggling with my arms because it's so heavy. The whole booking process was simple. I came here by coach rather than drive. I've given up driving after the accident. I'm okay as a passenger, but I feel physically sick the minute I put both hands on a steering wheel. I can't bring myself to drive anywhere now. I might try again after the holiday. If I keep thinking about moving forward with my life, I might take small steps. If I can sit in a car for more than a minute, then maybe I'll drive around the street. Who knows? After a few months, I might venture out of the area. I'll worry about that when the time comes. I'm really nervous, but glad I came. I'm seated in the terminal and there are hundreds of people around me. I watch their faces, but my friends haven't arrived yet. I thought about having a drink to calm my nerves. I keep picturing the Titanic sinking, but remind myself that these ships have enough lifeboats for everyone now. I can see the ship's bow from the window. It's huge, much bigger than I had anticipated. The name Venturus is emblazoned along the side. No matter how hard I try, I can't seem to picture myself on it. All the planning I've done, but until I'm walking on the decks, it doesn't seem real. Even though I'm sat here, staring at the ship, a monstrous giant compared to the smaller boats I've seen sailing along the River Severn, when I've had to cross over from Bristol to Wales. I wonder how on earth something so big stays afloat. Surely nothing terrible is going to happen. 2. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 1:30 p.m. Now. I watched the crowds gather and sit at a distance out of their way. Families are gathering with their elderly relatives, others with many young children. A small handful of people arriving on their own. It's a real mix of ages walking around within the confines of the cruise terminal, looking for empty seats. But there aren't many open spaces left. They all seem as lost as I feel, but I bet they know their place in the world. I don't think I fit in anywhere. It's not their problem, though. It's mine. Odd single seats are sparsely scattered, but no good if you've not come here alone. I sat here in this corner about half an hour ago because it was peaceful, but it's the complete opposite now. It's as though everyone has all arrived at the same time. I keep looking down, my head watching the floor, looking at the rows of feet pass me by. I hope no one can see how tense I am. Doing this journey alone was a brave step. I try not to look and people watch, but now the room is filling up, I wonder if there are any delays. I admire the room's architectural structure above my head. It's reminiscent of an airport terminal, but the roof has a curve to it that's symbolic of a ship's sail. I like that. It's a nice touch. The decor is all white walls and steel structures, minimalistic and modern. I'm starving and can't wait to get on board for something to eat. Why aren't they letting anyone on the ship yet? I don't know if this is normal because I've never cruised before, but I'm trying to gauge the other passengers' moods. Some look frustrated. The kids over the other side keep fighting with each other. It's so busy, but I don't know what is considered a normal level of busy. I'm trying to imagine all of us on the ship at the same time, and I struggle to picture the scenes. Will it be crowded at dinner? Will there be room on the decks for any sunbathing? Actually, this time of year, will there even be any sunshine when we hit the Mediterranean Sea? It can't be as bad as hotel holidays where everyone grabs a sunbed at some ridiculous time in the early morning and hog it all day with their towels and books. I'm shaking a little with my nerves and anxiety, but it's like every person in the terminal is staring at me. I don't have a virus or anything contagious. There's no social distancing in place now. Perhaps the ship is getting a deep clean top to bottom, which has caused this hold-up. Everyone on the last cruise had to be off it by 11 a.m. going by the instructions that I read online. I look at the cruise ticket in my handbag to understand what timings it states. Something's not right here. I can sense it. I know that something is wrong. It's not safe to travel, is it? This holiday is going to get cancelled when I really need to have this cruise. I'm desperate for this time away. I have to get out of the UK to get as far away from here as I can right now. There's so much going on in my head. I keep looking at my watch and realising how long I've sat here, patiently waiting, now desperate to face my fears. Just like the first time I ever travelled abroad on a plane, those nerves have to be confronted. I need to be on it to start to calm down. The longer I wait, the more intense and shakier I'm becoming. What's the hold-up?
Would passengers holding the green cards please make your way to the check-in desks?
The female voice over the tannoy system broadcasts her instructions.
Please ensure you have completed your medical forms and have your passports ready.
I look down at my card to notice it's purple. I have no idea what colour order they must board in, but at least there's crowd movement that assures me that everything is as it should be. I can relax now in the knowledge that it must be safe to board if they're letting people on now. I glance around the room once more at the cards in their hands. Orange cards, yellow cards, red cards. How long before it's my turn? I'm still having second thoughts and doubts about doing this, but I'm going to force myself. I'm doing it for my husband and children. I need to get the old me back, to show the world and my followers that I'm getting better. That fun-loving, bubbly, energetic woman that I once was is still here somewhere, and I'll try to shift this grey mood of mine. It's not doing me or anyone else any good. I have so many regrets, and this cruise is the beginning of a whole new me. Things can't stay the same as they are. It's not healthy for anyone. Shit! Did I complete the medical form well enough? I know I completed something about not having a cold or flu, no stomach bugs or anything like that, but I didn't give them anything else. I didn't tell them about the accident. I don't even know if I needed to. I should have looked into this more properly. It's strange when you've not done anything like this before. I don't know the rights or wrongs. I guess if they needed something more specific, they would have asked me for it. Scanning the room further, I think I can see Millie, who's entered the terminal from the southern end of the room. That's definitely her blonde hairstyle I can see. And although she's quite far away, I'm sure it's definitely her. I'm waving, but she can't see me. I edge forward and stand up to straighten my blouse before spotting Millie again. I'm waving and practically jumping up and down. "Millie!" I shout, but I've attracted the attention of those sitting opposite and around me. "Millie! Over here!" She's vanished. I can't find her face in the crowds, as those with their green cards are now forming a queue down the southern end. If it wasn't for the masses of people and how nervous I feel, I'd run down and say hello. I can imagine that Millie would hate that, actually. She's my son's teacher, and always does everything as agreed and on time. She's one of those people who has to do everything per the book. If we decided to meet later, then it will have to be later. I daren't upset her. She could be just as nervous as me about this experience. I should be excited, not petrified. Millie and I are friends, but not close friends. I've only met her a couple of times through Sarah, who's also a blogger. She's being driven here by her husband. They offered to give me a lift, but I insisted on the coach. I don't like telling people about my car phobia. I try to avoid mentioning it. I don't want the explanation or the reminders of the accident. I'd like to shut it out of my mind. I think Sarah gets the idea, but she knows me well enough to not discuss it. She's the type of woman who would wait for me to mention it first. Maybe I should call her, see how far away she is. Sometimes there is a bit of rivalry between Sarah and me. 3 years ago, I sat in her kitchen, sharing a bottle of wine with her, and afterwards I watched as she logged into her website, created a new post, and wrote a review of the wine. At first, I was confused. I thought it was a lovely bottle of white. Something sweet, but I wouldn't complain about it. My husband complained about things that were low quality all of the time. If he didn't like it, he'd go straight online and give it a poor review. I assumed Sarah was doing the same. If I don't like anything, I refuse to buy it again. I wouldn't waste any time writing hundreds of words about it. Why the urgency? We've only just finished the bottle, I said, sat on a stool at her breakfast bar that evening. I don't think it was that bad. Do you post online reviews of everything you dislike too? Sarah laughed at me, shaking her head. No, you fool, she replied. I'm a reviewer, or blogger as some people call it now. I have a website and write about food and wine. I had a few bottles sent for free, and all I have to do in return is write about them afterwards. I want this post up while it's fresh in my mind. How did you get into that? I asked, because that was some damn good wine. You never told me about this before. What, you don't have to pay for any of it? Sarah shook her head at me and poured us both another glass of the delicious wine. You know how opinionated I am, Sarah continued. I started with a small blog of my own because I like sharing my opinions. Post a few links on Twitter or Facebook and hope they click into my blog. I've built up some regular followers, and then recently I've started to get emails about reviewing products. I don't know if I could be bothered, I replied, the idea festering away as I considered it. I'm not really a journalist type, if you know what I mean. I'm not that great at English. That's the genius of it, Sarah laughed. People want to read real views by real people, not some poncy posh translation or sales pitch. Give it a go. That evening, while I took a slow walk home, I had the idea that I could do something similar. But I had so many different ideas about what I was passionate about. What would people want to read and see? I settled on cleaning tips. I always love natural products without the use of chemicals. I hate bleach. I always said there was a lot more you could do with bicarbonate of soda, thanks to all the tips my grandmother shared with me over the years. It had really paid off. I didn't realise how easy it would be to set up my social media accounts and post pictures with examples of my homemade cleaning solutions. It was at the right time when there was a media buzz around being healthier, using less plastic, bleach alternatives. Before I knew it, I was up to 5,000 followers. The moment I hit 100,000, the offers came flooding in thick and fast. I was being paid hundreds for posting videos online of my using product placements or specific cleaning cloth brands. My vlogging videos are watched by thousands, and the link shares are through the roof. I can't wait to blog about my cruise holiday. If this goes well, I could branch out into other travel blogging areas. This might really take off. I'm sure there are times Sarah is envious, as without her, I wouldn't have had the idea or the know-how. But it's not my fault that I became successful in a short space of time. She had a head start, but my idea was more original. I'm labelled as a social media influencer, but it wasn't my intention from the offset. I thought it would be a bit of fun. I don't know how long my online fame will last, but behind the images of my smiling face holding the bottles of my homemade cleaning products is a darker, sinister truth. I've been afraid to leave the house. I can't even get inside a car, and there have been times all I wanted to do is lock myself away or live on a deserted island. I know that's not how I used to be, so I'm trying so hard to find my inner strength. We've all agreed to meet up for dinner later to allow us time to unpack, freshen up and sort ourselves out. I can't see if my other friends are here yet. I could try texting them or calling, but I don't think they'd answer the phone if they're still travelling. Sarah is sharing a cabin with Millie, and I'm sharing a cabin with Chantel. I decided to share with Chantel because I wanted to understand her better. Being cooped up in a cabin is sure to reconnect me with her, and maybe strengthen our friendship. It's been a difficult few months, and she knows how bad life has treated me. We're like chalk and cheese, although she's more outgoing than I am. This holiday is an excellent opportunity for us to get to know each other better, but I've seen the way she looks at me. That glare in her eyes sometimes catches me by surprise. I know she's had her ups and downs too, so we might be able to talk it out. It would be strange to think that we could be the best of friends again by the end of it. I know that she's unhinged too from past experiences. A dark horse, as others would say. We look quite alike too, as she has the same wavy dark hair and brown eyes. We'd probably get mistaken as sisters if we're seen out together. My gut instinct is that we're going to be okay on this holiday. I'm glad we didn't come here together because I needed this travel time on my own, with my own thoughts. The coach was a little crowded, but at the back, in my own little corner, I tried to get some sleep.
Would passengers holding the purple cards please make your way to check-in?
The female voice instructed over the tannoy.
Please ensure you have completed your medical form and have your passports ready.
Following the announcement, a rush of people stands and heads off to the check-in and boarding area. This is it. I'm doing this. My legs are wobbly with the nerves, and in a way, I'm glad I've come here alone. It's given me time to think about everything leading up to this moment. The reasons I need to do this without my husband or the kids getting in my head. This holiday is all about me this time. Here's to my new adventure, and to put my demons at rest. 3. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 2:15 p.m. Now. I try not to look anyone in the eye as I keep walking past the crowds. It's not like I'm trying to hide anything, but I want to get on the ship as quickly as possible without anyone trying to start a conversation with me. I don't want to say the wrong thing. These experienced cruisers behind me don't seem so anxious. I'm trying to disguise my nerves with a fixed smile. I walk through the narrow gangway that encased the queues within steel and glass. Then I head up the stairs in silence. I had my photograph taken a couple of minutes ago, and my sombre expression matched my passport that I'd been keeping in my handbag. I wonder if people think I look strange here all by myself. I shouldn't really care what other people think, not on this cruise. I've spent the last 3 years continually reading the comments on my blog. All it takes is that one negative reply to spark a flurry of insecurities. Am I good enough? Does everyone hate me? Will my sponsors see this and stop funding me? Look at me. I'm already starting to think about negative moments in my life. I'm going to try to stop that. Everything I needed for the next few hours is inside the small handbag I have across my shoulder. My suitcase should be with me later. I'm not used to letting it go and being handled by other people. I hope they're careful with it. Hopefully, it's here before dinner, since I'll need some fresh clothes to change into. It's not bothering me, yet it's weird not to have it near me or in my control. I couldn't function without it. After having my passport checked in the queue, we all had to walk in a straight line, which was a slow process, so I can understand now why it's taken so long to get on board. I wish I'd arrived here earlier or checked if there was an option for priority boarding. If I do this again, I'm definitely either turning up really late or making sure I can get on early. With this many people cramming their way through the gangways, I'm surprised there aren't any accidents. As I step onto the ship, we are outside and the wind is blowing against my face. Almost everyone around me is smiling. I can see they're mostly happy, probably joyful about their experience. In contrast, I'm filled with so many mixed emotions of uncertainty and dread. I miss my children, my husband, but also I miss myself. I miss the woman I was, and I'm focused on the woman I want to become. I turn around to see the view behind me, and it's as though I'm miles high in the sky. In the distance are high-rise flats, and further down the river are other cruise ships at different terminals. This feels like a brave step. To do this, and come here alone, where everyone around me is a complete stranger. I'm pleased with myself. I'm less tense than I was before, and I have a good feeling about this holiday. It's going to be fun. I keep reminding myself to push forward, and that once I'm inside, away from the crowds, everything will seem calmer. I need to unwind and settle in. I'm sure once we sail out of Southampton, I can start relaxing into the cruise experience more. I know it's only been a few hours, but I didn't enjoy waiting in the terminal. It reminded me of sitting at the dentist's waiting to be called. You know deep down that everything will be okay, but there's still that niggle of what if. It left me with too much time to think about my worries and fear. Pleased about the lack of rain, I pull my coat closed tight and head inside to the atrium. The very welcoming Filipino points me in the staircase's direction towards the centre of the ship and informs the queuing families that cabins aren't ready until after 3 p.m. We're to wait for an announcement. I'm on here for nearly 2 weeks. There's plenty of time to explore and find my way around. By the end of the cruise, I should know every inch of this giant floating hotel. I don't recognise anyone in sight yet. Both Sarah and Millie mustn't be all that far, and Chantel hasn't shown her face again yet. She's probably not all that far away either. Usually appears when I least expect her. She's good with surprising me with her chastising ways and demands. I'm going to make more of an effort with her on this cruise and show her that there is another side to me. She might like it, and we could become friends again. I don't like falling out with people, least of all her. I've known her my whole life. Same school, same area, but very different views. She's not going to ruin this holiday for me. I'm not letting anyone or anything spoil this trip. My first impressions with Venturas is that the ship looks like a grand hotel. The black marble archways near a series of winding staircases light up the atrium with glitz and glamour. My eyes are fixed on the decadence. It's much nicer than I had expected. Everything is shiny, well polished and spotless. The ship is a beautiful work of art, and every corner seems to be a doorway to somewhere new and exciting. I still have around 30 minutes before my cabin is ready, but I'm starving. There should be somewhere to grab a bite to eat close by. It's too cold to go outside, but the temperature indoors is cosy and soothing. "Excuse me?" I ask a waiter who is walking around with an empty tray. His uniform smartly pressed, still with deep creases. "Do you know what floor I could find the buffet?" "Thank you, ma'am," he replies, pointing in a direction further down the hallway. I catch his name from his gold badge as Ephron. "The buffet is on Sunriser Deck. That's Deck 14. If you head to the elevator down the hallway, you'll see them to the right. Head up to Deck 14 and you can't miss it." I smile at him. Obviously, I have never been on this ship before, but he must get sick of answering questions. I nod at Ephron and walk away at the same time, turning to wave and thank him. "I see the way now," I reply. "Thank you." "Have a nice day," Ephron replies and walks off in the opposite direction. I walk at a faster pace now in the direction of the elevators. I can see a small gathering in the centre of the hallway. I hope we don't have to wait long. There are pieces of artwork attached to every wall. It's spectacular. I've spent many holidays in plenty of hotels over the years, but this is out of this world. I can't believe the luxury for the price I've paid. I've not even left Southampton yet, and I'm already won over by the wonder of Venturus and its stunning decor. The elevator pings and the doors open. Without giving any consideration or second thought for anyone else, the small group waiting had pushed themselves all into the elevator, leaving me to be the awkward one, having to apologise for standing on someone's toes on the way in. I didn't want to wait for another one, and it looks like we all have the same idea. The only button pressed was for deck 14. Everyone must be hungry too. I realise I'm on floor 7, the promenade deck. The elevator is hot and stuffy due to being crammed full of eager cruisers desperate to see the delights of the buffet. I have this overwhelming urge to get out. I can hardly breathe in here and my anxiety is increasing.
"This is our 7th cruise,"
I hear one of the passengers mention to what might be her friend. I'd seen them both talking outside the elevator before getting inside.
"We've been on this ship twice already this year."
I glance and look around those near me. I see a tall man roll his eyes and I smile at him to acknowledge I've seen his expression.
"It's my Jeff's birthday soon. I've got a cake coming tomorrow to surprise him. Breakfast in bed too," she continues to gloat. "I've asked if the waiters can sing Happy Birthday at dinner."
I take a deep breath to calm myself. I'm not fearful of elevators, but it's moving at such a slow pace. It might be the weight of everyone in here all at once. I have to get out of here. I need some air. I see number 10 on the lit buttons and hit it hard. In a moment of impulse, I considered I should get out here and take the stairs. It wouldn't hurt to have a look around either. The elevator halts on 10, and with a moment of relief, the doors open. I get out and compose my posture, straighten my coat and bag around my shoulders, and here I am, standing alone. I bet everyone in the elevator is now talking about me.
"You can tell she's new to this,"
I can imagine them saying, laughing about my inexperience of being on a ship.
"She doesn't belong here."
Sometimes I think I don't belong anywhere. Maybe doing this was a bad idea. I should have stayed at home. I should have done this another time. Is there still time to get off? I don't think we sail away until 5 p.m. It'll be dark by then, too. Can I get a last-minute train to Bristol? And what about my suitcase? I take another deep breath and walk towards the stairs. I see the sign to my left with an arrow in the direction of the cabins on this deck. I've collected my thoughts and pushed my worries to the back of my mind. In doing that, I realise I can control my thoughts again, get a hold of them, and now I consider if I really should be taking my antidepressants and anxiety medication. I'm not sure I need them, although I'm convinced my doctor will keep prescribing them for as long as he can. This is my life and my body. I should be able to do what I want. If I decide I don't need them, then what the hell? I shouldn't have to put these drugs into my body. I'm never going to get over the accident. I'm never going to forgive either. That driver shouldn't have been on the wrong side of the road, but I know if we hadn't stopped off for something to eat, maybe the whole accident could have been avoided. Who knows? I open my handbag, look at my mobile phone that's switched off. I don't want to call anyone. I've been on the ship for 30 minutes, and already I'm questioning my whole life and what I want to achieve, what changes I could make. This is a good start. It's definitely the direction I want. A whole new me, and I can't shift that ideology either. This really is going to be a whole new me, and it's an exciting time for a new lifestyle. I fumble around for my cabin key, and while I'm thinking about what to have for a snack on Sunriser Deck, I raise my head and spot the reflection of Chantel in the doors of the elevator. She doesn't look impressed. "Chantel, you're here at last," I say. "Sorry if I was a bit short with you this morning, but I haven't been to our cabin yet. Have you?" Chantel shakes her head. "This ship is absolutely fucking filthy," she replies. "Have you seen the state of the elevator and the dust along the corridors? For the money that it's costing, you'd expect better than that." I laugh at her. She smiles back at me. It's a familiar face, if nothing else. "You can take the cleaner out of Bristol," I reply with laughter. "We aren't all clean freaks. I should have brought you some of my natural sprays to give it a once-over." "Where are you heading now?" I ask, to change the conversation from cleaning. The last thing I want to do is have her follow me around ship, cleaning all the nook and crannies because she hates anything unclean. "I'm going up the stairs to get a bite to eat. You coming to join me?" Chantel nods, and I press the elevator door to get back inside. It opens immediately, and it's empty. I know I could have walked the 2 flights of stairs, but now that Chantel is here, I have someone to talk to. Someone who is a good listener too. Even if there are times she frightens me. I have to learn to listen to her more. Then I can understand her point of view. She's difficult to engage with at times. She's going to be really annoyed with me because I need to talk to her about the accident more. I have to get it all out of my system before we sail away, as it's really starting to play on my mind, especially since our conversation this morning. It's brought back some bad memories. I want to go to that sail-away party this afternoon and see this ship heading out of Southampton with a clear mind. I should be up there, drink in hand and celebrating my courage, my newfound freedom and independence as I wave goodbye to the insecurities and troubles of the accident. Chantel knows that I'm here for her too, if she needs me. It really does feel like out with the old and in with the new. She's the quiet one, though. I'm sure at times she's bothered about my success because of the little comments she sometimes makes in my direction. I'm not that bad a person, am I? 4. Saturday, 31st of July, 2021. 10:30 a.m. Then. Cameron had been standing in the corner of the living room, looking out of the window without muttering so much as sorry for the way he made me feel. He knew what he was playing at, I'm sure of it, acting all innocent like I couldn't see what he was up to. The way he gets in my head infuriates me. I shouldn't let my husband control my thoughts like this. I admit I'm prone to jealousy, but it's his behaviour that triggers it. "I caught you with my own eyes. I saw what you've been up to. I've been watching you the whole time," I said through gritted teeth. "I caught you fucking looking right at her. What is it about her that you like? Her breasts? Is it because she's younger than me? Is that it? All you men are the same, aren't you?" He didn't say a word. I could hear his heavy breathing, but he should know by now that his actions hurt my feelings. I glared at the back of his head so hard I could have burned a hole right through him with my frustration. I'd walked into the living room, glanced out of the window, and there she was, jogging all around the street in her skimpy jogging bottoms, all thin and toned, and everything I wished I was right at that moment. I caught him staring at her, and maybe I was overreacting, but it really wound me up. He knows how conscious I am about my weight, especially since I spend more time at home now than in an office. I must have gained 7 pounds alone this year. "You barely even notice me anymore. You're not as attentive as you used to be," I said while he had his back to me. "I could cut all my hair off and you still wouldn't say anything. Her out there, on the other hand, I bet you notice her, don't you? Do you watch her every day?" I heard some kind of reply, but not enough for me to hear him clearly. Some mutterings of some sorts that wound me up even more. I don't know why he doesn't turn around and tell me that he doesn't find me attractive anymore. I knew I didn't have the same body since I've had children.
I didn't exercise as much because I was always running around the house, cleaning up everyone's dirt and clutter. With work coming in more regularly then, I barely had any real time to myself. What was that? I asked with a tone. I didn't hear what you said. Maybe that was for the best. My husband turned and looked at me. He stopped watching the female in tight jogging bottoms running around the street, his eyes now fixed on mine. I walked in closer, but my attention turned to the jogger. I wished I had her figure. I'd give anything to fit into what she was wearing. I recognised her from across the road. She lived with her boyfriend and moved in early in the year. No children yet, but she's barely into her 20s, looking at her face more closely. She's got it all to come. I bet her boyfriend doesn't stare out the windows looking at other women blatantly in front of her like mine does. "I'm waiting for a fucking parcel delivery, Grace," he replied, annoyed. "I wasn't looking at her. Why do you never take my word and always read more into it?" "Because I know what I saw," I abruptly reply. "I don't know why you deny it. I get people do look and admire other people. It's normal, but I don't like being lied to. If that's your thing, or if she's your type, tell me. I can deal with it if you're honest." I hate being lied to. I watched my father lie to my mother for years. My sister and I used to lock ourselves away in the bedroom while our parents argued continuously about all the lies he told. I don't want to turn out like my mother. I don't want to be married to a man who tells me one thing while doing something else behind my back. "I love you, and you're the only woman I'll ever have eyes for," he said to me, holding out his arms. "You're my beautiful wife, the mother of our children, and I swear I wasn't looking at her. I was waiting for the parcel van. I'm expecting some new clothes for our breakaway. I did tell you that I don't want to be walking around the markets, eating out in restaurants in the scruffs I have now. I don't really buy new stuff, but I thought I'd make an effort." To avoid any arguments, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Again. "I'm looking forward to our weekend away," I replied, hugging him, accepting his gesture. "We've not done anything as a family in years, have we? I'm still trying to convince Jack and Emma to leave their mobiles behind. I'm not happy with how much time they're spending on their tech." "Oh, let them be kids. It's what they do nowadays, isn't it?" he replied. "It keeps them quiet. If I had the technology we have today when I was their age, I'd have been all over it too. It's the future." That was the issue. I didn't want them to be quiet. I wanted our children to express themselves, think of things to do, and actually talk to each other. It's called communicating. To me, it was as though they were still isolating themselves from everyone. "I'd like our little trip to be something we can remember as a family," I replied. "I want it to be special. I want to create memories." "Of course. It's going to be a great few days away in Devon," he replied. He then kissed me on the cheek. My eyes looked out towards the window, and I was pleased not to see the jogger, but I still wanted to draw the curtains. "Why don't we plan for an even bigger trip? Let's start saving for a few weeks away in America. We could pay your sister a visit. The kids could finally meet their cousins. It'll be great. We could even do Disney World." We had discussed going to America before because I haven't seen my sister in years. She got her modelling contract as a teenager and hooked up with some photographer who travels the world. I can barely keep up with her travels. "That sounds good," I agreed. "Let's get through the expense of Christmas first and set something in stone in the new year. I'd have to give my sister a call and see what she thinks about it too." I kept thinking about my sister. The woman jogging around the street, I wasn't even giving a moment's thought anymore. I couldn't actually remember the last time I hugged my sister. I think it was about 10 years ago or more. I was coming up for 25 while she'd just had her 20th birthday. 2 years into her modelling contract, she'd travelled around most of Europe by then. I was already settled and married, but I was envious of her lifestyle. Occasionally, I have thoughts, wishing I'd done things differently. But I accept that my life was destined for marriage, motherhood, and trying to make this marriage work. My mother always says she loves my sister and I equally, but she always talks about her like she's some kind of celebrity. In reality, it's a handful of great shots behind rocks or on a sunny beach for online shopping catalogues. I'm sure they were touched up and enhanced to make them look better. You hear about that all the time with models. "You don't sound that keen," Cameron said. "I thought you'd jump at the chance to visit her. We aren't short of money like we were a few years ago. Our savings are looking good. We've sold off one of the cars and not really done anything with the money. I thought you'd like the idea." I paused for a moment. We pulled away from each other, and I then looked around the living room thinking of other uses for that money. It could do with redecorating. A new sofa, and the carpets had been here in the house before we were. I'd always wanted a cruise too, to be honest. If we had any kind of big memorable holiday, I'd imagined us all on a cruise ship, travelling from port to port. Something much more impressive than finding conversations to have with my sister in her massive house in Glen Rock, New Jersey. I'd only feel inadequate. "It's a great idea," I replied hesitantly. "I see her every couple of weeks on Zoom with the webcam anyway. She's probably too busy with her schedule to fit us in, but I'll ask. I like the idea of it, but I'm not sure the kids will want to be on a flight for that long. You know how fussy they are." "They pick up that from you," he replied. "You're too cautious with everything, and they pick up on it. Remember when you thought you were dying, and it was only indigestion?" "It was heart palpitations," I snapped. "I thought I had a minor heart attack." We both laughed, but all I heard was that it was my fault. Everything seems to be my fault. He didn't realise or even consider that I don't want our kids to see how well off their cousins are. They have bedrooms almost as big as the whole of our downstairs, with en-suites, and everything they could ever ask for. I can't help that I want to protect them from the reality that we might never live in a house like that or own what they can afford. We aren't millionaires. "It's not like she ever comes over and visits us, is it?" I asked. He shook his head. "Mum and Dad, they've flown over a few times, but they never come over here. I wonder why." He laughed at me. "What if it was us?" he said. "Get real. If we lived in a 5-bedroom mansion about an hour away from New York, what would they want to come to Bristol for? Look at our average 3-bedroom detached house. It's great for us, but it'll be like a box for them." "You don't get it," I snapped again. "You're completely missing the point. They don't bother with us, so why should we bother with them? It's not about this house or their house, because there's fucking hotels everywhere." Okay, he repeated to calm me down. "I'm sorry for suggesting it." "I'd much rather we all went on a cruise instead," I replied. I was smiling so he knew I wasn't annoyed with his comment. I keep seeing the adverts on the television and I can't stop thinking about it. We should do it. I could ask if Mum and Dad would have the kids and we could make it a romantic getaway for the two of us. They do short break taster cruises. He didn't say a word. "It'll be fun," I said. "Imagine waking up every day in a whole new city. It's exciting. I've always wanted to do it. You know I have." I took one look at his face and knew what was coming next. "I can't do it. I honestly think it's not for me," he replied. "I don't want to be trapped or confined on a ship. I'd hate everything about it. Remember when my gran said about all the queues getting on and off going for dinner? Everyone's scrambling around, out for themselves, being herded about like sheep on excursions and not being able to do your own thing." "What about me?" I interrupted. "You might think differently once you're on it." Then there's the fact that we're only allowed to be in a port for a few hours and not even get to enjoy it overnight. It's too restrictive for me," he continued. "I'd ruin the dream for you, and you'd hate my moaning every single day." He ruined many things for me, including this dream of having a cruise of our lives. He does consider what I want sometimes, but I've had this argument with him before. I absolutely hate camping, but I still went. I did it because he wanted us to go away with the kids to the Lake District. When I didn't want to go, being stuck in a tent and having to shower in cement block communal areas was not for me. The point is, I still tried. It was a great camping weekend and we all enjoyed it. "Go with your girlfriends," he said to lighten the mood. "Have a cruise holiday without me. I can stay home here with the kids. I know it's something you've dreamed of for a long time. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to, just saying." I try to picture the scene. I imagine him getting the kids ready for school, or that some important meeting of his has come up and he needs to palm them off to my mother, or worse still, his. I'd be so worried about them that it would ruin my holiday. It wouldn't be the same without him. I don't think I'd enjoy it as much. I have great friends, but would I really want to go on holiday with them? I might suggest it someday, but it's not right now. Maybe I could work on him until he caves in. The doorbell rang, breaking up our conversation, which was exactly what we needed at that time before it escalated into something more heated. He could see how tense I was becoming. At least I was over him lusting over the neighbour out jogging. I checked the app on my phone while my husband walked to the front door. Our doorbell has a brilliant camera built in and linked to our Wi-Fi, so I can see who's at the door. It was the parcel delivery guy. Maybe Cameron was telling the truth after all. 5. Saturday, 13th of November 2021, 3:15 p.m. Now. I wanted this to be a lovely day, and Chantel's only gone and tried spoiling it already. I knew she'd change my mood. She can't help herself. We always seem to fall out with each other, and I wanted to share my cabin with her to reconnect. We're meant to be trying to become better friends, not rivals. I trust her, but she has this voice of reason that tries to see the good in literally everything, even if I want to have a good moan. She always butts in and tries to make me see sense. I'm not always in the wrong, although everything with Chantel is dependent on her mood swings. She's slightly unhinged, although I never know from one day to the next whether she's happy or miserable. I left the buffet lunch on deck 14 about 15 minutes ago. I walked out on her because of her lousy attitude. What's more embarrassing is that everyone around me could see us arguing. I'd queued up, collected my plate and tray, selected a nice pasta salad with some bread rolls, a small cream cake, and expected to have a lovely lunch. I was starving. I'd sat down for 5 minutes, spread the butter across my roll, and then she had to say it, didn't she? "Do you think if you hadn't have had the wine that night, would you have missed the tree?" Chantel asked. It got me thinking. Do you wish you hadn't gone to that pub? "Excuse me? What the actual fuck?" I abruptly replied. "You know it was only the 1 glass of wine. The police tested my alcohol levels and I wasn't over the limit. How could you ask me that? Don't you think I feel guilty enough?" "I know, but I was wondering if you'd thought about it, that was all," Chantel replied. "I was curious because, you know, if you had reacted maybe a little sooner, you might have missed that tree. Alcohol can cause all kinds of delayed reactions. I was only suggesting it could have been avoided. I know the police have been through all this. I told them my side of the story too. They believe you." "Don't do this. Do you not think that I haven't gone over every little detail already? In my mind, every turn, every car I saw, every flashing light and the sounds of the sirens," I shouted. I noticed the couple sitting opposite dropped their cutlery and kept their heads perfectly still to listen. The accident wasn't my fault. If it wasn't for the driver coming towards us on the wrong side of the road, it wouldn't have happened. The end. I know. I didn't mean to sound like I was implying otherwise, Chantal continued. Every action has consequences, doesn't it? Imagine if you hadn't even stopped off at the pub for dinner. You might not have even had an accident at all. I was only trying to understand what happened. Sorry. What's happened has happened, I sharply snapped. Let's change the subject because we're meant to be starting our holidays. Apology accepted. I smiled to signal I was no longer annoyed. I took a deep breath to calm myself because inside I was fucking livid. I turned my head to look out of the full-length glass windows where the view of the river leading to Southampton's Solent was scattered with boats. Chantal doesn't realise that I need to put that accident behind me. If she ever mentions it again, I'll have to walk away or change the subject. She's not controlling my moods. Not here. When the announcement came that our cabins were ready, I swiftly left the table, clutching onto my shoulder bag, and left Chantal behind me. The separation and silence between leaving the diner and heading to the cabin might have made her think twice about mentioning it again. She joined me in the cabin, and at least she isn't discussing anything about the accident now. I'm inside the cabin. It's absolutely immaculate. Even though I'm pleased as anything, Chantal is still trying to find things to complain about. Her eyes cast themselves over everything. There are no creases in the bedding. The towels are all perfectly aligned. The cruise company have stocked our mini-fridge, and we even have welcome chocolates with a small bunch of flowers. There's nothing much to complain about. This little balcony cabin is going to be our home for the next 2 weeks. I'm sat at the vanity unit, straightening my hair up with my hands since closing the balcony door set off one hell of a breeze. There are lights across the top of the mirror, and beside me are 2 single beds, separated with bedside cabinets. I know she's looking for things. I can sense it. I'll try to make amends with her. Everything all right? I ask Chantal. I feel like you're holding something back. I don't want there to be any animosity between us, especially if we're going to be sharing this cabin for almost 2 weeks. I'm sorry for walking away earlier. I look into her eyes. I can tell what's coming. She hates it. It's filthy. Look at all the dust, she says. But I don't really see any. Down there, in the corner by the bed. If there's dirt there, then imagine where else there could be. I'm going to have to get my anti-back wipes out when the cases arrive and give everything a going over. I laugh, yet I cast my eyes over everything I can see in front of me. The vanity desk, the bedside cabinet, the door to the mini-fridge and the small round coffee table with a little vase filled with flowers. It's a perfect little cabin, and everything I imagined it would be. Who cares about a little bit of dust? Chantal, we're on holiday, I say to lighten the mood. We'll survive. I imagine they only have a ridiculously short amount of time to clean these rooms. I'll pick it up myself if it's that much hassle. Chantal pulls a stern face. All that money we paid, and it could have been better, she replies. I can tell she's in a mood with me too by the look on her face. I hate it when I spend money and my expectations aren't met. The ships are advertised as luxury travel, so I expect a luxuriously clean cabin. Maybe I just need a rest. It's been a long old day already. I get up off the chair now my hair is looking decent and collect the dust on the floor with my hands. Looking closely, it's a small ball that probably blew out from under the bed when I opened and closed the balcony door. It's blowing a gale out there. There, it's gone, I say, knowing that should please her. If I hadn't have removed it, she'd be up all night cleaning. It's spotless in here. I'm the one who's the cleaning blogger, and believe me, if it was that filthy, I'd have written something down ready to put out online. We'd be getting our refunds. Chantal laughed, and we both sat down on the bed. Everyone thinks you're the crazy mad one, don't they? She asked. You know, Out of all of us, you're the one who'd have "you don't have to be mad to work here, but it helps" signs all over your desk, wouldn't you? I didn't know whether to laugh or feel insulted. For the sake of keeping the peace, again, I played it down. "I still got those signs somewhere," I laughed. "Think I'd been given them as a secret Santa gift, to be honest. I definitely wouldn't have gone out and bought them myself. Had it on a mug, too, but it broke years ago. I love crap like that." There were 2 knocks on the cabin door, loud bangs that echoed through the small corridor. It startled us, but at last, maybe this was our suitcases being delivered. I got off the bed, headed towards the door and looked out of the small spy hole. I could see it was a member of staff by the uniform and waistcoat. What did he want, I wondered. I slowly opened the door and peered my eyes around the corner to notice that he wasn't delivering any suitcases. "Hello, how can I help you?" I asked nervously while he stood there smiling at me. "Is everything okay?" "Good afternoon," he replied. "May I come inside and introduce myself?" I opened the door further and allowed him to enter my cabin. Chantal had disappeared out of sight. He stood inside the corridor, where there was a full-length mirror and empty wardrobe space. I hope he's not here long, or worse, to tell me something has happened. I have this sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'm shaking a little. He stood looking at me. Maybe there's a problem with something. Somehow. I don't know. I hope everything is okay. "Are you well?" he asks. I notice his Indian accent and that his name is Arnav. "May I show you around the cabin? I am Arnav, your steward for the duration of your journey." "No, it's fine," I reply, realizing I'm blocking his way. "I've been here a while. Everything is good. I was hoping you'd have my suitcases, that was all. Should they have been here by now?" I don't mean to sound rude, but I don't want him setting off Chantal with all her issues with the dirt under the bed. The sooner he leaves the cabin, the better. "Thank you," Arnav replies. "Your cases will be delivered by dinner, but Mum, please make sure you come to muster station by 4 p.m. Arnav points towards the cabin door and shows me the health and safety notice on the back. I'm not really taking it all in, but I can see an arrow pointing to the exits. I'll work it all out myself when he's left. "You need to bring your life jacket with you," he explains. "It's above the wardrobe, and you need to bring it with you to Deck 6. You should meet in the Arena Theatre and watch the presentation. It's for your own safety." I nodded, walking towards the cabin door, still conscious that he should leave as soon as possible before Chantal finds anything else to complain about. "I will do," I reply, almost pushing him out of the way. He takes the hint and exits the cabin. "I clean the room once a day, but anything you need you can place the order forms outside on the door," Arnav says with a beaming smile. "Room service is open all day and all night." "Thank you very much. That's really helpful," I reply. "Take care." I shut the door behind me. I'm concerned about the cases and I'm panicking. "You got rid of him pretty quick," Chantal said. "He was only trying to be friendly." I walked back through the cabin and seated myself again at the vanity unit. "We have to go to the muster station at the theatre by 4, I explain. "It must be nearly that already. We'd better get a move on or we'll be late." "You go on down without me," Chantal said. "I'll stay here in the cabin. I'll see what else needs a good spring clean." "What if they notice you're not there?" I ask, hoping she'll come with me. It's maritime law, I think. I'm not sure if they check the rooms or not. I remember reading online that if they notice you're not there, they still make you do it the next day, I think. "I know how to slip on the life jacket and I've already spotted the lifeboats on Deck 7, Chantal replies sarcastically. "You can't miss them. They're pretty fucking big. Those red and white things are the only boats on here, believe me. If something is going down, I'll be the first running to them." "Suit yourself, then. I was only saying," I reply to end the conversation. Maybe I'll see you at the sail away party afterwards up on the Lido deck. Chantel doesn't reply. I find her rude, but I pause for a minute to think about my husband and kids. I miss them already, and I've not even left port yet. Making this journey on my own, without them, is a huge deal to me. I'm hoping to leave this ship with more confidence and closure from the accident. It ruined my life. It destroyed all of us in one way or another. I need my life back. Above all, I need mental peace, but I get a feeling that it's only a matter of time before Chantel and I will fall out with each other. We're complete opposites, but I'm trying my best.
"What time are we meeting the others?" Chantel asks. "Have you seen Millie and Sarah yet? Any calls or text messages from either of them?"
"Nothing at all. I've checked a few times," I respond. "We had arranged to meet at the bar after dinner. It's only the first night. Everyone will be settling in. They've probably had a tiring journey like us." I know their cabins are close to ours, but I've not heard a peep nor sound of anyone yet. I'll keep a lookout for them both later. 6. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 4:30 p.m. Now. I'd sat alone and remained silent while I watched the crew explain to everyone in the theatre how to safely put on their life jackets. I put mine on and off over my head twice, and one small part of the demonstration stuck in my mind. How can that little whistle save me if I'm floating in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, with not a ship or boat in sight for miles? At least it's a bright orange colour, but I hope for everyone's safety we don't have to use these. My nervousness returns, and I think to myself, what am I doing here? Why am I putting myself through this? I remind myself that there's enough space for everyone on those lifeboats, and we're not going to sink. It's the 21st century now. I'll be safe. Chantel didn't show her face, and the seats next to me either side were empty. I kept them back by informing anyone who wanted to sit there that they were reserved for my friends. Friends who I thought mattered to me. Friends who I thought would make more of an effort. Friends who I can't see anywhere on the ship yet. Friends who I thought might have reserved a seat for me. I take my mobile phone out of my bag while I'm walking out of the theatre. Everyone is in single file and heading towards the shops and bars. I noticed I'd received no new messages. Nothing from anyone. There's a small lump at the back of my throat while I hold back the tears. I told myself I wouldn't do this self-pitying here. I take a tissue I'd popped inside my pocket and wipe my eyes. I'm not going to spoil this holiday with more upset. I can't help it if no one cares about me anymore. At least that's what it feels like. I keep walking in a straight line until I pass the crowds and the crew leading everyone to the bars. I know the sail away party will be starting in half an hour, and you know what? I'm going to fucking let my hair down. Celebrate my independence. How I can walk again. How I can think, feel, and start to get my life back. I look down at my phone again, and it angers me somewhat that no one has even bothered to message me and check I got here safely. If that was my husband going somewhere on his own, I'd message him. I stand in a corner by the public toilets just outside the theatre entrance. There are posters of entertainers, signs in lights reminiscent of a London West End experience. I'm overwhelmed by everything on this ship. It's so enormous, and everywhere I turn appears to be no expense spared. I feel very spoiled. I stood here, out of the way to check my social media apps. The signal's not all that great, hitting 1 to 2 bars at best, and I haven't purchased a ship internet package because I didn't want to be distracted by work. When my job is promoting, advertising, and being continuously seen on all the social media channels, I wouldn't be thinking about myself. I'd be too engrossed in my followers and the performance of each post. I need a clear head for this holiday. I took a quick look, but no messages there either. The last image I shared on my Instagram was of my suitcase, and that's a whole new worry. Will it get here? The cabin steward assured me it'd be here by dinner, but I guess I'm not used to parting with my cases. I should have carried it on myself to stop the thought of it lingering in the back of my mind. It's all part of the cruise experience, I guess, not having to worry about anything. Except it's all I'm starting to think about. That and my so-called friends. The theatre has now emptied, and I watch the ship crew close the doors. I wonder how they manage to spend so long at sea without seeing their families or loved ones. Working all the time on the ship and travelling from one port to the other, day in and day out, repeating themselves for months on end. I've heard of crew members being crammed into small cabins below decks, and that their living conditions are not as luxurious as you might think. If they didn't enjoy it, surely they wouldn't be working here. I'd go crazy. But I can see it's a great opportunity if you want to travel the world and still earn a wage. If I want to make the sail away party, I better get a move on to the top deck. The crowds have cleared, and I can use the elevators in the centre of the walkway up ahead. I glance down at my phone again, one last time. I should message someone, tell them that I'm here and I made it. Disappointed by my lack of messages, and that I'm here to have fun and put the past behind me, I place my phone in my bag. If no bastard can be bothered to message me, well, then fuck them too. I'll start this cruise as I mean to go on. Being selfish doesn't suit me, but it just goes to show, doesn't it? No one cares. It's always me having to cook the dinner at home. It's still Mum having to get the kids ready for school, always me doing the school run, and always fucking me making sure everyone else is happy. After everything I've been through, no one this one time has even sent me a single message. It hurts. It really fucking hurts. I stomp my feet towards the elevators, and you know what? I'm going to get drunk and watch this ship sail off down the Solent, out into the English Channel, and watch the misery of my life slip away and leave it at the shore. I love my husband, my children, the friends I thought I had, but I've given so much of myself to other people. I'm not used to being on my own. It's very strange. If Chantel was here, I'd talk it out with her, but I don't want to burden her with my worries. She probably has a million things on her own mind right now. 5 other people are standing next to me, waiting. One of the men keeps pressing the button as if it will make the elevator doors open any quicker. The arrows are lit up, and the display above the doors says it's 2 decks up, so it's on its way. I try not to look at him and be annoyed by his impatient behaviour. As he steps away, the doors open, and an elderly couple vacate. I show my hand to direct him forward as a gesture to lead the way, as he was here before me. I stroll behind him. He's not with anyone else, but the others then follow behind me until we're all in the small confines of the elevator together. "What floor would you like?" he asks me. Even the tone in his voice sounds impatient and rushed. "Are you heading up to the sail away party?" "I am, yes. The top deck will be good," I reply and smile back. "It's starting to get dark out there now. I bet it's chilly too." "It is November," he replies with laughter. "My wife and I booked this all very last minute. Normally we wouldn't touch a cruise this time of year, but it was on offer. Probably trying to fill the empty cabins. Is this your first cruise?" How could he tell? "It is. I've come here with some friends. This was also very last minute," I reply, hoping he'll stop asking me questions. I'm still struggling to find my way around, but I guess with the sea days we have coming up, I'll get the hang of it in no time. "I've been on this ship a few times now," he continues. "This is our 17th cruise." I nod and remain silent.
The other people around me don't say a word either. We stop at every floor leading up, and soon I'm surrounded by people trying to cram themselves in. I'd started off near the front and have somehow managed to work my way to the very back, feeling like there's very little air to breathe. I can't wait to get out. When we reach the Lido deck at the top of the ship, as soon as the doors open, a cold breeze comes rushing in. I can tell how chilly it must be out there, but I have my coat on. I get out and look towards the crowds because I want to check it isn't raining. There are people everywhere, and the bar is heaving with queues. There aren't many kids about, which is a good sign, but this sailing didn't coincide with any school holidays. I scan the crowds to see if I can spot Sarah or Millie, but nothing. They are on here, aren't they? I think I see Sarah with a cocktail in her hand near the bar, but because there are too many people around, it's hard to keep track of where everyone is going. I walk forward some more and head further out onto the deck. It really is cold, far colder than I imagined up here, but the wind is making it feel worse. My hair is blowing all in front of my eyes, and it's frustrating, as I keep thinking I'm seeing Sarah. But if you look long enough, everyone with their coats and fleeces on start to look the same. I don't know what direction to walk in because nothing feels familiar to me. I look left, and I can see a DJ setting up some music equipment. I look up to see the long line of coloured European flags flying out above the ship. There are disco lights every side of me, and I spot the entertainment staff handing out Union Jack flags on small sticks. I've been spotted, and now she's heading in my direction. "Would you like some flags for the Great British Sail Away party?" the young lady asks me, full of enthusiasm. "Go on, it's great fun, especially if you like a mixture of 70s and 80s music. You get to wave along." "I don't mind sometimes," I reply, looking around and trying to imagine all the people I see dancing and waving their flags. How do we even all fit on this ship, I wonder? I'm trying to find a table somewhere close to the bar. "You won't find one up here this late in the afternoon. Some of the people have been sat down since they got on board," she replies, handing me a flag. I take it and hold it tightly. "I've walked around the deck 5 times already, and the best spot now would be towards the front of the ship over there." She points in a direction straight ahead. I look and can see some gaps in between the crowds to stand. It's heaving, and I contemplate returning to the cabin and coming back later. "Thank you very much," I reply, and start to walk away. "I'll head down that direction." "No bother," she replies and heads off. "Have fun!" Have fun, I think to myself. Have fun. She's got no idea what I've been through the last few months. No concept of the torture that runs through my mind like poison. All that guilt, all that fear. And here I am, trying to have fun. It makes me feel guilty. But I have to have closure. I need to get back on track. How am I meant to have fun? As the music starts, I wave my flag. I haven't got a drink in my hand yet, but I'll wait for it to calm down before I head to the bar. For now, I'm enjoying the view and taking everything in. All this is new to me. It's like I'm watching a movie from the outside. I don't quite know where to fit in, but everyone is so happy. I watch everyone so closely. It's like they've been here before, and I'm an intruder on their ship. No one notices me or watches me from the corner. I jump as the horn on the ship sounds twice. It's so loud it startles me. I keep my hand held tightly on the railings, and as everyone is looking forwards at the centre of this deck, I turn around so I'm facing the opposite way.
The emotion inside me is stirring as I watch the ship gently sail away from the port. People are cheering, but I'm looking up at the darkened sky and saying my goodbyes. When I return here in 2 weeks, I'm not going to be the depressed, self-pitying mess I'm trying to leave behind. She's right. That entertainer, I think. She's got a good point. I need to have fun. I have this underlying yearning to be more thankful for what I have in life. Before I was a mother, a wife, a blogger, and before I was a social media star, all I wanted to be was a somebody. Somebody who had stability. Someone to love me, to marry, my knight in shining armour. But now, all I want is to be Grace Thomas. To be that woman who can enjoy life again.
"Would you like a complimentary glass of champagne?" a male voice asks. "Hello, Mom."
He stops in my trail of thoughts, but his timing is absolutely perfect. I wipe my eyes dry and turn to face him. "Why, thank you," I reply, taking the glass of bubbly from the silver tray. "Just what the doctor ordered." He smiles and walks away, offering the drinks out to everyone nearby. The music is loud, but drowned out by the voice in my head. The voice of doubt and uncertainty. A voice that guided me here to do the right thing. "The journey starts now, Grace," I say out loud. "Here's to a wonderful holiday. Nothing is going to ruin it either. Not even Chantel." 7. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021, 5:45 p.m. Now. I kept my promise like I said I would. I said earlier that I'd let my hair down and get drunk. Already I can feel my legs wobbling a bit, but I blame the fresh air. It's making me feel even more tipsy than normal, being outside. I haven't drunk this much in months. I feel so good, but in a guilty way that makes me remember all the times I used to go out as a student. All the evenings I'd be sat in my friend's house, reminiscing about all my rubbish ex-boyfriends. They weren't rubbish, really. Looking back, it was part of growing up. They were trial boyfriends, until I met my husband, who changed the way I thought about men. The taste of the alcohol in the champagne hit the back of my throat, with a deep bitterness at first that made my taste buds feel as though they were licking the inside of a dustbin. But then I quickly became accustomed to the bubbles again. I've had 2 complimentary glasses of champagne, which put me straight into the holiday mood. I watched the port slip away into the horizon, where I'm surrounded now by nothing but the sea. I can hear the swishing of the waves hitting the side of the ship. My nerves are calmer, but I'm trying to remain very alert, despite the onset of lightheadedness. I still need to take my tablets. My head is spinning, but I'm seated at least. The sky is the darkest blue with the twinkling of a few stars already. I've never had so many people I've never met in my life before chat with me. You don't get this kind of social interaction in bars anymore, but on holiday, everyone seems to want to know your business. All I've talked about is how no one cares about me, to the point where I'm getting strange looks. I've given it a bit of a rest and started asking more questions about other people's lives. I'm not that interested, but it's passing the time. I also looked to see if Chantel showed her face, but maybe she's decided to call it a night. I might see her at dinner, who knows? Then again, I might not. I suppose we have got 2 whole weeks to try and become friends again. Not even a text message to ask how I am, I said to one couple who were taking selfies with the docks in the distance. Well, I daren't bother my so-called friends and family if they aren't interested in me. I know when I'm not wanted. The couple smiled and walked away, replaced by another couple, taking another selfie. I wish my husband was more adventurous. He'd love it, really, if I could have only got him on board. He should have done one of those taster cruises that takes a couple of days across the channel. He's a miserable sod, but has his habits, I guess. I don't feel as confined as I thought I would. It's more an emotional journey for me. The steps I have to take to face my past and my future. I found Sarah and Millie. I recognised them instantly as I was walking around the deck. They were both seated at the bar. I shouldn't be drinking on my antidepressants, but this is a special occasion after all. My first real holiday on my own. My first experience of regaining my confidence. I'm almost a wreck, and I've barely left England. If I'm like this after a few hours, what kind of mess will I be after a few days? I'll stop focusing on the negativity now. I remind myself that I should have shifted this mood in a few days. I have a future to look forward to. What's that you're taking? I had no idea you had drugs on you, Sarah says. She too is drunk from the 2-for-1 cocktails on offer this afternoon. You haven't managed to sneak some drugs on here, have you? I look down at my pills, then to my glass of champagne on the table. I laugh out loud like I'd be so open to taking drugs so blatantly in front of everyone up here. I watch Sarah's face, and she's deadly serious. I'm shocked. No, of course not. It's my happy pills, I say, grabbing the glass and swigging back the booze. I'm meant to take one of these antidepressants with food, but this will wash it down nicely. I can't even remember what time dinner is, or even where now.
Be careful,
Millie says, now squeezing herself between Sarah and me, having come back from the bar with more drinks.
I've got us all some shots. Who wants one?
Me, I reply, placing the glass back down and raising my hand in the air like I'm back at school. I've not done this in so long. Tonight is a great night, isn't it? Then why the happy pills? Sarah asks as I see the serious look still on her face. I don't really want to have to explain it all. I bet you don't really need them. Dinner in the restaurants is served at 6, then again at 8. Do you know what sitting you are? I haven't got a clue. Not sure. What sitting are you? I thought maybe we could go together since it's all our first night here, I reply, ignoring the part about the tablets. Millie looks at me surprised. Shall we have dinner at 8? Millie looks at Sarah. I sense how she seems uncomfortable with the idea. I don't say anything for a few more seconds as I watch the exchange of glances between them. Have I said something I shouldn't have? We're all having a good time, and it's our first night. We're meant to be friends. Why are they looking at each other like that? Fuck it, I say, to break the silence. Let's have these shots and see where we end up. If we're too pissed for dinner, we can just eat later, surely. Millie hands each of us a shot glass. I have no idea what's in it, but this is the first time in a while I've felt part of something. Part of the group. Part of life. I'm living again. They can't see how I feel on the inside, but my friends here are helping me. Their carefree attitudes, I hope, rub off on me. Their confidence is admirable. Here's to our amazing cruise and the next couple of weeks, Millie says, raising her glass. Girl power! All at once, we neck back the shots. It's fiery and hot. My eyes widen as my stomach churns. What have I done? Fucking hell, what's that? I ask, almost spitting it out as it burns its way down my throat. That could do some serious damage, couldn't it? Tequila, I recognise it a mile off, Sarah replies. Millie has sat back, laughing her head off. You bitch! Why didn't you bring the salt and lemons? The sheer mention of salt and lemons has me thinking about my cleaning blog. I remember the posts and videos I made of how effective scrubbing the bottom of a toilet can be with salt and lemon juice. That racked up thousands of hits.
"What's that smile about?"
Millie asks.
"You look lost. Are you okay?"
"Just reminiscing about old times," I reply. Memories and shit like that. I think this ship is already getting inside my head. I miss my kids so much. Both smile at me. I try not to burden them with my woes.
"If I'd brought lemon and salt, you'd have guessed what it was," Millie continued. "I wanted to see the look on your faces after you downed it."
Millie laughed and took a sip of wine. I let them talk to each other for a moment. "Did you actually say girl power?" Sarah laughs. "Not heard that expression since I was a kid in the 90s. Everyone used to say it in school. And for the record, I don't miss my kids. They're little shits who want my attention all day. One's 12 and the other one is 14, so we're at that age where it's uncool to have a mother seen with you. You know what I mean? They're so bloody awkward at that age." They don't notice me analysing their body language, watching how they communicate. I can see clearly that they're closer to each other than they are to me. I'm an outsider, as always. I can see the box to my tablets poking out the top of my handbag, and I wonder if I should take them all. With all the alcohol I've consumed, I probably wouldn't feel anything. I could quickly pop back to the cabin and make it look like I'm having a nap. I try to fit in here, but if I start talking about my feelings and how scared I am, it might spoil the mood. I don't know how to be any closer to them both. I'm trying to be their friend. I'm making as much effort as possible, yet those constant looks they give each other. I'm not crazy for thinking they'd rather I wasn't sat here. They're lucky Chantelle didn't join us. She'd tell them straight what she was thinking. "Can you excuse me for a minute?" I say as I stand up, pulling my coat in closer around my waist and moving back from the table. "I just need to take a minute." "No worries. See you in a second," Sarah says as she pulls her long, dark hair away from her eyes. The wind has started to pick up. "Can I get you another?" I look at my empty glass. It's as empty as I feel, which brings a slight tear to my eye. I nod at her. Another certainly couldn't do me any more damage. "Go on then," I answer. "A glass of Prosecco would be lovely." Sarah doesn't move, but holds her hand in the air with her cruise card visible for any waiters to see. I'd rather go to the bar myself, like Millie, because it seems a bit rude to sit there with your expectations. It's also quite lazy. She's a bad influence on me too. I've probably had more than enough to drink, but I couldn't refuse. Also, maybe it was to make sure I came back. "I'm just going to take a picture of the waves and the view from the ship down there," I explain, pointing in the direction of the back of the ship. "I'll only be a few minutes." I walk away from them, swallowing the saliva to make the lump in my throat feel better. I'm holding in the tears while clutching onto the box of tablets. I could do it here, right now. What could anyone do? I pass through a small crowd, and everyone in the direction I'm heading seems to want to be behind me. They must be getting themselves ready for the first dinner sitting. I'm not even hungry, and I can't even remember what time I'm meant to eat. The help-yourself buffet seems to be constant anyway, so I could always have that later, assuming I'm still here by then. I wipe my eyes with my hands as I face outwards towards the sea. Looking down over the railings, the drop must be at least 100 feet. I would die instantly if I climbed over and threw myself over. The sound of the waves and the engine entices me to lean forward. It's dark, cold, and a bitter chill in the air now. I know I've been drinking, but the white tips of the waves as the trail of the ship's engine makes its mark in the seas is alluring. Would anyone really miss me? If I jump over, would it be quick and pain-free? I look back down at the tablets. I take them out their wrapper. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have up to 4 weeks' worth I could take in one go. Maybe everyone is better off without me. My arms are shaking heavily, not only from the cold but also from the choice I'm about to make. Do I swallow the tablets? Do I jump overboard? Do I kill myself and end this suffering? This vile torment of being trapped in my own mind, unable to express how I really feel. I'm always spoken over, always that person who is never part of the group, the outsider. I glance briefly to the left and then to the right. No one is near me, and the more I contemplate my death, the warmer I'm starting to feel. It seems the right thing to do. I don't have a life anymore, not one of my own. My personality died in that crash, and I don't think it could ever be fixed if truth be told. Some people tell me that nothing stays the same forever, and that things will get better. It's easy for them to say when they haven't experienced what I have. I look at the scars running down my body, and it reminds me every single time of what happened. That crash will haunt me forever. I put the tablets in my mouth as my hands tremble. I see the stars twinkling now over the ocean, and the emptiness in my gut stirs my loneliness. It's never going to go away, and if anyone cared about me, they'd have texted or messaged by now. Not one fuck seems given about me. Sarah and Millie are only interested in each other. I'm sat there like a spare part at their own little party. Chantelle is selfish and barely wants to talk to me. I thought she'd open up more. I felt I could connect with her again. We have so much in common, but she doesn't care either. No one will miss me. No, this is the booze talking, I whisper to try and talk myself out of it. What was I thinking? What was I thinking of, coming on this ship and believing that I'd end up coming off it a better person? What is the point to come out the end still as hurt and miserable? I look at the sea and I feel it's calling me. I'm sure I read that drowning was meant to be peaceful after the first instance of panic. I place my foot on the first railing. The height must be about 4 foot, so it's easy enough to climb over. It's very windy, but with one step and a jump, I'd be gone in seconds. Gone into the ocean, and no one would even see or hear me. I'm crumbling the tablets in my mouth. I can taste their salty, bitter taste that reminds me of earthy mushrooms. I hate it, but I keep crunching and crunching, afraid to swallow, but desperately wanting to end it all.
You've been gone ages,
the voice behind me says.
Is everything okay? What are you doing?
I swallow the tablets. It was that or spit them out. It was 4 of them, maybe even 5. I'm nervous and upset. I remove my foot from the railing. I was thinking about my family, I say to Millie, who's come back to check on me. It got me a little emotional, that's all. Please ignore me. I'll be fine. Millie puts her arm around me.
The sea is one of the most powerful things on earth, Millie replies. Don't let it hypnotise you. Your Prosecco has arrived. We'll probably make this the last one for tonight and head off to dinner. You're joining us, aren't you?
I look at Millie and nod. We walk back towards the table again. Sarah lifts her head and smiles at me. I look at the wine and knowing that I've swallowed the tablets, I'm not sure it's such a good thing. What damage could it do to someone like me who feels damaged enough already? I pick up the glass and swallow it in one mighty gulp. That's better, I say as they look on in astonishment. Millie laughs and claps while Sarah raises her own glass. I guess I'll sit back and wait to see exactly what damage it does. 8. Friday, 27th of August, 2021. 3:30 p.m. Then. He said he would take the day off work, but all I'd watched him do that morning was sit on his laptop and be glued to his mobile phone. I spent some of the morning looking around his drawers in the bedroom for anything that could potentially get me into his laptop. I was trying to be secretive about it, but I'm sure he noticed me acting strange. Cameron believed me when I said I was cleaning upstairs. Those words that trigger his instinct to avoid me at all times. Cleaning. He hates it. I always do it. I love it. And every time I sparkle up the house, I post about it to encourage others on my Instagram. He will never understand the joy I feel at being a cleanfluencer, nor feel the buzz I get when tens of my followers contact me to tell me how I've encouraged them to organise their clutter. I try to make cleaning fun for everyone. I thought you were taking a day off from work, I asked, as I held the vacuum in one hand and my cleaning spray in the other. I hope you're not going to be taking your work laptop with us to Devon in the morning. At the time, Cameron was sat at the kitchen table. He shook his head. He didn't respond instantly, and I watched him lean closer into the laptop. He was acting unusual, like I wasn't meant to see what he was doing, again. He was all hunched forward and uncomfortable. I don't often ask questions about work matters. I can't put my finger on what made me question him that day. The whole morning he was irritable. "I didn't see you there," he said, avoiding my question. "Are you spying on me?" "What, like the time I caught you looking at porn?" I laughed, although I'd been spying on him to see what he was up to. "You shouldn't look at that at the kitchen table. Anyone could have walked in." Cameron didn't answer me, even though I was trying to show some humour, and he turned around to close off whatever it was he was doing. You could have cut the atmosphere with a knife. "All the hours I put in, and everything I do for my family," Cameron stated. I knew a lecture was coming. "It's so we can live in a house like this, in an area like this, and the kids haven't got to worry about whether they're going to eat beans on toast every night. Something has come up and work, and I can't avoid it." To save an argument, I didn't bother responding. I'd let him have that moment since we're all entitled to an off day at times. He's had to see me struggling some days too when I feel the pressure. In all fairness to him, we hadn't had that many arguments over the years. Our marriage was stable, but there were little doubts that were creeping in, and I'm not sure whether he was doing things on purpose or if I was imagining things. He looked like he didn't want me to see what he was doing. I confronted him with the woman I was convinced he was looking at behind my back, but he said it was all in my imagination. To put my mind at rest, I wanted to see his laptop. If I'd gone right over and asked him to show me, I already knew what he'd respond with. "Privacy laws with all my work data," he'd say. "I can't breach my own company's policies and standard operating procedures that I'm meant to embed and promote across the team. You know how I am with rules and regulations." I had a plan B. He must have written his password down somewhere. It was never like him to have passwords from memory. If he hadn't hid the screen from me that morning, I wouldn't have suspected a thing. But I saw him do it with my own eyes. He pushed down the lid so hard I was surprised the screen didn't crack. I thought it would be in his bedside cabinet drawers or scribbled at the back of some of his notebooks, But I found nothing. I knew he was going out to fill the car with diesel later in the morning, so we could head off early the next day for our weekend trip away. I had to wait until he had gone before checking through some of his coat pockets. He had a few jackets hanging in the hallway. There was also his briefcase, but it was locked. I had no idea where the key was. I knew I was paranoid, but it was so cliché. He was home late from work for the first time in months. He seemed nervous around his laptop. He was always tense, and the one thing that stood out the most was the new woman who'd started at his office that he didn't seem to be able to shut up about. "She's brilliant. She's so organised, and the company is lucky to have hired her," he said. "Everything she does is like she is a forward thinker. She plans ahead, and she's got herself up to speed with the company ethics. She manages my calendar, responds to all the emails that aren't major to free up some time." When he first mentioned her, I didn't pay much attention. I knew his renewable energy firm was getting bigger because of the growing shift towards recycling greener energy. My background is in administration, managing people, empowering teams, and focusing on well-being. And I don't really understand a lot of what he does, but it sounds like he does it well. I've been out of the business world for so long. Cleaning products and researching ethical, environmentally friendly alternatives takes over my days now. The most important thing I always asked of him was that he didn't keep his worries to himself. Running a company I imagined would be tiring, time-consuming, and he was working 50 to 60 hours a week in the beginning from one meeting to another. Everything seemed to happen in London, but we couldn't afford to live there. Home working was the new normal, but he often had client visits from Bristol, Birmingham and London. The company rented a small office on the outskirts of London, one of those blocks of shared office spaces. Manned by a small team of 5, it occurred to me that this new assistant was the first female he had hired. After a couple of months, I realised he was mentioning this woman every day. I don't consider myself over-jealous, but I can get a little obsessive if I have something on my mind. Over dinner one evening, I waited for the right opportunity and blurted out my concerns. "You don't half mention her name a lot," I said. "Sounds to me like she's only doing her job. Surely, replying to emails, booking in appointments and sending out client packs isn't that much of a great effort. You never once asked if I'd be interested in the job. I'm your wife." Cameron put down his knife and fork. "Kids, can you give your mother and me 1 minute, please?" he asked. They needed no excuse to leave the table and run to their computers. "You can take your plates to your rooms if you want. Is that okay?" Both of the children scarpered to their rooms, and he waited for them to be out of sight. They rarely saw heated discussions between us because we often avoided discussing work at the dinner table. "What's got into you lately?" he asked me. He was calm and deadly serious. "I wouldn't ask you, my wife, to be my skivvy in the office. Imagine that. I could never be your boss because it would be too awkward." I felt guilty. I acted on impulse, and maybe my mind was running away with itself. "You mentioned this woman an awful lot. I was just saying. You don't really talk about any other woman like that. I'm being honest now. Do you fancy her? Is that it? I don't think you realise how many times you bring her name into this house." Cameron was still staring at me from the opposite end of the table. He looked confused and genuinely taken aback by my comment. "I don't hear you talk about Steve, Alex, Jamie, and anyone else anywhere near as much," I continued. "I'm trying to make a point." "The point is," he snapped back, "the point is that you get it into your head that I constantly look at other women or must somehow be interested in other women. You're my wife, and okay, so I look now and then, but get real.
You can't tell me you don't see fit guys and look at them. It's life. We see things. We like them. Doesn't mean we have to have them. I don't fancy her. I'm more impressed by her. She makes my life easier, and that makes our lives easier. You have to admit, I don't have to go to London as much now. He had a point. He was home more, but then everyone was. I was so focused on his attention towards her that I didn't see the other little things. All the changes to our lives, the extra weekends we had him, where we sat and watched movies as a family, long country walks. But then her name started cropping up again more often. Instead of mentioning it, I chose to ignore it. But the way he shut his laptop down to me had me ultimately convinced he was hiding messages and emails from her. An hour later, and Cameron finally turned off his laptop. He brought it upstairs and let it sit on the end of the bed, all unplugged, and then assured me, I've done all I can and told the team they shouldn't consider me a priority over the next few days. I need to spend time with my wife and kids. I'm not taking the laptop with me. It can stay here in the bedroom cupboard. That was a nice feeling. My heart melted. Thank you, I replied. I promise not to be stressing or focusing on my social media posts too. Any promotion partnerships will have to wait until we come back. It's only a few days, and I so need this time away. Jack and Emma are growing up so quickly too, and it probably means more to us than it does them. He wrapped his arms around me and laughed. I'm heading out to fill the car up, he said, taking off his slippers and putting on his trainers. I've got to drop a few things off at the post office too, so I'll be about 30 minutes to an hour at most. That was more than enough time to get into his laptop. I didn't want him to sense my nervousness, but I realised I was acting erratically with my cleaning. I was dusting anything in sight, from the skirting boards to the window ledges, to keep myself looking busy. He came up to me, smiling, and gave me a quick kiss on my left cheek. The children were both out, staying over at their friends' houses, which seemed to be a familiar event in school holidays. I now had the whole place to myself after I waited for the car to leave the driveway. I remember my breathing picking up pace because I intended to access his work laptop while also scared about what I might find. So many questions were racing through my thoughts, and at one time I also felt tearful. I couldn't believe I was actually doing this, and I convinced myself I was betraying his trust. All the what-ifs returned. What if he's sleeping with her? What if he's meeting her now? What if she's been sending him things I shouldn't find? I stopped in my tracks, having ransacked the drawers. I placed my small case on the bed and filled it with random clothes to give an appearance I'd been rummaging through my own things to pack for our breakaway. I found his notebooks, but nothing was written that resembled a password. I flicked through the pages twice and put the books back in the drawer. It was frantic because every second felt like a race against time. I had the laptop loaded up on the bed and tried guessing his password. I used our kids' names, street names, places he enjoyed visiting, all the obvious easy ones, but I got nowhere. I could have picked it up and thrown it against the wall, but I gave up and shut it down. I remembered the coats in case he had something written down in his pockets, and I raced down the stairs, almost tripping over my own feet. The first one I placed my hands inside was his black designer coat. He didn't wear it that often in case it got dirty, considering he paid a couple $100 for it. There was nothing in there other than an old tissue. The next pocket in the next jacket was a very different story. A small handful of receipts came out. Some faded, others stuck to each other. I took them to the kitchen table and separated them. One receipt stood out to me, so much that it had my hands shaking with the shock.
I kept shaking my head because it ignited all my fears and worries. I looked away, then back again. No matter how hard I tried to magic it away, it was clear to see. Chantel's name and phone number were written on the back of the receipt from a perfume shop. He'd bought Chanel No. 5, a brand I don't wear and have never been given as a gift. He'd obviously bought his assistant some perfume. And why would you keep her name and number in your pocket? I had no idea how I'd approach this, but thought they must be fucking each other. Why else would he do this? My husband must be fucking Chantel. As that thought started to embed, I put the receipts back in his pocket, walked up the stairs to my suitcase, and for one split moment, the thought of packing my things and leaving crossed my mind. I'd never leave my children, though. I decided to keep everything normal, for today, at least. My husband is fucking Chantel. I had about 20 minutes to cry and hide my emotions before he came back. I could have thought of a handful of reasons, but I knew deep down he was fucking her. She was all he talked about lately, and I was starting to see things a little clearer. I looked down at my hands holding that receipt, and they were shaking. I hadn't realised the shock had me trembling head to toe. I wasn't sure if it was with rage or upset. After everything we'd achieved together, and the family we'd built, was I about to let someone destroy my family? No way on this earth. 9. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 10:30 p.m. Now. There's a noise that sounds muffled, but it's getting louder by the second. It's a squealing sound that reminds me of the time I had a pet mouse as a child. While my dad gave it to me, he never knew I let it out into the garden one summer because I hated the idea that it was caged all day. I hope he survived the wild. But it's that kind of squeaky noise, and it's getting closer. I hope there are no mice here. It's not that I hate them, but I hate any kind of noise when I'm trying to sleep. I'm easily distracted. The smell of blood in my nostrils is becoming strong, and my sinuses are pounding. I slowly start to open my eyes. Where am I? I'm confused. I remember having some drinks, but how did I end up here in bed? I turn my head left, then right. I see the cabin curtains are closed. Is this my cabin? There's a dim light. It's the bathroom light, and the door is open. I know that wasn't me. I don't think so, at least. What time is it? I have this vivid memory of my dream in my head. I saw the strong, beaming flashlights of the car, a red 4-seater Audi saloon, the car I used to drive, and I was racing down the road as fast I could. I saw the accident over in my head, and I screamed. I think it's the screaming that woke me up. My body feels heavy. I ache like I have the flu, but I'm trying to piece up all the little bits of memories to get to this point, and I'm struggling. I don't know how I got here. I know how I got on the ship, but there's a memory gap between wanting to die and then waking up here in bed. What happened? I'm on a cruise. I know that much. And there can't be any mice in here. I suddenly remember the alcohol, the glasses of bubbly flying around the ship being handed out by the waiting staff. What was in that shit? Because I don't think I had all that many. Chantel, are you there? I say out loud and look across the room. No reply. Chantel, say something, will you? Still nothing. I wait in the silence for a response, but she's either quiet or not around. Is anyone here? Chantel. I'm starting to hate everything she is anyway, and the less she's around me, the happier I think I'd be now. I thought I could be here and reconnect with her to understand what goes on in that head, but I'm glad to be rid of her for the time being. All of a sudden, I remember something important. "The fucking suitcase!" I shout out loud. "Have they found it?" I awaken myself with urgency and get out of bed. I'm still dressed, and my coat is hanging over the small chair near the vanity unit. I can still hear that irritating noise, and I realise it's the sound of a trolley of some sorts. My nose feels all dry, and my headache is terrible. I need some painkillers. Those fucking pills! I now remember the tablets. Standing there at the end of the ship, watching the waves and contemplating jumping over. What was I thinking? It was a moment of weakness, but I see my small bag by the bedside cabinet. I don't remember coming in the cabin, taking off my coat, placing my bag there, opening the bathroom door and leaving on the light. All these blanks I can't remember. My last memory is of sitting outside near the bar with Sarah and Millie, and for once they'd included me and were being really friendly. Still, I don't know what's happening now. Was it the pills? I pull back the curtains and the moon is in the distance. It's so dark. I try so hard to pull open the balcony doors, but it requires a firm tug. Although the gust of wind from outside awakens me and it's freezing cold, I still feel a little drowsy. This ship must be well out into the English Channel by now. I'm looking at the stars in the sky, and I'm overwhelmed by the sense of freedom. Every cold, sharp breeze against my face is so fresh, but there is nothing there as I stare into the distance. Not a ship, nor a boat in sight. I hold on to the balcony. There's nothing but a strong sheet of glass between the deck below and me. There must be about 5 decks under me, some with their lights on, most haven't. It's a calm sea, though, and as I stretch out my arms to embrace the coldness, I try to remember so many things, but I'm struggling. I've been drunk many times in my life, but nothing that has left me wondering what I have done in the last 5 or so hours. I think about my handbag, the tablets, my mobile phone. I should call home, really. I walk back inside the cabin, pull the balcony doors to a tight close, snap down the handle, and then I press the light switch. "Fuck me, that's bright," I say out loud, as all the lights in the cabin come on at once. Blinding. I listen for 2 seconds, and the squealing has stopped. Whatever it was has moved on. I have noticed as I head towards the bed that the ship is swaying gently. I can feel it in my legs. There's an imbalance, but I'm safe. I don't think I will fall, yet I hold onto the bed just in case. I sit down, open my handbag, and grab the mobile phone. I press the button on the side, and there's nothing. Nothing. "What the fuck?" I say while tapping it hard on my leg. I'm frustrated. Work, damn it! I rummage around my handbag some more, looking for the charger, and I'm getting infuriated. I desperately need to call home. I need to check my blogs. I need to check if anyone still cares about me, because you'd think they'd want to know I'd arrived by now. I don't know where I put the charger, because I thought it would have been in the bag with the phone. If it's not there, then it must be in the suitcase. I get up off the bed and head towards the entrance door. No suitcase. It's not here. So I open the cabin door wide and look outside. There's no suitcase waiting for me there either, although it should have been here by now. I was told it should have been here by dinner. Everyone must have eaten by now. I'm really agitated because I'm flustered, upset, lonely, and unsure of what's going on all at the same time. I'm too frustrated to even cry. I have this inner need to want to burst into tears, but what good will that do? What use would that be if I let myself go? I need my fucking phone charger, not pity. I don't even have any other clothes to change into. The phone. I spot the telephone on the fixed unit underneath the mirror, and it's a means of speaking to someone. Someone on this ship must know what's happened to my suitcase. I walk forward at a pace, sit down, and look at myself in the mirror. I look so rough. You can tell I've had some kind of disturbed sleep. I look ill, and like I need a good shower. Maybe it's the lights, or the tablets, or just the last few months catching up with me. I shouldn't have bothered coming. I look at the small, folded card because I'm trying to find a number for the reception, but it's nothing other than the price list for champagne, chocolates, and breakfast treats. Then I spot it, clear as day on the phone itself. A button in red for desk inquiries. This has to be it. I have a sense of urgency about it, because without my case, without my clothes, without my phone charger, then what have I got, and how can I get help? I have nothing. I press the button and wait while it rings, but I notice the time and how late it is too. "Good evening, reception desk. How can I help you?" the male voice asks, but I remain silent. "Hello? You've come through to reception." I'm holding the phone to my ear, but I'm staring at myself in the mirror. My hair, my face, my scars from the accident. 100 different images race through my mind. The accident, my children, my life. And I wonder, what am I really doing here? "Hello, can you hear me?" he asks, but I'm lost in my own world for a few seconds, my reflection in the mirror frowning back at me. "Is everything okay, sir? Madam?" I look at my face, and I can see why I took those tablets. I look a mess. I feel a mess. And I'm complicated. It's why I needed this cruise, I guess. I need to find my new normal. "It's not. No, not really. It's complicated," I tell the voice on the other end of the phone. He is patient, and I like his voice. It's calming. "I'm confused. I don't know how all this process works on a cruise. Normally when I'm on holiday, I have all my things with me." "What are you confused about?" he asks in his gentle tone. "Is everything okay in your cabin? Is it to your satisfaction, madam?" Yes, it's not the cabin," I reply. "Honestly, everything with the cabin is lovely, even though I don't really remember getting back here. I have a problem with my suitcase." A sense of dread comes over me. He must think I'm a right oddball. I really didn't want to be told the worst. I break my gaze from the mirror and look down at my trembling hands. I'm actually nervous about his response. I don't want him to tell me the bad news. "What is the problem? Could you be more specific?" he asks. I look up again at the mirror. "We have a laundry service if you are interested." "Have you seen my suitcase? I thought it should have been here by now," I respond. Then there's an awkward silence. He's realised, hasn't he? "My suitcase is missing?" "All the luggage was delivered by 8 this evening," he continued. "We have delivered your case, madam. I know they're all out. The hallways are clear." "I don't have it, otherwise I wouldn't have asked," I sharply replied. "I wouldn't have called you otherwise, would I? I really need my phone charger, urgently." "If you come to reception in the morning and fill out a form, we can double-check if we have it in storage," he replies. "Sometimes the labels, they fall off in transport." "Tomorrow? I need it now. What use is it tomorrow? How am I meant to survive for 2 weeks on a ship without my case?" "Please help me," I plead with him. "I'm begging you. Is there anything you can do tonight?" "Let me check my notes against the system, Mrs. Harrison. I'll be right with you," he says before the silence. "I'll make some inquiries if you hold the line." "No," I snap. "No, I'm not Chantel. I'm Grace. Grace Thomas. I don't even know where she's gone now, either. Has Chantel put my case somewhere? Has she done this deliberately to fuck me off? I don't think he heard me as the line went to a replay of a short jingle that sounded like a song playing on an electronic keyboard. "Hello?" I ask. "Are you there?" There is no response. This is all payback, isn't it? I wonder, all because of my husband. I know what went on between them both. It became obvious. "Hello?" the male voice asks. "Are you there? Thank you for holding." I don't reply, but sigh out of frustration. "There are no notes on the system, so all I can suggest is that you come and see us in the morning," he says. "We will search for it in our holding space tonight to double-check we haven't misplaced it." I look at the reflection in the mirror, and I'm constantly shaking my head. I can't believe this is happening. It's lost, isn't it? I hang up the phone. He tried to help, but it's late. I'm tired, confused, nervous, and now angry. This whole day has not been what I expected, and I sit here in a silent rage. I keep tapping the side of my head with my fingers. "What is the telephone number?" I say out loud as I try to remember. Since I've had a mobile phone, I rely on it to remind me, rather than remember all those numbers. What the fuck is it? Okay, I'm trying to calm down. I have my mobile in my hand and I'm pushing the power button so hard, but it's not working. I'm frustrated. I can feel my eyes watering with despair, and all I can do is look around the cabin helplessly. "Come on, Chantel, where are you?" I say, and she's not even here. God knows where she is. You know what to do. Think about this. What would she do, I wonder? Something made me look towards the plug socket. It caught my eye to hit home another realization I hadn't considered until now. Even if I had my phone charger on me, I still wouldn't have the European plug adapter to make it work in these foreign sockets. Fuck. This is too much now. It's becoming one frustration after another. I look at my phone, unsure why I'm even bothered. My handbag contents are strewn across the bed, and I see the glistening edges of my pills that reflect the overhead lights. I should have fucking taken them all. Nobody was interested anyway. No one cares about me, so why should I bother to be this concerned? Sarah and Millie have barely bothered. Chantel is nowhere in sight, and I'm left here all on my own. Some holiday this is turning out to be. "Fuck you!" I shout. It makes me feel better for all of a moment. "Fuck the lot of you!" I think about my kids and wonder what they're up to. I bet they've forgotten me already. I stand up, overcome with empowerment, and I open the balcony doors again. Another slight struggle, but after a hard tug, they slide open to let in a cold snap of air. The curtains are blowing, it's that strong, but I stand out there in the darkness. Nothing ahead in either direction, and my decision is made. I throw the phone with force into the sea. It's so far down, I don't even hear the splash, and I accept it's gone. I'm probably going to regret it in the morning, but I've been looking at it on and off all day. No messages, no contact, so why should I bother? The only thing I'm concerned about now is my suitcase and my sanity. 10. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 11:30 p.m. Now. I'm trying to fall asleep in bed, in complete darkness, with all the lights off. The curtains are drawn, and I can feel the rocking movement of the ship that my mind is so desperately trying to use to drift off. Chantel has finally shown her face again. I'm not sure where she's been, but there aren't many places she could have gone, although I've not even explored the ship fully myself. The biggest hurdle for me was getting here today. Then it's trying to survive for the next 2 weeks. Hopefully, it'll get more enjoyable. Maybe after a good night's sleep, I'll come to my senses. I regret throwing my phone overboard now. But that's what's happening to me. I'm acting out of character, irrationally. And this is the same anger I've been trying to control since the accident. I need to get my shit together, even if it is difficult. It shouldn't be so hard. But it's as though everything in my life right now is sent to try me. Nothing goes to plan, nor do these feelings pass.
Are you still awake?
Chantal asks, knowing the room is in darkness and I've already said good night.
Can I talk to you about something?
What? I snap. Can't it wait until morning? It's late and I'm tired. There are a few seconds of silence.
I need to get something off my chest. I have to say this too because we haven't really addressed it yet,
Chantal continues. I need to say it so that we can get over it. I dread what's coming next because I feel like I know every word she is about to say. Can you feel the ship moving? I ask, desperately trying to change the subject. I can see what they mean with the term sea legs now. I haven't had any seasickness yet, have you? Again, another few seconds of silence. I'm starting to get tense.
Grace?
Chantal asks.
Please, can we talk?
I sit up, flick the switch next to the bed, and a dim light comes from the wall. I take a deep breath because I can sense where this conversation is heading. And maybe this is the reason for her avoiding me all day. I'm listening. I'm tired, but I'm listening, I say in a gentle tone. What is it that you want to get off your chest?
I'm sorry for sleeping with Cameron, Chantal blurts out. Really, I'm so very sorry. I didn't mean to, but it happened.
I can hear my own heavy breathing. To end what was already a vile day, and then this kind of apology. This fucking useless apology that doesn't change anything. I can't go back and turn back time. I can't make history erase itself. But I'm trying to understand why she did it. I'm trying to get to know her better, to understand what it was that Cameron found so attractive in her. I don't want to do this today. It's been stressful enough. Can we not talk about this now, I beg? It's getting late and my suitcase hasn't arrived. My phone is fucked. My life feels like it's crumbling beneath my own 2 feet, and the last thing I want to talk about tonight is Cameron. Chantal doesn't reply. I don't say a word either. He hasn't messaged me all day, but I feel sick to my stomach. I don't know if it's the concoction of my tablets and alcohol, but then another realization is that if my suitcase doesn't arrive, I'm going to run out of pills. I need them. No, I don't think I do. Yes, actually, I think I might need them. I don't know if I should try and cope without them. I really feel like everything is going to shit.
Grace?
Chantal asks.
You know that I'm really sorry, don't you?
Chantal sounds a little bit pissed. I hear the slurs in her voice and I can smell the alcohol in the air. I don't want to have this conversation, I snap. She's turned my mood already. All I want is a bit of fucking peace to try and get to sleep. Can we just leave it to the morning? I have to sort out my case, my tablets. How the fuck I'm going to ring my kids and explain it all? If they even care. If anyone gives a shit about me. I don't know. Chantal doesn't say another word. I'm furious at her timing, and I need to get some air. My mouth is dry, and I need to get a drink of water. Maybe the buffet restaurant upstairs is still open. I have to get out of this cabin into a different environment. I don't want to be near her right now. Chantal, I can't do this. Not tonight, I say, getting out of bed and bending down to put my trousers back on. The same trousers I've travelled in all day. I've missed dinner and I'm starving. My mouth is all dry and I'm going out for a bit. I'll see if there's anything to eat upstairs. They might have sandwiches on or some nibbles. Chantel still doesn't say another word. I've not had the best of days, as you might be able to tell, I continue. I'm going to clear my head. Now I'm on one. I'm thinking about what she said and everything it means. If she wants the truth, I'll give her the fucking truth. You know what? I say, but still she remains silent. I don't think I could ever forgive you, no matter how sorry you are. I thought I could. I thought that I could put this all in the past after the accident, but I don't really know how to deal with this right now. I don't want to say it, but it's going to happen. I wish you had died, I say. When I found out you were fucking my husband, I wish you had fucking died. I hate you for what you've done to my family. I burst into tears and look down to where I should be wearing my wedding ring, but it's empty. Maybe a part of me wanted her here so that I could understand everything, get to know all the reasons why everything has happened. I'm trying to unravel the facts when my head is clouded by doubt and mistrust. I can understand when two people work so closely together, things sometimes happen. We have a home, children, and it's too much to throw away over some slut who couldn't keep her underwear on. I wish she had died to be out of our lives completely. This is going to be an intense couple of weeks. I need to escape. I swiftly grab my bag. I notice my clothes are all creased, which is dragging me down, and I head outside the cabin because I'm too confined. I'm stressed with a sore, dry throat. I think the air conditioning in the cabin is drying out my nose and throat. I cough to clear the dryness and head to the central elevators. I want to get Chantel's comments out of my head. The long corridor is nothing but a display of closed doors that appears to show the whole length of the ship. I grab hold of the rail on the wall to steady my legs because I feel the motion of the ship moving again. It seems less steady than before. The corridor is empty, as I wonder if I should make my way to reception to complain about my case again in person. I keep thinking that it'll turn up, but I haven't actually thought about what to do if it doesn't. Why did I fucking come here with her? I wonder because Chantel has already brought the mood down. I shouldn't have bothered, should I? I press the down button on the elevator door. I vaguely remember it's deck 7, where I can stand outside or sit to get some fresh air. I might even walk around the whole ship outside. That sounds like a plan to clear my head. I'm less drowsy. There's nobody around, and after a brief walk on deck, I'll think about grabbing some food. I'm not all that hungry now. Chantel has got in my head, but at least the tears have stopped. The elevator was empty. In fact, the ship seems eerily quiet. There's cleaning staff walking around, dusting and polishing all the metal objects. Although this ship is meant to hold more than 3,000 passengers, I've barely seen a few hundred at any one time. As I exit the elevator that sits just in front of one of the many cocktail bars, I avoid temptation and head for the doors. I thought it would be busier for the first night than this. Everywhere I walk seems dead quiet. Staff smile and turn their heads at me as they hear the shuffle of my feet on the carpet. With a push of the door, I exit into the outdoors, freezing cold, and look up at the shining, bright full moon.
Mesmerising, isn't it?
The female voice says from further down below.
I can't take my eyes off the water.
I look out to sea, and the moon's reflection lights up the waves and their white tips as each swell moves rapidly into the distance. I have never felt so completely in the middle of nowhere. The air is as fresh as I've ever smelt it, and I'm in awe of how something this size can stay afloat. This is nothing like I expected. I turn my head and reply. I realise it's Millie who's sitting down by an ashtray. I don't ever remember seeing her smoke before. I think about it, but I can't place her with a cigarette in her hand every time I've seen her. What are you doing out here so late? I missed dinner, I think. Millie laughs, but she's dragging on the cigarette like it's the last one she'll ever see in years. Sucking so hard, it's like she's tense.
You think? She continued. We both had to carry you to your room. You passed out on the table, and I managed to convince the waitress that you didn't need medical attention.
I was that bad, I interrupted. Fuck.
We only knew your room number because your keycard was in your bag, she replied. I think you had too much to drink, but I saw the pills in your bag. I recognise them, and it's okay. I know how hard things can be.
I take a breath and walk closer. Then I sit in the chair beside her as she stubs out her cigarette. Together, we are seated next to each other, and I smile. I don't think she has any idea at all. I wouldn't even know where to begin to tell her about my problems. Chantel's been sleeping with my husband, I say, and the look on her face drops. We're sharing a cabin. I'm spending the next 2 weeks with the woman that's fucked my husband. She was his secretary, but I forgave him. Her, on the other hand, I'm trying to get to know her. I want to make peace with myself. She works for his company, but then you knew that already, didn't you? Millie looks at me, and I see the surprise in her eyes.
No. How? Wow, I'm literally speechless, she replied. My God, how are you coping? I thought I was coping, but I'm not. I made a difficult life choice today, and now seeing you here has completely thrown me off course.
Where's Sarah? I ask, changing the subject. Earlier they seemed thick as thieves. How was dinner?
Sarah, Millie says. Sarah who?
I laugh, thinking she's joking, but she genuinely looks lost in those eyes. Sarah, I say again. Sarah, you know, Sarah, who came on this cruise with us. Sarah, who literally can't stop blogging about the food. Millie keeps shaking her head. Now she doesn't even face me and turns to look away. She's distracted and confused by the look of it. She's not the laughing, bubbly, carefree woman I saw a few hours ago.
I have no idea who you're on about, she says. I don't know who you mean. I'm sorry, I'm not really with it. I've got a lot on my mind. I can't even think.
Millie's long hair blows in the wind. I watch as she pulls it away from her face. I see her eyes are reddened and watery. I know I didn't imagine it when I watched them talking together at the bar, sipping drinks until I must have passed out. The tablet and the alcohol must have reacted. Unless it's the trauma of my travels getting to me. Oh no, you've been crying. I state the obvious, hoping she's not offended. What, have you two had a falling out? I know she's pretty strong-minded, but then I'm used to her. You should try sharing a cabin with Chantel.
This state I'm in now, she says. This is what happens when all you want is peace and quiet, but he gets inside my head. I can't stop fucking thinking about him.
I'm confused, but I can't help but watch. Millie starts pulling her own hair and looks at me again. We make eye contact, and I'm a little bit intimidated. Her face has changed.
Kevin has gone and fucking dumped me by text, she cries. I came out here to get away from everything. He won't answer the phone, and I've called him 5 times already. He didn't want to come on holiday. He never wants to see me again.
I don't say another word as I let her vent her frustration. I'm just as shocked as she is. I watch as she plays with the mobile phone in her hand. Then I remember mine is gone. Kevin? I ask, because I didn't know she was dating again. How long were you two together? I thought you were single.
6 months,
Millie continues to cry. She stands up, walks to the railings. The wind picks up the pace, and I can see she is shivering with cold.
I love him. I thought I found someone who wasn't like all the fucking rest. I'd met a real man this time.
Was he sleeping with someone else? I ask bluntly, trying not to make things worse. I've been through this and come out the other end. It's the very reason I'm here. If I can get through this and still sit in the same room as her, you can, can't you? Millie shakes her head.
No, I can't. That's just it, she whispers,
her voice crackling with upset.
I can't do this anymore. This pain in my stomach, the way I feel. I can't go back. You know, I never meant anything to him. Life's not worth living. I don't want to go back.
I fumble inside my pockets, trying to remember if I have a tissue I can hand her. I can't find one, but I look at the despair on her face. She's trembling head to toe, and she's leaning slightly forward on the railings, looking down at the waves. I move closer beside her and put my arm around her waist for some kind of reassurance that I understand, and I really do. I see the pain from her body language.
Nothing is ever good enough,
she says, tears flooding down her face. I wipe them away with my hand.
I thought things would be different.
Nothing can stay the same forever, I reply softly. Shit happens for a reason, doesn't it? But we have to deal with it. They don't teach you adulting at school, do they? You can't force someone to love you. You have to accept it. There's no choice. That quote struck a chord with me. I've heard it many times before. I look around and can see it's only the two of us on deck again. There was an older couple smoking and standing by the doors way up ahead, but it must have been too cold for them to be out here. It looks like they've gone inside. Why don't you just do it and stop thinking about it, I say, and in a tone where she knew I meant it. If this was Chantel, she'd put you right in your place. Honestly, she'd tell you to own it. Millie doesn't say a word, but stands there looking over the edge. Jump, I whisper. If nobody wants you, why are you still here? I watch Millie stare at me as I glance at her frown lines. She's really thinking about it, and she places a foot on the first rung of the bar, and now she's leaning closer. The wind is whistling and the sound of the waves hitting the side of the ship is hard and furious. I take 2 large steps backwards and then sit back on the seat. I watch the view. Maybe you really aren't good enough for any of them, I say. And even I'm now trembling with anticipation, but it feels so good as I watch her. Someone in a worse state than I am. Someone who had any sense should just jump rather than ending up in any situation like me. If I died in that accident, maybe I wouldn't be thinking the way I am. Perhaps I wouldn't be the person I am today. Watching Millie do this is like redemption. She could just as well save herself from the trauma that lives on, this unrelenting torment that I know only too well. If you mean it, do it, I say very slowly. One more, and you're there. Freedom. It happens in a split second. But in that second, it's like time has slowed down because my eyes can't take it all in. I swear my heart stops beating with the intensity of the moment. One more foot up, and a thrust over, and she's gone. Just like that, I hear the splash, and she goes down silently. Not so much as a scream. My eyes are fixated on her the whole time. The whole time, I don't realise my body is shaking head to toe. I sit back on the chair, rigid with fear. I keep looking around, wondering who saw what. Was there a procedure I had to follow? Should I call for help? Who can I call? In my head, I keep hearing Chantel's voice over and over. She's dead, she's dead, she's dead, she's dead, she's dead. I get up off the chair and walk inside. Millie's pain is over, while mine is still troubling away in my head. I don't have my phone. I don't know what to do. Did anyone see anything? I look down at my bag and contemplate my tablets. Should I jump overboard too? Is she dead? 11. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 12:05 a.m. Now. Shivering and freezing cold, I can see the condensation of my breath evaporate into the night air. I don't know how long I've been sat here. It must be 30 or 40 minutes at least, and I haven't moved from the seat. In this time, I have no idea how far the ship has travelled. I know we must be out in the English Channel, and I know she must be dead. It's what she wanted. Well, that's what I keep telling myself. Maybe I'm in shock. I keep picturing her standing there, and then she was gone. I wonder if I should cry or call for help, yet I contemplate there's more I should have done, even if she did want to die. I'm in a state where I can't believe what has happened, although I now have to think about the next steps, just like after the accident. I don't even know what this side of the ship is called. I've heard of starboard, port side, but they both look the same. I see the only difference is that this side is the smoking deck, while the other isn't. I only know what side I'm on by the lines of ashtrays on the wall. Intentionally, I keep looking at my watch, and intentionally, I keep looking and leaning to see if she's about to appear from around the corner. I see Millie's bag down by the chair, and for the first time in over 15 years, I crave a cigarette. I've not smoked since I was a teenager, but the overwhelming urge to take the packet out of Millie's bag and light one up has my fingers twitching. I can vaguely remember the taste, but if I put my prints all over her belongings, it could look bad. I wonder too if she has a mobile phone in there. I could ring Sarah. I keep running through it, over and over. I try picturing everything as it happened so as not to taint my story should anyone question me. What about the CCTV? There must be some form of video surveillance on these ships, but that still begs the question as to why no one noticed she jumped overboard. The irony is I'm sat staring at the bright orange lifebuoy ring that you're meant to throw over to enable someone to swim to safety. Will anyone ask me why I didn't throw it over? I stumbled upon a suicide, but I sat down and thought she'd disappeared around the corner. It's not like I physically touched her, and I doubt that if there are any cameras watching, they could pick up the conversation. I'm so forgetful and barely remember what I do in my own life that I'm afraid of fucking this up. I can't say suicide, it means I saw something. Don't fuck up. She was upset, and then she said she'd be right back. I say quietly, trying to get it perfect in my mind. I sat watching her handbag, but she never came back. I need to take that bag to the reception area, because the longer I sit here, the more suspicious anyone watching would be of my actions. Why did I come here again? I had an argument with Chantel and needed to get some fresh air. I whispered to myself. I didn't stay in the cabin because of the atmosphere. I came across Millie, and there she was smoking and looking upset. Then she vanished. So much has happened, and it's only been a day, although I have to act normal. I don't know if I should look upset or mildly concerned. I'm not sure how you're meant to look in these situations. I've just encouraged a suicide because I can see how much she was suffering. I think it was for the best, but no one else is going to see it that way. Poor Millie. It was what she wanted, though. She was fraught, distressed, yet acted on impulse. A few hours ago, she put her arm around me as I, too, thought about ending it all. There's something dangerous about the sea, I realise, as I now look out and see nothing but darkness. I hope for Millie that it was quick. I'd like to think that she might have died on impact, because the water must be absolutely freezing. Saying that, I'm sure I read somewhere online once that drowning was meant to be peaceful and completely calm. I still can't believe it, but I need to kick myself into action. I pick up the handbag while adjusting my own that has the strap across my body. I'm shaking because I know the moment I walk through that door, everything will change. This calm, peaceful, albeit freezing night is about to change. I walk further up the deck and open the door into the ship. I've reached a hallway filled with photographs, and as I walk down the aisle, I see face after face. It's the pictures the photographers took as we entered the ship. I refused mine, but I look at all their smiling, happy faces. No one else is nearby, and the aisle is empty. I know the reception desk is a little further ahead. I pick up the pace, and I'm flustered due to the questions racing through my mind. Would I have answers for all of them? I see the reception desk, and there is a woman who appears to be in her early 20s, alone with her mobile phone in her hand. I walk through the atrium, past all the closed shopping kiosks with their shutters down, the designer watch shop, and then I'm here. I stand in the queue spot on the floor, marked by a large, round black sticker. Next to it, the Stand Here sign, with the arrow pointing towards the desk. "Hi there," the receptionist says as she spots me approaching. "How are you?" I think about how strange it must look carrying 2 handbags. I take a breath and confront the unknown. "Good evening, or good morning now actually, I think," I respond, placing Millie's bag on the counter. "My friend is missing, I can't find her." "Well, this is quite a large ship," she replies, smiling at me. "What's her name and when did you last see her?" I stop for a moment and think. I could walk away. "Millie. She's called Millie," I reply. "Millie Hen something or other." I struggle to remember her name and I raise my hand to my head. I'm thinking about it and it's on the tip of my tongue. I know I knew it, but what was it again? I stop in my tracks and I'm trembling. Hen something or other. "I think she's dead," I gasp. "She was there 1 minute and gone the next." I catch the look on her face, and she's mortified. I watch her grab the walkie-talkie radio and a pen. "What makes you think she's dead?" she asks me. "What did you see?" "Nothing, really," I reply and look confused. "She never came back, that was all." "Can I take your name and cabin number?" she asks, and her friendly tone has changed into something more formal. I watch her click away on the keyboard. "Where was your friend Millie last seen?" "My name is Grace Thomas and—" I stop there again and pause. My mind has drawn a blank. It's as though everything is muddled. To something. I can't remember, I'm sorry. I'm flustered and confused. A male receptionist comes in after opening the door behind her. He now stands watching me too. "Have you got your cruise card on you?" she asks. "That will have your cabin number on it. It's your key card, isn't it?" We hadn't even discussed Millie's handbag, but I fumble about in my own bag before realising what I've done. I've left it in the cabin because I stormed out in a huff after arguing with Chantel. I don't have it. I left it in the cabin with my other friend Chantel, I reply, and the mention of her as such a friend sends a shiver down my spine. I can take you there. I know it's on the 8th floor, down the far end of the corridor, way past the elevators. It's okay, Mrs. Thomas. I've found you on the system, she says. I can see you're in cabin R208. I needed the card for identity purposes. Yes, that's it, I say with a smile. I'm all over the place tonight. Could you please come with me just over there, she says, and points to the table and chairs by the empty coffee shop. Frederick here can watch the desk a moment. I'll grab a pen and be right with you. I follow her to the table and chairs with Millie's bag and take a seat. I see the notepad in her hands. I need to say something. Can I get you a coffee or tea? She asks. Or a glass of water? I shake my head to object. It's the last thing I want. This is Millie's bag, I say, holding it and showing it to her. She left it behind? Let's start from the beginning again, she says, even though I keep nodding, hoping that she leads on the questions and somehow thinks I'm innocent in all this. Where did you last see Millie? Outside. I had an argument with Chantel in my cabin, then I stormed out. I needed to get fresh air. I realised I hadn't had anything to eat. You see, I was a little drunk earlier and ended up waking up in my room, I blurt out, speaking faster and faster, hoping I'm believed. Millie was smoking and I sat down. She looked upset. I turned my head and she'd vanished. I waited, but she didn't come back. Do you know what cabin your friend was staying in? She asks. Was she in a state that might suggest she went overboard? Did you see or hear anything? No, I reply. She was crying. I think she'd had a row with her boyfriend, but I didn't hear or see if she went overboard. I think I would have noticed. How long did you wait? She asks immediately, noting everything down. Was it 5 to 10 minutes? About 30, I reply. Then I thought I better bring her bag here to reception. So you don't know her cabin number? She asks, looking confused. You say she's your friend, but you don't know what room she's in. Do you know who else she's with? Sarah, I reply. Sarah Timms. And it's Millie Henderson, by the way. They booked separately to me. That's why I've forgotten. We were meant to meet up for dinner. I don't know what room. I never made it to dinner because I fell asleep. I took my tablets. The look in her eyes is enough to tell me she thinks I'm guilty of something. I haven't even asked about my missing suitcase yet. Without even asking, she opens Millie's handbag and rummages through it. She takes out the cigarettes, some makeup, and then discovers a purse. Don't you think that's strange? She asks. Leaving you completely without notice, and leaving her handbag and purse behind. That is a bit strange. You're right, I reply and nod. She opens the purse and closes it tight again. When you put it like that, but we are friends. And that you come straight to me rather than go to her cabin and find her, she says, looking right at me. Considering that you're friends. I thought she might have been at the reception desk, I respond, feeling that this was fast becoming an interrogation. I walked down, looking for her in case she went to the toilet, or might have been in the cafe here. She could have been getting a coffee. That shuts her up. Can you stay here for a minute or two? She asks, and I clock her name as Helena from her badge. She speaks perfect English, when she's clearly Danish, like her colleague Frederick. I have to go away and check some details on our computer system. I don't say anything, but watch as she walks away. As she does, I start packing Millie's things back into her bag, keeping my eyes on her. I see her open the purse, show the contents to Frederick, and then type away on the computer before returning. Do you mind if we keep the handbag that you found? Helena asks, smiling at me. It's just that something's a little bit strange, and it's best we keep the bag in case your friend comes back. Millie won't mind, I reply, looking up at her because she's still standing. Sure, take it. It saves me carrying it around. This whole time I keep thinking about how Millie is dead, possibly floating somewhere in the cold waters a few miles back. I haven't even had time to come to terms with her loss myself. She made her decision, and I'm desperately trying not to blame myself. But the realization of what I said is sinking in. I will not allow myself to feel guilty. No. Your friend? Helena asks. Are you sure she's called Millie Henderson? Yes, absolutely, I say. I know my own friends. It's odd, because the identification I found in the purse doesn't show that name, she replies, looking at me like I'm a liar. I then went and checked our booking system, but it didn't show anyone on there by that name. There is no one on this ship called Millie Henderson. I turn my head, and I know I'm looking confused. I never would have had Millie down as a thief to steal someone else's purse. What's going on? Is the system broken? Frederick is looking at me from the reception desk, while Helena is standing, authoritative, beside me. Maybe they think I've stolen the handbag. We're going to check the camera system on deck, but it might take some time, she continues. You said you waited about 30 minutes, so I'm estimating that your friend, as you say, went missing about 11:30 or thereabouts? Yes, that's right. But if that's not Millie's purse or bag, I say, then whose is it? I haven't stolen it, if you're insinuating anything. We have your room number, so we will be in touch, she replies. Because the name is not Millie, and you aren't sure of the details, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. It's getting quite late, so we will be in touch when we know more. Frederick has asked for the CCTV to be reviewed. I hand her Millie's bag. My stomach sinks, because in reviewing the footage, I know they will see her jumping overboard. I'm worried they will hear what I said. But I was in the moment. Sometimes I say things or do things I don't mean to. I blame the accident for fucking my head up. The whole thing started with Cameron. It's all his fault for putting ideas in my head and ruining my dreams. I haven't even started with Chantel yet. 12. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 12:30 a.m. Now. Trying not to race back to my cabin, I keep a calm, cool and collected composure. I should be tired, but I'm in no way ready to go to bed. Realizing that I'm still shivering and the ship is really quite warm inside, it has to be the shock making me nervous. It's uncontrollable. I've passed a few couples and the odd person stumbling out of the bar, yet I smile and keep walking. Earlier, I didn't see a single person, but now they're piling out of bars and nightclubs I hadn't explored. I hope I don't look too distressed. I need to be on my own. I'm looking to turn the next corner where the ladies' toilets are and hide away. There must be cameras everywhere. I run inside, open the door, pull over the lock and sit down. I raise my hands to my face and I'm still shaking. The tears are streaming. I can hear the woman next door peeing, but I don't want to be heard crying, so I raise my arm to my face and cry into my sleeve. I keep patting my chest to calm myself down. It's what she wanted, I whisper. She would have done it anyway. Millie had already placed a foot on the railings, so she was definitely on her way. I know what it's like to feel pain, emotional upset when no one wants you. I'm feeling that way now. Even though I threw away my mobile, I bet no one has called me. What will I say when they review the footage and see me sitting down while Millie throws herself over the edge? I need to remain calm. I've grabbed handfuls of toilet paper to dry my eyes. The tears have stopped, and my thoughts are flooded with issues about Millie's identity. Whose purse was she carrying? Was it Sarah's? The receptionist said there was no one on the ship by Millie's name. I don't understand it, because I saw her with my own eyes. I spoke to her. She was there, clear as day. We had drinks. She helped me to my cabin. Now she's gone. Why can't they find her? And why did they want her bag? Something strange is going on. I need to get to Sarah. Why can't I remember what cabin number she's in? I have this urge to scream. I don't understand what's going on because the more I think about it, the more of a headache I get. None of this is making any sense. I'm ready to leave the toilets. I pull the flush, compose myself, and head out after checking that my eyes aren't too red. I should go back and break the news to Chantal. Could she keep my secret? I'm not too sure because it would give her something over me, and I'd hate that. I'd hate for her to have me over a barrel like that because she could manipulate me like she did my husband. I don't even want to go there with those thoughts. Cameron is my everything, and I've forgiven him for what he did, even if Chantal is still a work in progress. The ship seems empty again. A complete change from the sight I saw a few moments ago. Everyone must have been heading back to their cabins all at the same time. I see the elevators and walk to them like nothing has happened. I needed that little moment to myself to shake out the emotion from my system. I'm me again. Me that needed this holiday to discover myself. And I'm sure I'll find her. The elevator is empty except for the multiple reflections of myself in the mirrors all around me. I take a good, long, hard look at myself, and I'm doing well, considering everything that's happened today. I imagine that Sarah might be wondering where Millie is, but it's not my place to give it away and put myself in the spotlight for questioning. Sarah was more Millie's friend than I was. I barely knew her, really, but I think I'm over it now. I have to get that sight of her falling overboard out of my mind. This is my holiday, my new beginning. It's what she wanted. I'm on the right deck, I think. I stand in the centre after the elevator opens, and each side of the ship looks the same. I've lost my bearings, but thankfully the arrows with the direction of the cabin numbers point me in the right direction. There are mini maps of the ship's layout on every floor which I'm relying on. It's so easy to get lost. The cabin down the far end of the corridor seems like a mile away. There are plates left outside some cabin doors. Room service must have been, and I keep walking and walking while holding onto the handrail again because of the unsteadiness. It doesn't feel this wobbly downstairs. I'm stood outside the cabin. It's definitely mine. I know my own number, even if I do struggle to remember everything. I always seem to find my way home. I knock twice. No answer. I look at the couple a few doors up. The male has his shirt half tucked in and half out. His other half is sauntering. She's drunk. I see he helps her to the cabin door, and together they're fumbling around with the card, trying to get their door unlocked. They see me watching them, so I smile, nod, and look the other way. I knock 3 times, this time a little louder. Still, there's not a peep out of her. It's not like she's deaf, so the next time I give the door one heavy knock. My fist hurts, but the door remains shut. "Chantal!" I say, hoping she can hear me. "Chantal, open the door!" There's nothing but silence, and I look down at my hands. They've stopped shaking. What do I do if she doesn't answer? I knock again, so loud it must be waking up the neighbouring cabin. I hear a few coughs, a little movement, but it isn't from my cabin. "Chantal!" I shout. "I'm sorry! Open the fucking door!" I spot the delivery of room service to the couple who earlier stumbled back to their cabin. A smartly dressed man is holding a tray outside their door, waiting for them to answer. I can see a selection of sandwiches that remind me I've still not eaten, and I'm so hungry. I might see what I can order, if only I can get inside. I watch as he walks inside the cabin. Their door is left open. I have an idea and quickly step up to greet him when he returns. "Excuse me?" I ask, coming face to face with him and his empty tray. "Have you got a minute?"
"Sure, Mom," he replies. "How can I help you?"
"I'm locked out of my cabin, that one down there," I reply, pointing towards the cabin at the end of the corridor. "I don't have my card on me, I left it inside."
"What is your name?" he asks, and removes the radio that was strapped to his hip. "I can contact someone. Your cabin steward. Do you know their name? It's on a card?"
"I'm Grace Thomas. I don't remember his name. I only met him the once." "Do you not have a master key, maybe?"
"No, Mom," he replies. "Reception could help you if you wanted to see them." Going to reception was the last thing I wanted. I just came back from there, and I don't want to see them again after the earlier conversation. They're not helpful. "Hello, room service," he speaks down the radio. "I have Mrs. Thomas from cabin R208. She left her key card inside and can't get back." "Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right up," the male voice replies on the radio. "I'm only on the deck below. Let Mrs. Thomas know I'll be there as quick as I can." He smiles at me, as he knows I've heard every word. "I'll stand by the door and wait," I say. "Thank you for your help." The room service steward walks off with his tray in the opposite direction, as I head back to my cabin. I knock again, but there's no answer. Chantal must be in a heavy sleep, or she's left the cabin for some reason or another. I can only assume that she's left. Maybe she's gone looking for me. Heaven help her if she's popped down to reception. I'm not sure I can keep the news about Millie all to myself. It'll be better for me if she's gone out and stretched her legs so I don't blurt it all out. I stand outside the door and see the workman heading down in his blue overalls. He's short and stocky, but looks flustered and busy. I smile at him as he waves his hand, holding out a keycard. "So, you've gone and locked yourself out?" he asks, stating the obvious. "You're not the only one tonight. It's always the same on the first night. No beggar is used to carrying those little cards around with them." I laugh and watch as he puts in the card, pulls it out, and the small light near the handle flashes green to accept. He pushes the door open slightly, but doesn't go inside. "There you are," he says. "No bother." "I don't suppose you know about any missing suitcase, too?" I ask. "I've not had mine delivered today. Would you deal with that?" "Aye, sometimes we get a few go astray," he replies. "Usually they're all delivered by now, though. You're going to need to report it at reception." "Thanks, was just checking. I reported it earlier," I reply. "Hopefully it'll turn up soon. I'd hate to be spending the next 2 weeks in these clothes." I push the door open further, thank him before he leaves, and flick the light switch. I see the door card in the small slot on the wall, where it stays whilst I'm inside. Without it being there, none of the lights would switch on. I must remember to grab it next time. I hate having to bother people. "Chantal," I say out loud. "Are you here? Say something." I look at the empty bed. Everything is just as I had left it. The bathroom door is open, and I already spotted it was empty. "You're not here, are you?" I say. "You've gone and left me on my own again. You're getting good at doing that today. It's annoying now because I don't trust what you're getting up to." I sigh and take off my bag, leave it on the bed, and open the balcony doors. The wind is calmer than it was before, and the moon is the brightest I've ever seen. I guess that Chantal might have gone looking for me, needed a walk or something to eat. It's been the oddest day, but I need to talk to her about it in the morning. I'm still coming to terms with what I've witnessed. No, I would actually put money on it that she's throwing herself at some married man while his wife isn't watching. She's probably hanging around the casino, desperate for some attention.
I'm trying not to hate her because of our journey together. This is what I wanted. I want to get to know her and to understand why she did what she did to my husband. Oh, Millie, I whisper to the moon. What have you gone and done? Why then? Why now? Why me? My head is fucked as I look down over my balcony and the image of Millie throwing herself over repeats itself in my mind. This time I see her turning her head and smiling at me before she waves and jumps over. I'm seeing it in different ways now. It's like each flash of memory before she vanishes reassures me that she did this because it was her choice and what she wanted. Those words of encouragement I gave set her off on a journey of peace that she needed. Millie said she never felt wanted by anyone. Inside, she was suffering, and I'm thankful that she stopped me from doing the same thing earlier. I will make sure, when asked, everyone knows her story. I wish I could speak to Cameron and tell him everything that has happened today. He'd never believe it in a million years. I hope the kids are okay too. I miss them terribly because being here makes me realise how much I failed them as a mother again. All this time, following the car crash, I never thought about their needs, only my own. In the morning, Sarah is going to realise that Millie is missing, if she hasn't already. I'm prepared to tell anyone who asks me that I didn't see her jump. I'm going to have to look surprised if her body is recovered or found, maybe, by the time we get back to Southampton. I spot the room service card by the telephone. I have to get something to eat. I missed out on dinner and I missed out on the buffet thanks to Millie's suicidal actions. Those sandwiches they had a few doors up looked delicious, and I'm going to call in and order some of them. I wonder if I should order Chantel something ready for when she gets back. But it'll be too tempting not to lace them with something and watch her eat them. That thought makes me smile. If that was Chantel throwing herself off the balcony, I'd have been even less bothered. In fact, I wouldn't have even been shocked. I desperately need to get my hands on my medication. 13. Saturday, 28th of August, 2021. 3:30 p.m. Then. I was silent for most of the journey as I battled with the deception of my husband. I'd driven most of the way, and then Cameron took over after we stopped off for a bite to eat at a service station. I generally hate that sort of fast food, but the children were hungry, and they polished off their packed lunches not that far into the journey. "Is everything okay?" Cameron asked me as we approached the M5 motorway, presumably concerned about my quietness. I kept the route embedded in my mind, heading for Devon. "It's just that you seem quiet. The last time you were this quiet was when you found out you were having Emma." The difference 24 hours made, when all I wanted was a nice break away with my husband, spend some quality time with the children away from all the technology they seemed so engrossed in. Was some family time too much to ask for? He was fucking his secretary. I barely slept a wink the night before we travelled. I turned over and watched him snoring in bed, and I wanted to smash his face in. Not just for putting me through the torment, but I keep doubting myself. Maybe there were other motives for the perfume receipt. Perhaps he was going to surprise me with it on our trip away. I thought maybe I was overreacting, because I can overthink things. Even I admit I can be the jealous type, but I accepted that if he and Chantel were all over each other, our marriage would be over. That thought made me sick to my stomach. But if they were, then I needed more proof than a receipt and a phone number. "I didn't sleep well," I replied. "You know, a few things on my mind. You know what I'm like. I had this idea to maybe branch out more in some vlogs. I need to keep thinking about ways to increase my follower count. I'm trying to switch off." Cameron smiled. He put his fingers through my hair and looked at me. "You're so beautiful,"
he said. "I love you." It wasn't like him to be so loving. I was sure he was guilty of something. I wasn't swayed by the love you because it was another example where my work didn't matter. He never saw my blogging and influencer work as a real job. There had been a time he called it my pocket money. I was raking in thousands because real people in their droves were following my advice. Companies flocked to me by email, and I'm good at marketing myself. There were also offers of television appearances, but I turned them down. I didn't want to peak too soon because I was in this business for the long game. I was more interested in creating a book of original ideas and environmentally friendly cleaning concepts. I had this vision to make a recipe book for natural, homemade cleaning products that could tackle every room in the house in different ways. I wanted to make cleaning fun for everyone. "I love you too, babe," I replied, turning to him to smile. Thinking if it wasn't for the children in the car, I'd have pulled over and had it out with him. Convinced at this moment he felt guilty and had tried to manipulate my thoughts to convince me I had a husband who actually cared about me. In fact, it had been a whole 3 hours since he mentioned Chantel's name, and how great she fucking was at organising his diary. "Who's that?" I asked, when turned from me to glance at his phone. "Is that Chantel? Again?" "Yeah, she's checking I'm okay for this meeting on Tuesday." He stumbles with his words. "It's, been changed. Something to do with acquisitions of a client and they want their terms changed. I might need to get my legal support team on board with it." I never understood what he did. He knew I could never grasp it, but I don't usually ask. He does take a keen interest in my work, but anything cleaning bores him, so I try to make it sound interesting. He always wished me luck and seemed surprised when I got my influencer deals in. I knew he had lied to me. I could read him like a book. I knew he was texting her, and in my mind, I bet it was all about the perfume. I hoped she'd fucking drowned in it. With the children in the back of the car, I was proud of myself for holding it all together. I kept looking at their faces and reminding myself what sort of life they'd have without their father in it. It's not like I wanted to get divorced. I was more interested in knowing why. Why was he sleeping with her? What did she have that I didn't? Getting to Nos Mayo didn't take all that long. It was just over 3 hours from the motorway, and once we hit Devon, it wasn't much past the A38. The sun was shining, and there hadn't been a single traffic incident all the way down. When he took over the driving from me at the halfway point in our trip at the service station, I sat back in the passenger seat and closed my eyes. I made him believe that I was so tired I needed to rest, but I was awake, only with my eyes closed. I didn't want to look at him. I didn't want to speak to him, and I already felt our break was ruined before it had even started. I hadn't managed to get into his work laptop, but my next mission was to get my hands on that phone of his. I opened my eyes, checked on Jack and Emma in the back, and then went for it. "Can I have your phone a second?" I asked, smiling as he was driving. "My battery has died on mine. I need to check my Instagram." "There's you wanting this trip to be free of work, and you ask that kind of question," he laughed. "I can't. It's in my pocket and it needs my face to unlock it. I'm driving and it's too awkward right now." I was convinced he was hiding her conversations from me. It was blindingly obvious. I started shaking a little with the realization my husband was having an affair. I talked myself out of it all night, convincing myself that I didn't know the full facts, and there he was, acting all coy and making excuses. It was difficult to take the phone out of his pocket. "I can grab it," I said, leaning over, but my seatbelt was making it complicated. "Do you want to pull over? That would help." "No! I just want to get us there in one piece,"
he snapped. "Open the glove compartment. I'm sure there's a car charging cable in there. I normally keep one safe for work. Anything I might need on my way to London I always keep in there. It's like my own little filing cabinet in one tiny little compartment." For texting that bitch, I bet. I looked in the rear-view mirror and made eye contact with Jack, who played on his handheld gaming console. He smiled at me. A small reminder of how much I love my children. The 1-second glance brought me back down to earth. I had to get my facts straight, because if Cameron was having an affair, it could destroy not just my own life, but theirs too. I needed to do this smartly. I opened the compartment and the wire was there. I had no choice now but to plug it in and use my own phone. I played the lovely, unsuspecting wife, and Cameron hadn't realised he had given me all the information I needed. I saw the notebook, saw the pens, and saw the batches of post-it notes and old packets of chewing gum. The notebook was old, but this was where he was likely to keep his passwords. For our household bank accounts, everything was usually on the last page of a notebook in the kitchen drawer. Random scrawls on the back cardboard as his go-to place for reference. I didn't touch the notebook, but I knew already that it would hold the password I needed if this was his work one. I intended to wait until he was in bed or out with the children somewhere. "I bet you brought your work laptop, didn't you?" I asked. "I'm sure Chantal could manage without you. I thought that's what her job was, to make your life easier." "You know me too well," he laughed. "I couldn't help myself. It's in the boot, but I promise it's only there to check emails an hour or so now and then. I'm not going to be working properly." We reached the cottage about 2:30, and it was glorious. The sun was shining. The scenery was picturesque and so tranquil. Nos Mayo was a quaint little village in the South Hams. There wasn't much there, but that was the point. It was a cottage next to the estuary as well as a base, so we could take day trips over the weekend. We weren't here long, but it was long enough after the year we had in lockdown. A staycation was just what we needed, since travelling abroad was too much hassle. In the back of my mind was his work laptop, notebook, and all I needed was half an hour. I'd surely be able to achieve on Saturday what I hadn't managed to do the day before. After we had unpacked the car, the children went upstairs and fought over their choice of bedrooms. I knew they'd argue, because after Cameron and I had the master bedroom, it left one large bedroom with an ensuite and a much smaller room. I let them argue it out, but Cameron intervened and let Emma have the larger room, because his point was that she had the smaller room in our own home all the time, so this was a treat. Jack got a bit sulky, but I had an idea to get them all out the house. "Why don't you explore the village with Jack and Emma for an hour or so and let me get this place cleaned up?" I said. "I know it's clean, but it's not clean enough to my standards, and I don't want us catching anything. It's usually light switches and TV remotes that cleaners forget to touch. It'll be good to sweep through the place on my own."
"Can we go find the local shop?"
Jack asked.
"We need to get some food in, don't we? Can we get some biscuits?"
"Here's some money," I replied, handing the children a $5 each. "Go and treat yourselves and be good for your father." Cameron took off his sweater and replaced it with a T-shirt due to the warmer weather. The afternoon sun was scorching. "Come on then, kids," he demanded. "Let's give your mother some space. By the time we get back, it'll be smelling of lemons and vinegar." They made a few jokes, and I laughed and joined along, watching and waiting eagerly for him to hurry up and leave the cottage. I wasn't interested in the cleaning, because I was desperate to get my hands on that laptop. I knew it was upstairs in the bedroom in his laptop case. I'd watched him bring it in from the car. I waited 5 minutes after they left and kept an eye of them walking up the road and further into the village from the living room window. The car keys were on the windowsill. so I grabbed them and went outside. I opened the passenger side door and grabbed the notebook from the compartment. I went straight to the back page, and there it was, written in bold black ink, the password I needed. I placed the notebook back and kept reminding myself what the password was, over and over in my head, so I wouldn't forget it by the time I got up the stairs into the bedroom. I was so charged on my emotions because I had very little time, but the laptop was there and I loaded it up. It was nothing new and fancy, but it was chugging along as it booted, and every second felt like a minute. If Cameron caught me, I could make up any old story, but when it asked for a password, it worked. I kicked into action in an instant, loading up his email software, hoping it didn't need yet another password. I didn't see anything else written in the notebook, so I was confident it would be fine. And it was. There were so many emails, literally hundreds, and none of them made sense to me. It was all his business dealings, and I never got much involved. I should have taken more of an interest to understand it, but it's his business. I was the one who took care of all our home finances and shared the responsibility of payments. This was like a whole new language to me. To filter what I needed, I searched by Chantel's name, and all the emails then separated into a list of one surprise after another. I was fixated on them. The count showed more than 500. I used my phone to take a photograph of the screen, knowing that I could choose to zoom in on all the subject titles later on, when Cameron wasn't looking. I opened the most recent email, and my eyes widened. I could literally feel my jaw drop. My eyes scanned it twice. "I warned you," it read. I kept reading. "I'm trying not to think about ending it all. I might need you this weekend." These weren't the emails I was expecting. I couldn't see any direct evidence of an affair, but it read more like emotional blackmail. All the emails thanking him from the chats, the help and support, being there for her. I couldn't see anything that linked in with what her job description was. Why didn't he mention this to me? His replies were about remaining calm and that it was only for a few days. He talked to her more like he was a support worker, but mentioned that he didn't have any choice. He spoke about going on our family trip as though it was an inconvenience. That hurt me. I read another email, and it made me feel physically sick. "I almost thought about ending it all, but your words stuck in my mind. Don't let them in. Those thoughts that keep you awake. I spent all night cleaning, but that's my OCD. Then I saw the knife. I thought about slitting my wrists. Thanks to you, I'm saved. You saved me, and I don't know how to thank you." I was afraid of what I'd read. I so desperately wanted to confront Cameron, but now was not the time. I needed to find ways to make the conversations we had about her focus on this content without making it obvious I knew. There were other emails I didn't have the chance to read, but again, I snapped pictures of the content because I could zoom in on my phone later. For the next 5 minutes, I opened the emails, took a picture, closed the emails, and repeated it. What the fuck was going on? 14. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 8 a.m. Now. I've been staring at the wall for hours, while the plate of sandwiches still sits on the plate beside me, on the bed. The edges of the bread, now stale and hard. I've barely eaten because I keep imagining Millie falling into the freezing cold sea. What if she regretted it and was relying on me to call for help? I have visions of her waving her arms, swirling about in the rough waves before she was pulled under to her death. Another thought I had was about the impact. Would it be a high enough fall to knock her out, or outright kill her when she hit the water? What if I hadn't been there? Would she have done it anyway? Or would she have still been alive this morning? How is Sarah? What will I tell her? Chantel's plate hasn't been touched either. She didn't come back last night, and in a way, that's good for me. I'm not ready for her anger, constant questioning, and how she tells me to do things. I don't know where she's gone. I don't even care anymore due to the tiredness. But I'm going to have to tell her about Millie when she comes back. This is too big to keep to myself. I'm sure I can trust her. I tried relaxing by putting on the cabin television, but all that's on is ship news, excursions, sales channels, and a handful of radio stations. I've left it on a channel showing a live map of where we are at sea. Currently, we are heading towards the Bay of Biscay, but outside it could be anywhere. The view is nothing except the ocean surrounding me. I have the curtains pulled back, but it's too cold out there to keep the door open. The skies are grey and my mood flat. I'm worried. Constantly, I'm thinking about the video footage the crew might find when they look back. I can't remember everything in full detail now because my fear has clouded my memory of it. All I think about is if they somehow see or hear my words, the moment when I told her to jump. I should feel guilty, but I don't. I don't even know why I said it, but in that moment, between us, I thought I was helping her. I was nervous and excited at the same time. That's definitely not an excuse I can give if I'm questioned. I will still maintain I didn't see her jump. I didn't physically touch her, so I should get away with my story of events. I'm desperate to call Cameron and check on the kids. I don't know my own number. How fucking silly does that sound? The 2 knocks on the door startle me. They're here to question me, aren't they? They're going to interrogate me until I confess that I encouraged Millie to jump. I as good as killed her with my own bare hands. The knock at least breaks my glare from the TV. I've watched the ship as a small dot in the ocean move through the night. There are 2 more knocks. "I'm coming, just a minute," I shout. I look around the room. It's a mess. I catch my reflection in the mirror, and I look a mess too. "I'll be right with you." I open the door, expecting to see security guards, ship policemen, if they even have such a thing on board. It's the cabin steward. "Good morning," he says, and I look at his name badge to remind myself of his name. "Will you require any fresh towels today?" "Morning, Arnav," I reply. "No, I've not even had a shower yet. I still haven't received my suitcase. Do you know what's happening with that? Shouldn't it be here by now?" Arnav appeared concerned. He shook his head. "Mom, is everything all right?" he asked. I wondered what he knew already. "May I come inside and talk to you?" I pulled the door open further to let him in. He walked past me and stood beside the bed. I closed the door behind him and sat down on the chair by the vanity desk. "I don't even know where to begin," I say, shaking my head. "This could have been the holiday of a lifetime, but it's such a bad start." Arnav stood there. He remained silent. "My case hasn't arrived. I lost my phone charger, my medication, my friend Chantel keeps disappearing on me, Millie's missing, and I have no clothes," I continue. "I barely slept a wink, and the woman on reception was not helpful. I'm not having the best of times. I'm desperate to call my husband and children." "You can dial out on the telephone beside you," Arnav explains. "It costs a lot more money, ship to land, but—" "I don't remember my numbers," I rudely interrupt, like I hadn't thought about that already. "I threw my mobile phone out in the water." His face looks surprised. I can see him thinking to himself. "Reception can help you fill in forms about your lost luggage, and you might get compensation as an onboard credit. They also have your telephone numbers from when you booked your cruise. You would have to put emergency contact. Did you put your husband's name?"
My mouth drops. I hadn't even thought of that. Of course! I would have had to have given medical and emergency details in the booking process. Why didn't I remember? I have no idea about your friend, he continues and laughs. Is she staying in another cabin nearby? No, she's staying here in this one with me, I reply. He should know that already. Chantel Harrison, you met her yesterday when you came and introduced yourself? He stands there, silent, waiting for me to explain myself, no doubt. Have you forgotten? I ask. I bet you're in so many cabins, though, aren't you? I'm in so many. I have 15 of my own to manage, he replies. I don't remember seeing her. I don't recall it. I try not to get frustrated because Chantel is known for her issues. Maybe she was in the bathroom when he came round. It's not worth having an argument. I'll try reception then about my case, I say to get rid of him. He's helping me, but the more I talk, the more frustrated I'm getting. Thank you. I haven't even browsed the shops here. We're in Vigo tomorrow morning, he replies. I hope you have a lovely day. Lovely day? He doesn't know the half of it. Arnav leaves the room and I close the door behind him. I'm in that state of mind where I'm tired, but I don't feel tired enough to fall asleep. Those niggles on my mind are keeping me up, and I don't think I'll let it go until I have answers. I sit myself down again on the chair, look out of the window and hold the phone to my ear. I'm calling reception. It takes a few rings, but eventually I'm put through. I don't recognise the voice, and I'm pleased it's not anyone I spoke to yesterday. My case isn't as important as calling my husband. I need that number. I wish I could go home and rewrite history. I'd start all over again and do things so differently. I wouldn't have travelled to Devon. I wouldn't have stopped at the pub. And I wouldn't have had the accident. I'm calling about the emergency contact you have on file for my booking. I'm Grace Thomas, cabin number... Let me think, I say, then I'm abruptly interrupted. It's okay, Mrs. Thomas. Your phone tells me which cabin you're in when you dial through. It's automated, the male voice replies from reception. Can you confirm for me the name of your contact, and I can match it on our system? Thank you. Cameron Thomas, my husband, I reply. I really need to speak to my husband. I've lost my mobile telephone and my suitcase still hasn't arrived, but that's another matter. I can deal with that later. I should keep a little address book on me like my parents did in the Dark Ages. They never lost anyone's number. I spot the pen and paper beside the telephone and write down the number I've been given. I don't remember it. It doesn't seem to resonate with me. I stare at the number on the paper, and I should know this. Why don't I know it or recognise it? Thank you, I reply, before putting down the telephone. That's great. You're a star. I sit here nervously twiddling my thumbs. How will I tell my husband and children that I might get embroiled in a police investigation over the death of Millie? Why don't I feel any remorse? What the fuck is wrong with me? I get frustrated at my own thoughts. I go round in circles until my mind tells me what I want to know. There's something wrong with me. If my case were here, I could take my tablets. Maybe it's that. Since the accident, I'm more selfish, more closed off to other people's emotions. I don't even know who I am anymore. Cameron must be going out of his mind, wondering why I've not texted him. I dial in the number, regardless of the cost, and anxiously wait for him to answer. "Hello?" he says on answering. His voice is so soothing and comforting. I needed to hear him speak. I have so much I need to get off my chest. That deep, masculine tone warms my heart. "Hello, who's there?" "Cameron. So lovely to hear your voice. I can't begin to tell you what's happened. I've lost my phone, but I can't find my case either. How are you and the children?"
I know I'm talking fast. I can hear his breathing down the phone. He sounds frustrated. I miss you. I honestly wish I had stayed home.
I'm sorry. Who did you say you were again? He asks.
I bolt upright, flick my hair and push the phone closer to my mouth in case he didn't hear me.
I didn't catch your name.
Cam, it's Grace, I reply firmly. It's your wife. Don't you recognise me? In the background I can hear the children. I can hear both Jack and Emma talking clearly to each other. Can you hear me now? Maybe the ship's line is a bad connection. There's nothing but silence. I can hear the children and then a female voice. Darling, who is that? She asks in the background. Jack, Emma, stop bickering for a minute. I don't recognise her voice. Who is this woman talking to my children? Why is this woman in my house and asking my husband questions? Who the actual fuck is she?
I think you must have the wrong number, Cameron says. Have a good day.
No, stop, I shout. So loud, I'm sure I'll be heard in the neighbouring cabins. Stop! Listen, those are my children. Jack and Emma, you said their names. What's going on? Who is that woman?
I don't recognise your voice. I don't know who you are or what sick game you're playing at, but please, leave us in peace, he says.
My heart sinks. My eyes water, and my whole body freezes in shock.
Whatever it is, we aren't interested.
I can faintly hear Jack and Emma shouting in the background. You're having an affair, aren't you? I knew it! I knew it! I screech in a state of rage. You waited for me to leave and then you've moved her in. Those are my children. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Who is she? The phone line goes dead. I try to redial, but the line is busy, and there's no answer when I repeatedly call again and again. My heart rate must be through the roof. I'm fuming. He must have taken the phone off the hook. I'm shaking and feel physically sick. I don't even know what's going on anymore or why this is happening. How can he treat me this way? No wonder he didn't call me when I was on the coach. I bet he was glad to get rid of me. All I want to do now is go back home and get my children. I didn't recognise the female voice, but she sounded a little older than me. What is she doing in the house? And why are the kids even listening to her? Have they met before? Does everyone know about her? Oh, Chantel, where the fuck are you? Maybe she'll have some answers, since she knows how his mind works too. I believed Chantel when she said it wasn't sexual. I was in a very dark place, she said. He happened to be the only one who'd listened to me. He was kind. I believed her. How fucking stupid of me. Everyone is treating me like I'm some kind of fool. I stand looking out of the balcony at the dark grey clouds with the swell of the waves in the distance as I contemplate my next steps. I should get off at Vigo in the morning and take the next flight home. I should be having the time of my life exploring the ship. I should be doing lots of things and blogging about my experiences, or at least taking notes and photographs. I have nothing so far to show anyone other than the misery and torment that is unfolding. I can barely keep my eyes open, but now the adrenaline is firing me on all cylinders. I've got to find my suitcase. 15. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 8:30 a.m. Now. There's a knock at the door again, but this time louder and stronger. My heart is racing as my nerves are kicking into action. I take a deep breath, then release it slowly. My thoughts are flooded with thoughts of my husband, the children, and I can't make sense of what's going on. I'm tired as hell, and all I want right now is my missing suitcase. I'm desperately in need of some clean, fresh clothes. I'm coming, I say. All the same, if I was in bed, I've barely had any sleep as it is. I open the door and there she is, Sarah. She's crying, and beside her is a security guard. He stands over 6 feet tall, stern and gym-built with a bald head and beard. He seems very official, showing no expression as he stares right through me with his dark eyes. Sarah looks unsightly with the state of her hair, the redness of her cheeks. She's been crying for some time. She's shaking, too. I notice how her hands can't keep still. She must know the news by now about Millie. I'm relieved that whatever they might have seen on a recording wouldn't have shown me pushing her over the edge. It was Millie's decision to make. "Is everything okay?" I ask, although clearly I can see she's in distress. "What's the matter? Are you all right, hun? Did they find Millie? I took her handbag to the reception desk last night after she had a smoke. I thought she went for a coffee or to buy cigarettes, but she didn't come back." "May we come inside, please?" the security officer asks. Sarah lowers her head and continues to sob. "It's a sensitive matter, and you might be able to tell us more information if we come inside the cabin." Yes, of course," I say, placing my hand on my chest and appearing to look mortified, like I have no idea what's going on. "This doesn't sound good. I can try, I guess. I don't know how I can help, to be honest. I already told the receptionist last night what I knew, and I've not slept all night thinking about it." They both come inside as I open the door further. Sarah sits down at the end of my unmade bed. The covers are pulled back, and I can see the sandwich crumbs scattered in places. I'm a little embarrassed, and I hope she doesn't notice. I meant to be a cleaning queen, but if I pull the covers back, I'll draw attention to the mess. "My friend, she's missing," Sarah says, unable to look me in the eye. She's gulping with each sob. "They said that you were the last to talk to her. They told me that you didn't see anything, but no one could tell me what conversations had taken place." "Mrs. Thomas, I tried to leave this as a security matter, but," the security guard said before I had a chance to reply. "I said we haven't even asked for a statement from you yet ourselves. We were hoping to call you into our office later this morning, but she persisted we speak to you now." I stand there, still and silent. I stare at the security guard, and I maintain a look of shock and confusion. "I don't know what you mean," I reply. I glance at Sarah. I then turn to look at the security guard. "I didn't see anything. She just vanished, leaving me with her handbag. I waited for ages, but she didn't come back. Have you found her?" "No," Sarah snaps. "She jumped overboard. I don't even know if she could survive such a fall like that. It's so cold and dangerous. I don't understand why." I gasp in horror, taking a step backwards, and I'm shaking my head. I open my mouth to appear surprised and concerned. I feel myself frown as I immediately make myself to appear clueless. "What?" I reply. "How? When? I don't get it. I was right next to her. I turned my head for a minute and she went around the corner, didn't she? It was the corner, not over the edge. I'd have seen that if she did. I know I would have." Sarah stands up from the bed. She walks closer to me, and her mannerisms are now stern. "What did you both talk about before she jumped? I saw the video with my own eyes. You talked to her. She was talking back to you. You sat down, and then she jumped. Did she tell you she was going to do it?" "I'm so sorry, really I am, but I didn't see it. She didn't say anything about wanting to kill herself. I'd have told someone," I reply, taking another step back, feeling overwhelmed by her change of attitude. "Millie said something about breaking up with her boyfriend. She was pissed off. I'd seen her smoking and then thought she'd gone for cigarettes. That's all I know." "The cameras on ship managed to capture the female you are calling Millie jump overboard last night," the security guard says. "The surveillance shows that you were talking to her. You look away, and then she jumped. It was in the space of a very short time. We have alerted all the authorities and the Coast Guard, but unfortunately, we are not aware of any smaller ships or boats that might have picked her up. No body has been found either." "Is Millie dead?" I ask, then repeat to myself slower, is she dead? Sarah throws her hands to her face. I feel saddened by the sight of her torment. The more I look at her, the more I take in all her emotions, the shivering movement of her body, the shaking of her head. Then I focus on her breathing and how she's struggling to catch her breath. This view is mesmerizing, and all the while I keep wondering if that is how I should look and react. I'm meant to have been her friend, so why don't I feel that emotional? She's dead, isn't she? I say again, watching Sarah's reaction. Dead. This time her emotions intensify. Unable to stand, she falls to her knees on the floor. I stand over her and watch. I recognise how I'm feeling myself now. It's the same kind of weird pleasure I felt when Millie threw herself over the bars. I feel like I'm helping her. I'm telling her things that she wants to hear, to reassure her that Millie made this choice herself, and neither of us could stop her. I had no idea that she was suicidal. How awful, I reply. To want to kill yourself because of whatever is going on in your life. I mean, to have that feeling that it isn't worth living anymore. That's so awful. I look up at the security guard. Our eyes make contact and he still seems unfazed in his stern manner. Kevin. He dumped her by sending her a text message, I say, to add clarity to our conversation last night. I remember now. She had a boyfriend called Kevin and she couldn't get hold of him. It's all a bit of a blur, but she said she had no one, not one friend who could talk to her. She felt alone. I said she could talk to me, but she vanished. At least now we know what really happened. Sarah sobs uncontrollably on the floor as she listens to my confession. I thought it might have been something to do with Kevin. I fucking knew it, Sarah says in between rubbing her eyes. Makeup is running all down her face. She thought he was the one. She was smitten. He treated her like shit. I told her he was no good for her. I'd given the reason, and I watched as the security guard wrote it down on a small notepad he took from his pocket. None of this was my fault if Millie couldn't talk to Sarah. I need to know one more thing, Sarah says, standing up now and adjusting her clothing. She's wearing a white shirt and a pair of dark denim jeans, while I don't have any change of clothing. My case must be well and truly lost. I remember the forms I need to fill in at reception desk that I'd better get done today. Why are you calling my friend Millie? Sarah, what do you mean? I say in utter disbelief. We've been friends for years, haven't we? We were in the same circle, and then Chantel joined our little clique. I'm calling her Millie because that's her name. Millie? Sarah looks at the security guard. I catch the look in his eyes before he looks at me again. I shrug my shoulders. I don't understand why she asked me. She knows full well what she's called. How long have you all known each other? The security guard asks. I didn't realise that you were all friends. We don't have her name in our records as Millie. That was really strange. I remember the receptionist saying the same thing, but I put this down to a computer error or a mistake. It had to be some kind of mistake. Something's not right here. You're making some sense, but you're not all that clear, Sarah said. She's my best friend from school. I've known her my whole life, and her name is Gemma Wills. I'm not called Sarah either. I don't know why you would think that. My name is Kerry Smith. I told you that yesterday. I see the security guard staring at me. He looks as confused as I do now. No, that's not true, I reply, shaking my head. Sarah, what's going on? I'm looking at her in complete disbelief. There has to be some kind of conspiracy here. Millie killed herself. Sarah is confused in her grief, maybe. I don't understand it. Sarah, I say again, this is me you're talking to. Grace. You must remember how it was you that got me into blogging. What about Cameron, too? Do you remember my husband?
Sarah shakes her head. "I don't know you at all," she says. "I only met you yesterday at the sail away party. Gemma and I thought you needed some company because you seemed upset about something. But we've never met in our lives. I'm not your friend." I looked at the security guard, who seems concerned. "It's not true," I reply, this time raising my voice. "Sarah, I'm not sure what you're playing at. Are you all in this together? Is this some kind of sick joke?" Sarah huffs and turns away from me. I watch as she stands next to the security guard. "I don't know what the actual fuck is going on here," she snaps. "I don't have the faintest idea who you are, what you do, where you're going. Security has seen my identification, and my missing friend is Gemma Wills. Her name is not Millie." "That's correct," says the security guard, nodding. "We have her belongings and her identification, and I can confirm she is a missing person named Gemma Wills." My eyes nearly fall out of their sockets. What are they saying to me? This can't be true. For the next few seconds, I can barely feel myself breathe. My legs start to give way underneath me, and I hold onto the back of the chair before turning it towards me and sitting on it. I catch a glance of myself in the mirror with not a clue what to say next. They've planned all this, haven't they? They all knew I'd booked this cruise, that it was meant to be the holiday of a lifetime. Millie and Sarah ignore me, my husband doesn't call me, everyone around me is pretending they don't know me, and my suitcase is God knows where. They're trying to destroy me. "It's Chantal, isn't it?" I say out loud. "You've been talking to her about me, haven't you? You planned all of this. It's a bit funny how she disappears and then you turn up. Is she in your cabin? Did she tell you about our falling out?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Sarah says. To me, she will always be Sarah. "I only came here to find out if Gemma told you anything that could help me understand why she did it. You mentioned Kevin, and that's the only thing that makes sense to me. I know that Kevin ended their relationship. I know she's been through some tough shit lately, but I feel bad enough that I wasn't there for her. If only she'd come to me, I might have saved her. I have no idea who Chantal is either." "Sarah, I still can't get over how you're just pushing me away like this," I reply. "We were friends for years. Solid. We met up for drinks yesterday and we chatted about what a great holiday we were going to have together. I can't deal with this right now. I'm in shock over how my absolute best mate could do such a thing. I don't need this," Sarah replies. "I've got to get out of here. Complete fucking weirdo." Sarah storms out of my cabin. She didn't even look at me before she left. "Mrs. Thomas, are you okay?" the security guard asks. "I'm not sure what's going on here and who knows who, but I still need you to complete a formal statement of what happened. Your comments so far have proved useful." I'm not saying another word. The confusion is hurting my brain. This headache is pounding, which I put down to the stress. I should get some sleep. "I'll be in touch," says the security guard before he walks out, closing the door behind him. I look at myself in the mirror, seated in the chair. I look straight into my own eyes that stare back at me. Emotionless, powerless, confused and in shock. There must be a ringleader in all of this. Maybe it's Sarah, or maybe Millie had planned to kill herself all along. My husband ignoring me at home with the kids. They're all coming for me, aren't they? I'm next. I'm not letting them get to me. I survived that accident, and now they're all gunning for me. I'm stronger than they realise. They won't win. 16. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 10:30 a.m. Now. I've called my husband 3 times, but still, there's no answer. I need to talk to my children. I haven't heard their voices in days, and I miss them. I can't remember the last conversation I had with them. I think about it over and over, but my mind draws a blank. I'm worried more about them than I am for myself. I need to let them know their mother is safe and well. They must be missing me,
and wondering what lovely presents I'll bring home for them. I'm angry, too, because I want to have it out with Cameron about Sarah, Millie and Chantelle. I'm convinced that he's set me up because when I think back about his behaviour, I'm beginning to believe that he hated me. He encouraged me to have this holiday, and now all I believe is that he conspired with my friends to get me out of the way. Are they even my friends at all? Is this some kind of sick joke? Now I'm beginning to wonder if Millie is even dead. Did she plan this with Sarah? How is everyone involved in fucking up my holiday, possibly even my whole life? Cameron used to shout at me about how stressed he was starting a company from scratch with his friend, the expansion and a new office. I don't remember every little detail since the car crash, but I remember how cold he can be towards me. Cameron is too business-minded that sometimes he can forget the needs of his own family. I had a shower about 30 minutes ago. I then slipped back into the same clothes I travelled in yesterday morning. I feel cleaner and more awake, even if my clothes aren't great. I have to visit some shops on the ship and see if they have anything I can buy to wear that isn't overly expensive. If I can get some cruise credit as compensation for my missing suitcase, that would really help. The thought of having to speak to someone about it is daunting. My belongings should have been here. I hate being awkward. I hate confrontation. I'd rather things were done correctly. I've tried calling again, but no answer. Cameron must be at work. Sundays are meant to be his day of rest, but he always used to work in the mornings to make things easier for the next day. It's not like he even really knew Millie, so he wouldn't be upset by her loss. Then again, she might have survived that fall and some random boat picked her up at sea. I don't even know if she can swim. If I don't clear all my emails on Sunday, I only start the week off with hundreds of questions, Cameron once said. I shouldn't, but it's not like we go anywhere or do anything on Sundays. I give it one last try for the morning before I have to make a move to reception. It's ringing. I'm about to hang up on the 4th ring. Then there's an answer. Hello? Cameron, are you there? I say with enthusiasm. Cameron, is that you? Speak to me. Can you hear me?
Hello? Who is this?
I hear as a reply, softly spoken and almost a whisper.
Dad's not here.
Hearing his little voice melts my heart. I become overwhelmed with emotion. I want to reach out and touch him, but I'm about 1,000 miles away from home. Jack, my little boy, I reply, holding back the tears. Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. It's Jack, he says. I can't hear you properly. You need to speak up because it's all crackly like a radio. There's a delay when you speak.
Darling, it's Mum, I reply, talking slower. I miss you so much. I hope you and Emma are both okay. It feels like I haven't seen you in years. The line must be bad because of the ship's signal. It's so nice to hear your voice.
Mum?
He asks.
Is that really you?
It sure is, my little boy, I say. I can't hold back the tears. I picture his little face. I miss you and I love you. Is Emma nearby so I can say hello? I can hear Jack crying. He doesn't say anything more. I'm desperate to speak to Emma because she's older, a teenager, and is likely to tell me what's been going on there while I've been away.
But Mum, I thought,
he says, and then another voice comes in. Jack, who are you on the phone with? It shouts in the background. I thought I told you to get to your room. He was forceful and aggressive. I don't like hearing him speak to my son this way. I've never heard Cameron speak with such force to his own children. It's as though he doesn't want them near me. It's out of character. Jack, are you still there? I shout down the phone. Jack, talk to me. Jack, or Emma, can anyone hear me? I know Jack has left when I hear nothing but the heavy breathing on the line. I listen carefully. Who are you? He says loud and clear. What have you said to him? Cameron, Calm down, it's okay. I only wanted a minute to tell him how much I miss him and Emma, I reply. Is Emma there? I want to speak with my little girl.
Whoever the fuck you are, and whatever the fuck you're doing, he shouts. Stop it now, you sick fuck. We've all had enough, and leave us in peace. I will call the police.
I can hear Jack sobbing in the background. I feel helpless and lost, while confused about what's going on. I'm trying to build a picture in my mind of all the reasons why he's rejecting me, why they're all rejecting me. What's going on? I ask calmly. Why aren't you letting me talk to my own children? Our children? Jack's upset. I can hear him in the background. What have you told them?
That their mother is dead, he replies with an aggressive tone. She's dead.
What? I snap. Why? What the hell is happening? Why are you telling them these lies about me?
I'm going to unplug the line. You're not going to be able to call again. Please leave us alone.
Then the line is silent. He's hung up, and I'm sat here, once again, looking at myself in the mirror, sat on the chair by the vanity unit, and in utter disbelief. I drop the phone and almost pass out. I want to scream and shout, but the shock hits me like a ton of bricks. My muscles tense, and I cough, trying to breathe. I'm heavy breathing now and shaking with anxiety. I look at my bag and want my tablets. I've not many left, but I take 2 and swallow them back with a can of Diet Coke from the mini fridge. What could I have done to deserve this? To be encouraged to go on this cruise and then to be disregarded by my friends and now my husband? I need to get back home and fix this mess, to see my kids and work out why they're all doing this to me. What a disgusting and cruel act to tell them their mother is dead. When I think about my moment of weakness, at that time when I contemplated throwing myself overboard or swallowing all the tablets, I'm so glad I didn't. I'm going to survive this for my children. I should never have left. This holiday was to put the past behind me and be strong, I say to myself. Strong. They won't break me. I'm living in some kind of surreal nightmare. My thoughts are wild and savage with the idea that Cameron could be thinking of selling the home, moving away and taking the kids with him. I wonder about the what-ifs. What if he moves away and all the time the kids think their mother is dead? What if I can never find them? I'm crying so hard and loud I can taste my own tears as they run over my lips. I grab a tissue to dry my eyes and head out onto the balcony. I need a cold, sharp burst of fresh air to gather my thoughts. I'm accepting that something is going on, something entirely out of my control, and I might have to ride it out. I might have to play the game if I'm going to get through this journey. I look out at sea, and there is nothing for miles on end. I'm alone here, in what is essentially a floating hotel. The sky is dark and grey. The wind is howling, and I think about Millie again. She must be dead. I'm fixated on the ocean and the movement of the waves. The sea swells, shift backwards and forwards with force, and I look over the balcony, but I feel sick thinking about it. Sick to my stomach that the water could consume her that quickly. Would she sink or float? I have no idea what would happen, but I can understand the deepest dark thoughts you can have that might make you want to end it all. I nearly went in there myself. The only difference between us is that I have children and realise that they need me. Their father is trying to steal them from me, and they're all in on it. I have all the food I can eat, but I'm not hungry. All the shows I could attend day and night, but I'm not interested. More than 3,000 people on board, but I feel isolated. I'm trapped here, and it feels like everything is against me right now. I don't really know what to do or say, but to get through the next 2 weeks, I'm going to need to do something. I have no clothes, no friends, and then I realised that if I logged onto the ship's computer, I could log into my social media accounts. I think about this for a moment. There's bound to be an internet cafe or a library on this ship. I don't remember my passwords. It's all tied to my email account, and I don't even know the password to that either. I save all my passwords automatically as prompted by my browser. I can try to remember them, but I'm not sure. They're all different, and I wish so bad that I had my mobile phone. But then it would have been fucking pointless anyway. I'm stuck. If I could remember their phone number, it would help, as I need to call my mother and father and ask them to get Jack and Emma before Cameron takes them away. I should call the police too, but I feel 1,000,000 miles away, and would they even take me seriously? The kids are with their own father while their mother is on holiday. No one's going to listen to me, are they? No one will believe me.
Are you okay up there?
The female voice asks. I've no idea where she is.
Is everything good?
I look around but see no one. I realise she said up there, so I look over the balcony and see her waving her arms. She's a woman in her 60s, wearing a bright red puffer jacket. I see the red lipstick on her lips and that she is wearing a ton of makeup. Her hair is tied back and she's alone. Excuse me? I shout down and see a few others nearby turn their heads. There are rows of tables and chairs spread out on balconies, with some people drinking their coffee and reading a book, while others are admiring the view out to sea. I'm good, I think. Why did you ask?
Well, because I can see you standing up there talking to yourself, she replies. It's sounding kind of serious. I was only asking out of kindness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm stressed and was mulling a few things over in my head, I reply, thinking I could have lied, but it was polite of her to ask. I hadn't realised I was thinking out loud this whole time. Thank you for asking, though. Have a great day. I thought that would be the end of her, that I could take a few steps backwards and be out of her view. I want time to think about my kids and what I'm going to do. I have an idea about Sarah. She must be lying. She must know more than she's letting on. Maybe in front of the security guard she had to be careful. I was thinking about speaking to her alone if I can find her again. If she'd even talk to me again.
Stressed?
She shouts up to me in a screeching manner, as if the whole side of this ship hasn't heard enough of my business already.
You're meant to be on your holes, girl. We'll be in Spain this time tomorrow. No time for stressing when we hit those shops by lunch.
I laugh with her over the balcony, but all the time I analyse her. She's alone. There's no husband or partner nearby. She seems well dressed, and I'm taken back to how she must be a kind person to consider my well-being. No one else has asked me if I'm okay. I barely even know what okay feels like. All I do is worry non-stop. My suitcase never arrived. It's lost, I shout back. I'm worried about that. I give her this small piece of information to make her think I'm concerned about my case more than anything else.
No way!
She screeches up in her crackly voice. I can tell she's a smoker, and then I notice the full ashtray, full of cigarette ends.
I wouldn't survive 5 minutes on this ship without my case. Are they doing anything about it?
Nothing, I reply, this time keeping things short to try to end the conversation. I need to claim some compensation at reception. I wonder if she heard anything about Millie going overboard.
Do you fancy coming down for some coffee? She asks. Or I've got something stronger if you'd prefer. I could lend you some clothes if you're desperate.
I smile at her and nod. It's a small moment of joy, a brief glint of positivity that I want to capture. Fresh clothes and someone who might listen to my worries. She could prove useful. I'll be right down, I reply, thinking she's 2 decks below me. I'll meet you in the hallway.
Sure thing,
she replies and heads out of sight.
See you in a minute.
I close the balcony door behind me. I need to clear my head of all these uncertainties, and I could use a friend who is on my side.
17. Saturday, 28th of August, 2021. 8:30 p.m. Then. I'd shut the laptop down and put it back before Cameron came back, and I kept all of his emails as my secret. Not once did he guess that I'd invaded his privacy and captured some of them on my phone. Chantelle, from what I had read, sounded desperate, but the content didn't seem sexual. More like pleas for help and support, like she'd been in an abusive relationship. Not once had Cameron ever mentioned that to me. I tried to read all that I could, but none of them made much sense. The ones I snapped on my phone I managed to read in the toilet, the only place I could get some privacy while Jack and Emma were still arguing over bedrooms and moaning about missing their phones. Something was very clearly going on between them both. He knew something about her, and he was comforting her somehow. I still had my suspicions about having an affair, because why else would he buy her perfume? But the emails weren't enough proof. I knew he could quickly tell me he was interested in her welfare, had a duty of care, and that sometimes being a manager means listening to personal problems. I knew all that already, but I only needed to see one hint of proof he was fucking her, and I'd have confronted him. I wanted to find something he couldn't have an answer for. Until then, I had to keep on digging. As a first-day treat for our children, we had already decided to have our evening meal in the nearby pub. The evening was beautiful. The sunset was on the horizon. The smell of the fresh Devonshire air, coupled with the scenic views, was the complete opposite to our lives in Bristol. We both agreed we could easily live down in this rural part of Devon, but only if we had a holiday home here to visit. It seemed a sleepy retirement village with a quaint little pub and only the one local shop, not much else going on, if we were here full-time to keep us occupied. We had all walked as a family to the Lion and Bush public house. Before this day, I'd only seen images on the internet of its thatched roof and white painted stone walls. It was only 5 minutes from the cottage down the road, and the local shop was next door. We hadn't dressed up, and I considered it nothing fancy. But you could tell we were visitors to this village as we strolled down with our designer sunglasses and jeans.
"Mum, why does everyone look like they've bought their clothes from a charity shop?" Emma asked. "Are they from poor backgrounds here?"
Cameron and I laughed so hard, but she was deadly serious. "No! The houses down here are worth way more than our own. You'll be surprised by how much wealth there is down in these parts of the country," I replied. "There does seem to be a fashion issue here, doesn't there? But this seems like the kind of area where people come to retire. It's not exactly Paris or Milan in the fashion sense, but there's something quirky about it."
"I really like it here, though. It seems nice,"
Jack said to continue the conversation.
"I'd love to have a small boat and live near the river. We could fish all day, couldn't we, Dad?"
"Maybe we could do that one day soon," Cameron responded, placing his arms around Jack. "If you like it here, we could come back for a week or two next time and explore the local area more." Cameron had booked a table online the day before, but the menu was nothing fancy. It was a predictable offering of chicken, beef and mushroom dishes, with fish fingers and chips on the children's menu. The one thing I was looking forward to the most was both Cameron and I being able to drink without needing to drive home. It felt like it had been years since we'd last done this, except, of course, for the occasional dinner party. I didn't like how Cameron was on his mobile phone as we walked to the pub. We were meant to be showing Jack and Emma what life was like as a family without all the mod cons. "I thought we agreed we wouldn't use them. It's selfish," I said to Cameron. "We've taken Jack and Emma's phones away from them. It's only fair we don't use ours when we're having family time together. Don't you agree?" Cameron looked up at me, then put his phone away. I assumed he was talking to her, since I had seen how much of his email inbox she was consuming. "Is everything all right?" I asked. "Is it work-related?" "You don't normally ask," he said. I thought he was joking, but he was uneasy. "No, it's not work. I was checking the local weather, and then an email came through. It's spam." I'd seen the messaging screen to know he wasn't using a weather app. I looked at Jack and Emma and smiled, showing my fake happiness. I'd accepted this trip was now ruined by my husband, who was keeping secrets from me. "I'm starving," I said to change the subject. "I'm looking forward to pudding already." In all honesty, I didn't want to eat a thing, because I really wanted another hour on his laptop. It would have been perfect if they had all gone to the pub without me. I even thought about faking a headache, but I was there for them. To keep up appearances once again, even though I wished I hadn't bothered. What was it about her that he couldn't let go of? And why the secrecy? In the pub, I watched his body language. I observed how tense he seemed and how many times he kept looking over his shoulder. I knew my husband well enough to know when he was twitchy about something. Usually it was about a work deal, or if he'd had a falling out with his parents. He didn't like it when something unsettled him. "Is there something happening or going on behind me?" I asked, being sarcastic. "It's just that you keep looking in that direction. Anyone you know, since you've spent more time looking over there than at this table?" Cameron stared at me as if it was a sign for me to shut up. "No," he replied. "I thought there was going to be an argument or something. I couldn't hear what was going on over there." I should have expected a lie. No sooner had I said that than his mobile phone came out again. I instantly went tense. I watched, observed, and ate very little of my meal when it arrived. What I had noticed was that every time the door opened, he stared and seemed concerned. "Jack, Emma, we're going home," I said, and placed down my napkin before we'd even ordered dessert. "Your father will pay the bill." I'd only had the 2 glasses of white wine, but the more I sat there in that environment, unable to freely speak my mind, and all the time hiding what I knew, the more I wanted to get back to the cottage. "Bristol?" Jack asked. Emma huffed and rolled her eyes. "Going home already?" "No, the cottage. Come on, let's go," I said, and Cameron sat there in his seat looking confused. I'd seen him looking at the woman behind me. I turned to look and saw how beautiful she was, how dressed up she was, how she'd been drinking wine with her friends. Maybe he was looking at them all. He knows how much I hate catching him eyeing up other women. I'm sick to death of it, because we don't spend a lot of time together, nor is there much intimacy between us. Our busy, hectic lifestyle, and now that our children are older, life gets in the way. Jack, Emma and I walked home, and although I looked behind me a few times, he wasn't there. He hadn't followed us. I was disappointed, but knew he'd be in there on his phone, probably talking to her. Whose husband would have stayed there and let their wife walk home with the children alone, in a place they'd never visited before? I knew he was lying, and my thoughts at that time were that he knew I knew that he was lying. I'm going to confront him later tonight when we're alone, I thought. I want him to admit to me whatever it is that's going on between him and Chantel. I sent Jack and Emma to their bedrooms and gave them their mobile phones. I'd given in and accepted that it wasn't going to happen despite coming here to have family time. We'd planned to have a family day out to the beach the next day and spend all day in the sea with a picnic for lunch. The cottage was so hot inside, the summer heat was intense with so little wind. The one thing the cottage didn't have was air conditioning or even a basic oscillating fan. I opened some of the windows to let some air in, and as I stared out of them, I wish I'd stayed at home. My mobile phone rang, and I knew it would be him. "What?" I said. "What do you want?" "What's got into you?" he asked. "Why did you leave so soon? You made me look a right knob in front of everyone. Do you want me to stay here? Are you upset about something?" "I saw what you were doing. You have a problem," I replied. "We've talked about my insecurities, and I hate it when I catch you looking at other women. You know how mad that makes me." "Not that all over again," he said. "Can I please come home?" "Well, you didn't come after us, did you?" I snapped. "Not like you bothered to check we were okay or anything." "I wasn't looking at other women, I promise you," he replied. "I'm on my way back now. I paid the bill, had a quick pint, and I'll be 5 to 10 minutes at most."
He came back in and shut the door behind him, all smiles, like nothing had even happened. He was chirpy and talking to me like everything was fine. He opened the fridge and complained it was empty, knowing we hadn't bought any shopping except for the basics so we could have teas and coffee. It was on the tip of my tongue. "I've seen your emails," I wanted to say. "I don't know what's been going on, but it's not normal, and you're keeping it from me." Maybe I should have come right out and said it. Cameron wasn't himself. I could usually read him like a book, every facial expression, every quirky response, and I knew how he was feeling. At that moment, I had no idea. "Are you having an affair?" I came right out and asked him. It needed to be said. I had to get it off my chest. "I need to know. I need you to be honest with me. So, are you seeing someone behind my back?" Cameron didn't respond straight away. I expected him to shout and rant, but he shut the windows and listened at the stairs to make sure the kids couldn't hear us. "What if someone heard you?" he said. "The kids especially." "So are you?" I asked again. "Be honest with me. I mean it. You can't deny that things aren't the same between us. Is something going on?" "I'm not having an affair. Don't be so bloody stupid," he said. And I wanted to believe him, but I don't think it would have mattered what he said. I wasn't expecting him to admit it either. "Why would you ask?" I didn't want to admit that I'd read most of his recent work emails. "I found a receipt in your pocket that had Chantel's phone number on it. You'd bought her some Chanel perfume," I admitted. "With that, and that you seemed tense, on edge, barely look at me, I put two and two together. You're always talking about her." I watched him keep walking the room, back and forth, back and forth. He was angry, and he was rarely ever annoyed with me. He seemed so upset while I stood there in the open-plan kitchen, cold as ice. All I wanted was an answer I could believe in. "It's complicated," he said, then sat down on the sofa. "I bought it for her as a gift to cheer her up." "I knew it," I said, talking over him while walking closer. "I'm right, aren't I?" He denied it. "I didn't tell you because I knew you'd get the wrong end of the stick," he said. "I knew you'd overreact. It was a thank you for all the hard work she's taken on. Business calls with my clients, setting up meetings. She's not exactly on a decent wage. I thought it would be nice, that was all." I was disappointed that he felt he couldn't somehow blame me for him needing to keep it a secret. "If you had said, I could have picked out some sexy underwear for her to go with it," I snapped back. "Have you been fucking your secretary?" No, I fucking haven't. No way," he replied, getting to his feet and coming towards me. "I love you, Grace. I've not cheated on you. I swear it. I was trying to be nice." All the emails were still on the tip of my tongue, but I kept reminding myself that I hadn't any proof. It was just emails about her living circumstances, boyfriend issues, and nothing sexual in the content from what I had seen. "I'll talk about this when we get back home," I said, giving him the benefit of the doubt. I neither believed nor disbelieved him. I wanted to have a further discussion in an environment where Jack or Emma couldn't hear us. There was the sound of a car engine pulling up beside ours. It was a small, black, 3-door saloon car, but I couldn't quite see the driver because the lights were off. Cameron's phone rang, and I knew from the look on his face that he was extremely concerned. He was nervous and shaking as he answered and nodded while he spoke. "It's her," he said. "She's outside." "Who's outside?" I asked and ran to the window. "Who is it?" I remember thinking, surely it couldn't be her. The timing was impeccable. "It's Chantel," Cameron said, concerned. "I don't know what she's doing here, but she's outside. I'm going to have to go out and see her. It sounded urgent." I couldn't believe it. The day had gone from bad to worse, but maybe it was the perfect opportunity to air my views. More importantly, though, how did she know where to find us? I was looking forward to finally meeting her. 18. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 11 a.m. Now. I make sure I take my keycard this time, so I don't lock myself out of the cabin. I don't know how I'm managing to stay focused and awake, but I've assumed it's all down to the trauma of my circumstances. I see people around me on this ship, and they have no idea who I am, what I think or feel. I'm beginning to be immersed in my own anonymity. Behind the smile, they have no idea. I didn't realise how ships were more like mini-cities at sea. Thousands and thousands of us all walking around the same ship, not knowing what could be going on in any one day with all of us. For some, this must be heaven. But for me, right now, this is becoming a hell I need to get away from. I keep expecting Chantel to appear any minute since she's been gone so long. My brain will not allow me to switch off from this constant thinking about so many situations with Cameron, the kids, Millie, and now Sarah. How can I get a decent few hours of sleep after everything that has happened? This feels like someone else's life, not mine. How can all this happen to me in such a short pace of time? It doesn't seem real, but maybe that's because I'm not at home facing up to the problem. Cameron's secret plan to kill me off. It's for my life insurance, isn't it? I placed the card outside on the door handle to alert the steward to make up my room. It'll be easier for him now I'm out of it. He's probably dreading seeing me, knowing that all I will ask is if my case has been found. I can't stop focusing on it now. I'm heading downstairs 2 decks below to meet with the lady who was kind enough to invite me to her cabin for a coffee. I'm hoping to borrow some clothes of hers too, since she offered. She looked a little shorter than me, and a little larger, but I'd give anything to have some fresh, clean clothes on. She's so kind to offer. I'd do the same for her in the same situation. I head down the staircase, and for the first time this trip, I admire the abstract artwork on the walls. It looks like something I would have created at primary school, swirling the paint around the canvas. But with such thick layers of paint and all the bright colours, it holds my attention. I stare at the image, and the closer I look, the more I see a resemblance to all the tiny neurons that you see in pictures of the human mind. I never realised how intricate this painting was until I was close up. It's not random squirty paint marks at all. It's as messed up as I feel right now. It looks complicated, and it's drawing me in with the confusion.
There you are! I thought you had gotten lost.
A voice breaks my concentration, but I can't break my gaze.
Mesmerising, isn't it? I wouldn't let the staff see you staring at it like that. They'll have it wrapped up, bagged and charged to your onboard account as soon as you can say no thank you.
I turn and laugh, and then there she is, standing right beside me.
Come with me. Let's get a nice hot drink inside you, she says. You look tired. If I'm frank, you also look lost.
Part of me wants to turn around and head back into my own cabin, although another part of me is curious to spend time with her. I only wanted her clothes, not her sympathy, but since she's here, she's practically leading me by the hand. Together, we walk down the few remaining stairs, turn the corner into the hallway, and I see the only open door straight ahead.
Now, do you take milk and sugar? She asks. Tea or coffee? And I have some of those nice lemon shortcake biscuits they leave in your cabin at night, too. I've been stashing them up.
She giggles, and I don't even know her name. Coffee, I reply. That's so kind, thank you. Then I stop. My head pounds a little, probably from the lack of caffeine, and because I've barely had any sleep.
I'm Barbara,
she interrupts.
This has to be my 16th or 17th cruise now. My 3rd time on this ship, though. How about you?
This is my first time. I came here with friends, or I thought I did, I reply, but it's all starting to become too much. I'm sorry, I have to go. I shouldn't be here. Really, I should get back to my cabin. I want to run and hide back in my cabin. I need to sit there and wait for my suitcase or get to reception and report it missing. I need to be with my children. I need to speak with my husband and really get off this ship now. My holiday is ruined before it's even begun, and I blame my husband. He's getting his own back on me for something I'm not even sure about. I've not worked it all out yet, but I will. My children think I'm dead, I blurt out, like it's normal to have this conversation. My friend killed herself last night. The look on her face is one of complete and utter sorrow. Barbara looks more shocked than I did, and as I watch her expressions, I realise my own doesn't follow suit. I'm numb, depressed, and I don't feel anything. I try so hard to feel some kind of upset, but there's nothing other than a need to get home. I don't understand how I can't feel my own feelings.
Oh, my Lord, that's terrible, she gasps and drags me by the arm into her cabin. It's a complete replica of my own. They must all look the same. I don't understand, but I'm sorry about your friend. How did it happen? Are you okay? Before I can think of a reply, I stare at her frailty and notice that she has a slight limp. Something is either wrong with her leg or her hip or both. I see the cardigan and the leggings that she's wearing. She's actually asking how I feel. A complete stranger who's taken me into her cabin and is ready to listen. I still have mixed feelings about being here, but she's making it difficult for me to leave. No, I'm not okay, I say and shake my head. Millie threw herself overboard. She literally left me holding her handbag while she made the decision to kill herself. As the woman stares at me, holding her hands to her chest in shock, I don't know why, but I start to cry. I sit down on the double bed, and she comes over and stands in front of me. My other friend Sarah is now blaming me and refusing to speak to me. My husband was blocking all my calls and told me he's told Jack and Emma, there are 2 children, that I've died, I say fast, barely catching my own breath. And at the same time thinking how weird this all sounds. The world is really against me right now, and I came on this holiday for a new start after the accident. The accident? Barbara asks. Was it serious? I almost died in a car crash. The other car was racing at me so fast and hard, I had to turn a corner and we all ended up in a ditch, I reply. I'm sorry, I have to go. I shouldn't burden you with this. It's too painful to discuss. No, please don't leave, she says. The kettle's almost boiled, and I want you to stay. You're not burdening me with anything. It sounds like you need someone to talk to. Why don't we take it back a little and start with the suitcase? You said your case was lost or something like that? I nod and watch as she walks towards the vanity unit where the kettle is boiling. I'm sorry, I haven't even told you my name, I explain. I'm Grace. Grace Thomas, and it's a coffee, milk, and 2 sugars. I know it's that funny Carter milk, but it'll do. I smile at her and look around the room. I notice the stunning collection of jewellery on the sideboard and the long black dress hanging over the bathroom door. There's a collection of makeup, and she's brought more than 1 case of clothes with her. Actually, there are clothes all over the cabin. It looks like a jumble sale at sea. Well, Grace, it must have been fate. I was meant to meet you today, she laughs. I was thinking to myself, look at me, bringing all these old clothes and not enough days to wear them all. Then I go outside and hear you talking away to yourself above me. You were having a right old natter to yourself."
"I didn't even realise it," I reply, embarrassed. Cringe. I wasn't even aware I was doing it. How bad is that? Thank you, again. I'm genuinely sorry about that. Hopefully, whatever you heard wasn't that awful. I have to make a statement later about Millie, and it's been on my mind all night, as you can imagine. The security guard came to my room and said he'd seen the CCTV footage. He said he could see that she jumped overboard. I had no idea because I thought she went inside for a coffee. I'm still in shock.
Breaks my heart hearing that. To think about what goes through someone's mind when they make those decisions. Her poor husband and family, Barbara says. Did she have any children?
I didn't realise she would become so interested in Millie. I wonder if I should ask her why she's so concerned all of a sudden. Can I trust her? I keep thinking if there was anything I could have done or said differently to have helped her. I don't even know if her family are aware yet. They haven't even found a body, I reply. It was so traumatic. When I keep imagining the last time I saw her, I feel like I'm to blame. I'm helpless. Barbara hands me a small cup of coffee. I take a sip and it's humbling how concerned she is.
You have to stay positive, don't you? She says. Come with me. Just over there, I've more cases with some clothes you can borrow. Even if you take a few things, there's a small laundrette at the end of each deck if you wanted to wash and dry some things every few days.
You're too kind, I say. I appreciate it. I really do.
Well, if your so-called friends aren't helping you, and I've assumed you've come here alone if your husband is at home with the children, then I'd rather all this lot went to some use, she says, pointing to the pile of clothes up against the wall. We still have about 12 days left. All the years I've been cruising, you'd think I'd know better. My late husband, John, always packed for me. This isn't my first cruise without him, but I still miss him and think about him all the time. Damn heart attack. He died at sea.
I didn't come here alone. I came here with Chantelle, I say. I told you that, I think. Didn't I? I place the coffee back on the sideboard. She isn't listening to me. My husband has told our children their mother has died. Can you imagine how that feels? Children imagining that their mother is dead and not coming back. How evil is that? How vile! Do you know what that does to me as a mother? Do you? All she wants to talk about is herself. I didn't come to her cabin for a general chat. My life is crumbling to pieces each hour that passes, and I don't know how to fix it.
So, where is your friend Chantelle?
She asks, and the hairs on my arm stand to attention.
Why can't you borrow some of her clothes? It's a bit weird that her case is missing too, isn't it? That's rather odd if you ask me. One case, yes, but two is unheard of.
This is all wrong. I should leave before I get too annoyed with her. She doesn't understand. I feel like she's only asked me in here to poke her nose in my business. This isn't a genuine concern. This is gossip. She's fake. I bet she's heard about Millie and called me down to get the first-hand scoop so she can tell her old bingo-loving mates. What is this, an interrogation or something? I snap. Chantelle's avoiding me. We have history, and part of this trip was to reconnect with her. You could say we have a connection, but it's complicated. We know each other through my husband, but I'll leave it at that for now. Barbara looks at me in a way that expresses sorrow. It's a bitter smile. I can read what she's thinking behind her eyes. I know she's trying to analyse me. What about you? I ask. Have you any children?
Just the one. I have a son. He's called Bradley, and he works overseas in banking. I barely see him, but he video calls me on the phone once a week, she replies. I have 2 grandchildren too. They're all hoping to come over from Chicago next summer.
I miss my kids. It's only been a few days, and the way their father is treating them is sickening. Hearing their voices on the phone, it makes me wish I could swim all the way back.
Well, you've got to fight, my love, haven't you? She says and stands up. The love and bond between a mother and her children is unbreakable. Don't let him win.
Barbara hands me a biscuit while I smile and remain silent for a minute. She's right, and I needed to hear it. They're not going to win. In a moment of weakness, I burst into tears and burden her with my woes. She sits down to listen carefully, and although I don't want her money, I can't help but notice her purse. 19. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 11:30 a.m. Now. I'm sat alone in my cabin, contemplating going downstairs to reception to give my statement to the ship security team about Millie and the last conversation that we had. I can barely remember it all in full, but I know I could tell them anything they wanted to hear, because Millie's not here to disagree with me. It's not like she ever really disagreed with me. And I told her what to do right at the end. Jump. I still have to complain to reception about my missing case, too. No one seems to be taking it seriously, not even Chantel, wherever she's hiding. Even the cabin steward doesn't seem interested. Should I be concerned? I've been checking the news channel since I've come back from nosy Barbara's cabin, and no one has mentioned finding a body. If she's been reported missing, wouldn't they be making a bigger deal out of it? Where's the headlines? Who's searching for her? I'm looking at the wad of banknotes in my hands with a feeling of guilt, but Barbara was practically shoving them at me. I couldn't refuse. It was either to get rid of me or that she genuinely felt sorry for me. She seems really nice. I hope to bump into her again.
Take it. Go on. It sounds like you need to treat yourself, she said, handing me a pile of £20 notes. You've had a hard time. I don't need it back. The things you have been through, you deserve it. And if you need me, you know where I am.
I left her cabin with her money and a stack of clothing to see me through the next couple of days. Mostly leggings and jumpers that are a bit oversized for me, but it's better than wearing the dirty clothes from yesterday. I got changed as soon as I got back inside the cabin, and as I hugged myself to experience a warm, fresh, clean jumper, that's when I noticed she was back. Like a dark cloud hanging over me. I could sense her anger, misery, and I knew what kind of discussion we were going to have now.
Have you seen the state of this fucking dirty cabin? Chantel asks, and I don't much like her tone with me. What have you been doing in here? Look at all these crumbs on the floor in that corner. I can't live like this if it's not clean. How dare she swan back in here and speak to me like this? Where have you been all night? I demand, distracting her. She's the one who owes me an apology. Can't you tell the cabin steward has been in? OK, so he's left a few crumbs, but seriously, it's not that bad. So why don't you start telling me where you've been sleeping? I didn't sleep, she replies. I've been watching your every move. I heard what you said to Millie. I saw everything. You told her to jump. You practically killed her. I've been in shock and trying to get my head around sharing this room with a murderer. Am I next? Am I? Shut up. People will hear you. They'll talk. I snapped back in anger. She wanted to die. Didn't you see that? She wanted to jump. No matter what I said, I couldn't have stopped her. She was going to do it anyway. If you saw everything, you'd have seen that. You could have pulled her back, or at least tried to stop her, Chantel says, this time calmer. What will I tell the police? I could say I was a witness and that I heard that you were encouraging her to do it. You're not even sorry about her killing herself, are you?
You make sure you tell them nothing, do you hear? I reply. I'll deny it, and it's not like you can prove anything because security has already been here and said they saw what happened. How am I meant to be sorry when she looked lost and depressed? She was telling me about her breakup and she wanted to die. It's not my fault. You're a joke, she says with a snarling look. Are they really going to believe you? You fucking evil bitch. My heart is racing and I can barely breathe. Don't you call me a bitch. You're a fine one to talk, I shout back. You're the one who practically tried ripping my husband's clothes off his back when I wasn't looking. You're the one who desperately wanted him, trying to take him away from me, his wife and his kids. Now he's not even talking to me, you fucking whore. I cry in anger and despair that nothing is going well for me right now. I can't help but think that there's no point in going on. My husband has disowned me. My children already think I'm dead. What if I go outside now and throw myself over the balcony like Millie? Maybe she had the right idea. What's the fucking point? I can't deal with you right now, Chantal, I say, wiping my eyes because I've had enough of arguing. I'm sick to death of everything being a fight. I just need peace. I cry more, the tears streaming down my face. I can smell the scent of Barbara on my clothing. She has overpowering floral perfume that reminds me of my grandmother. It's no Chanel No. 5. You tricked the old lady into giving you money, didn't you? Chantal asks. She believed every word you said, didn't she? You reeled her in just like you do everyone else, and you had her wrapped around your manipulative fucking finger, didn't you? She was kind to me, I reply softly and weepily. Something that you're not. The two of us say nothing more, and I sit on the edge of the bed wiping my eyes dry and wishing this pain would go away. I'm on a luxury cruise liner, and everyone must be enjoying themselves, except for me. All I think about is my missing suitcase. The fact that I have no clothes of my own, and Chantal is obviously following in my footsteps and watching my every move. She has it in for me, like everyone else. I can't sit in the cabin all day. I've tried calling Cameron, but he's told the kids I've died, I say while Chantal listens. I feel like everyone is playing some kind of sick game, trying to write me out of their lives. Even Sarah's ignoring me and telling me she's someone else. Poor you, Chantal pipes up. Have you thought about why? Why, since the accident, everyone hates you? Everything that you've done. You're in on it, aren't you? I question her. You know what they're doing to me. You know they're trying to destroy my life. Well, I'm not letting him or anyone else take my kids away from me. Do you understand that? Do you? Chantal doesn't say anything else. I'm leaving and going for a walk around the ship. See if I can pick up some decent clothes rather than these cast-offs, I say. I'll be back in a few hours. It's starting to feel like this is a fucking prison, not a holiday. I grab my only jacket, my handbag. Think that only a day has changed my life completely. I struggle to think, and when I try to get an idea in my head of all the laid-out plans of what I should be doing, my mind draws a blank. I can barely organise myself in the space of an hour, let alone a whole day. Everyone knows I'm not well. They know I could have died that night. Everything feels so numb, so depressing. I close the cabin door, then do a quick bag check so that I have everything I need to get back in, and walk away. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't be on this ship. I should be with Jack and Emma. I'm trapped with nowhere to go, no way out, but heading to the promenade deck with shopping on my mind. Maybe when we dock in Spain tomorrow and I get off this ship, my mood might change. Having walked down all the stairs to avoid seeing people in the elevators and having to endure all that small talk, I make my way through the hallways, past the restaurants and bars and into the promenade area. It's a glistening, glamorous display of lights, banners, balloons, and a buzz of shoppers looking for duty-free bargains. I pull my bag in tight to my body, force a smile, and walk into the crowds. Immediately, I get a sense of not belonging here. This isn't my world. It never really was. Good morning. Would you like to try a sample of the designer perfume we have on offer today? The sales assistant says, heading in my direction. I notice her dark blue uniform, face covered in makeup and hair perfectly curled. Because we're at sea, it's 20% off today only. The prices go up when we're docked due to tax laws if you're interested. No, thank you, I reply politely. I'm just looking. I need to escape the horde out there. She heads off to another passenger while I walk away, looking at the shelves. I stop and stare at the Chanel No. 5 perfumes, all neatly lined up, one by one. I take a spray on my wrist of the sample, and it brings back a flood of memories. I stare at the box because I can't help but feel a connection, although my memories are blurred and there are missing gaps of information. I remember having conversations with Cameron about this, but it was secretive, and I know he was hiding something. I look up, look around me, and walk out of the store. It can stay on the shelf. As I admire the view of storefront straight ahead, I can't help but notice small crowds gathering to the left side of the ship. Some looking out of windows, others squeezing past me to see what's happening straight ahead.
Why is the ship going backwards, Mum?
I hear a young girl ask her mother, who's holding her hand.
Are we going back home? Does Daddy know?
I walk behind them, listening, as I too edge closer to the large square windows crowded by onlookers. No, sweetie, we're not going home. The ship had to turn around early this morning, the mother replies, now coming to a standstill. Someone ended up in the sea, and we have to go back and look for them. They will have a mummy at home, really upset, like I would be if you fell in. That's why you should always hold my hand. I hold my breath for a second. The ship is going back. Excuse me, I ask the mother, who now turns to face me. She's wearing casual jeans and a sweater, while carrying a few shopping bags. I couldn't help but overhear that you said the ship is going back. Someone fell in the water. Yes, it's terrible. I heard the announcement this morning, early hours, long before breakfast, she replies. I heard it echoing through the hallway, so I got out to listen. I didn't hear anything. I'm sure I was awake, I say, looking concerned. I hope whoever it is okay. It was code Oscar, she replies, the child now smiling up at me. I heard it 3 times. Oscar, Oscar, Oscar. My husband works on ships, so I knew what it was straight away. I didn't hear a thing. I know I didn't. I look out of the window by stretching a little. I hadn't even noticed we were going back in the other direction. Thank you, I say, and walk away, desperately picking up the pace to find a position for a better view. Something is happening outside. Otherwise, how else would you explain everyone wanting to be on the same side of the ship, all clambering to look out the windows and others going out on the deck? I'm nervous and aware my hands are now shaking with fear. This is something big, isn't it? But then I tell myself, what if someone else jumped? Someone after Millie? Have they found her? Is she alive? I push open the door to get out on the deck, and the bitter chill in the air bites my face. It's icy cold, but the wind is calmer. It's a typical November morning, where the clouds are grey, looking overhead where it might rain, but might not. Small gatherings of people stand at the railings looking out to sea, and the ship doesn't appear to be moving very fast. I think it's anchored, because the waves aren't rushing past and there's a gentle swaying back and forth. I'm tense and keep swallowing the build-up of saliva at the back of my throat. It's like I'm heading out into the unknown, facing an uncertain fear. I keep walking forward, unsure of what I might see, but then I see everything, and I take a slight lunge forward. I hold onto the railings to steady my feet and notice Sarah walking upwards. She's recognised me. I look, but I don't acknowledge her, smile or wave, like I usually would. She seems fierce and walking faster in my direction. I turn to look back out to sea and watch the fishing boat edge in closer, while there's a small 4-man crew on the red tender boat floating a little further away from the ship. The couple next to me talk to each other. I try to listen in on their conversation, but they're whispering. The sound of the sea and the mumblings of the crowd don't allow me to hear anyone properly. I look straight ahead with panic and an overwhelming urge to run away, but I can't run anywhere. I'm trapped here. The fishing boat is aligned with the tender boat, and the sound of everyone gasping with their hands to their mouths startles me. I keep looking at everyone, but no one notices me due to their fixation on the boats. We're still steadily rocking, but the view is clear. It's obvious what is happening, and I can't believe it. Wrapped in a white cloth, a body is transferred from the fishing boat to the tender boat. "They must have found the poor girl floating out to sea," I hear the couple talking to each other say clearly. "How dreadful." I glance down to see Sarah halted by the view, as she's almost leaning over the railings. For the next few seconds, as the body is carried, nothing except the sounds of the waves can be heard as we all remain silent. Sarah is in floods of tears and being consoled by those around her, some hands holding her back while she wails and the crowds start to disperse. "That could be someone's mother, daughter, sister, friend," I hear someone say as they walk behind me. "I wonder if it was an accident." I don't think anyone really knows the truth of what happened. If it wasn't for Sarah's blatant displays of grief, I wouldn't have been sure it was Millie's body until I saw her with my own eyes. I stop and stare into the sea as I remember the last time I saw a dead body. I'm getting flashbacks of the dark night, the trees and the blood-stained windows. I wouldn't want to see that again, but my glare is fixed on the boats. I want to look away, but I can't. It seems so peaceful out there. Everyone around me starts to fall back inside, but I can't help but wait here and watch. Sarah has sat down further ahead on a bench with her head in her lap. I don't recognise any of the men and women she's with, but I want to speak to her alone if she'll listen. I want to tell her how sorry I am. 20. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 12:15 p.m. Now. I've waited and watched until she was all by herself. I followed her through the hallways, past the shopping boutiques where I hid behind the crowds and concealed myself as best I could, until she took a seat on her own in the far corner at the back of the ship. There, Sarah sits looking out to sea with nothing other than a tissue in her hand. A far cry from the wine we'd been sharing only yesterday. Yesterday, when Sarah and Millie seemed the best of friends. Yesterday, when I felt included in their conversations. But today, I'm like a stranger in a different world. I don't feel part of anything. I'm waiting for the right moment to approach her. Not necessarily the best timing, considering Millie's body has only recently been found, brought on board, but I need to reach out to her. We had a connection once. We were the best of friends before this cruise. And although I can't grasp or get my head around the mind games that have happened since we boarded this ship, I need to air my views and tell her how I'm feeling. I see the waitress walk over with her tray and ask if Sarah would like something to drink. I'm tempted to put my hand up with my cruise card and order us both some wine, a peace offering to show that I still care, that I'm the Grace she once knew before pushing me away. Maybe it's because she blames me for Millie's death. "No, thank you," I hear Sarah reply. "I'd like to be left alone, please." Sarah pulls her chair closer to the edge.
Thank you for allowing us to share this story with you. Let's enjoy a quiet interlude before the next chapter begins. This audiobook is yours. Freely given.
her hands holding onto the railings as she leans forward, looking outwards. The sea is calm. We're on the top deck of the aft end, where the wind is whistling, but there's a warmth to it, suggesting we're heading further into the Iberian climate. England is always so cold this time of year. I don't really know what I'll say to her, but I have this overwhelming urge to apologise for everything. I also need a sign or a clue that hints she knows who I am and that she's part of this game plan my husband must have set up. I can't leave things so tense between us. We need to make amends. "Sarah," I say quietly as I walk closer to her chair. Her hair is blowing in the wind, and I can see she is in tears. "Can you hear me out? Please. For 5 minutes, then I promise I'll leave you alone." Sarah turns to look at me, wiping her reddened eyes, and the pain in her expression shows she's grieving for our friend. I don't know how to tell her that Millie wanted this. She wanted to die. It wasn't an accident, and if Sarah can come to terms with her wishes, she might view the whole situation differently. Millie's at peace now, and when I think of it this way, I get a sense of closure. "How many times do I need to say it?" Sarah asks me, holding the tissue now to her nose. I take a step backwards because she sounds aggressive. "I've told you already that my name is Kerry, haven't I? I don't know why you're calling me Sarah." "Okay, Kerry," I now say. "Can I have a moment?" She points to another chair, and I pick up and place it beside her while she turns and faces her own towards me. We are now facing each other, seated, and she shakes her head to the waitress who has started walking towards us. "I'm sick of saying I don't need another drink," she says. I smile and nod, but feel nervous. "Any opportunity, and this ship wants to drown you in alcohol." "This cruise hasn't been anything I expected so far," I reply with a gentle smile. "I'm sorry about Millie." "Gemma," she snaps, her face frowning. "Her name was Gemma." To play her game and whatever sick joke she might be in cahoots with Cameron on, I go along with her. Since my accident, I've suffered memory loss. There are times I can't remember what I've done, and so much has happened since, leaving gaps in my memories, I explain, hoping she has a sympathetic side to her. I nearly died. Her face says it all without me needing to hear the words from her mouth. I know right there, right now, that she isn't interested in a word I'm saying. How unkind. I already said I'd nearly died, and she should have remembered anyway. She's meant to be my friend. "Sorry to hear that," she replies in a cold, disinterested manner. "That must have been very difficult to live with." She turns her head and looks straight out to sea. There's an awkward silence now between us. I look at her expecting her to ask me something, then I look out to sea. Nothing more is said. I look around and see the bar starting to fill with eager customers, then I look up at the looming clouds. "Looks like it might rain later," I say to break the awkwardness. "We must be near Spain by now." She shakes her head. "Look, what exactly do you want from me?" she says. "I've had to watch the dead body of my best friend being brought on ship, and I've been asked to identify her. I wanted some time to myself before I have to go down and look at her. So, if that was all, can you please go away?" There's a feeling of disconnection between us now. I don't recognise her anymore. I don't understand what is happening, but I know that she doesn't want me near her. "It's what she wanted," I reply, taking in every micro-expression on her miserable face. She wanted to die last night. When she spoke to me, it was like I understood her. I knew where she was coming from, and you should find peace in that. She didn't want to be here anymore. She had no one. Her life was over, and she wanted an end. She's at peace now. I stand up from my seat as she starts to cry. If I had any tissues on me, I would hand her some, but I'm all out. I walk closer to her and try to comfort her by placing my hand on her shoulder. She felt useless too. There was no one she could turn to, and I happened to be there at the time when she needed me, I continued. When I think about that long and hard, I get a small sense of joy that she did exactly what she wanted. She needed to end her suffering. I'm sure she wouldn't want us both being upset about it, would she? She stands up, and I see how hard she's shaking. I don't think she understands what I'm trying to show her. Millie made her own choices. You're a piece of work, aren't you? She starts shouting at me, struggling to speak with pauses between words. What kind of evil fucking bitch are you? Why are you doing this? I stand in front of her, calm and collected. I don't feel anger. I don't even feel hurt that she's insulted me in front of everyone around us. Sarah, please listen to me, I beg. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but Millie, she had no way out. No way. And I want you to understand that it was her choice. She wouldn't want to see you so upset. I was only trying to help her. Get away from me! Fuck off! Sarah screams. I look and can see everyone around us come to a complete standstill. The faint voices turn to silence. Fuck off! It should have been you who died! You! It's like something clicks in my brain. I remember when Sarah and I were out in a nightclub. She was drinking really heavily and handing me glass after glass of wine. I think I might have passed out. She helped me back home again. I'm sure I remember waking up alone and knowing that she'd got me back there safely. There is a supportive, friendly person in there somewhere. This has to be the grief talking. Sarah, we've been through a lot together, haven't we? I say, still remaining calm. I see a waiter making his way over in our direction. Sarah, whatever is going on, it's okay. I forgive you. If Cameron is trying to get me out of his life, I know. Fuck you, she screams. You fucking freak. He told my kids that I was dead, I cry back. I'm now struggling to contain my emotions. I can't believe that she's doing this to me or saying this. She's not understanding me and is continuing to push me away in this sick game of hers. I'm their mother. Cameron is behind all of this, isn't he? What are you afraid of with him? The waiter stands between us. It's perfect timing as it allows both of us to take a breather. Ladies, he says, can I ask that you calm down, otherwise I will call security? I'm sorry, I reply. I'm really sorry. We both lost a very dear friend. The waiter shakes his head. He mutters something under his breath, but I can't quite hear it. He throws up his hands and walks away, back towards the bar. Sarah, or Kerry, whatever you're called, I say. I mean it. Whatever is going on, I'm sorry. I think Cameron is trying to get me out of his life. My friends have obviously disowned me, and one has killed herself. This is something big, isn't it? Sarah takes a deep breath. If you don't walk away from me, I will fucking kill you myself, she says in a lower tone. I don't know shit about you, but somehow you're involved in Gemma's suicide. Something you said or did to her made her do it. What did you tell her? I think back. My mind is blank. I remember seeing her go over. I remember waiting around, but I hardly remember the conversation. Something about her boyfriend. Did you find Chantel? She asks. Did she help you? She completely blows me away with that question. My mouth drops. All this time, all this random conversation to try and cover it up. She knows. She does know me. How fucking dare she? I knew I couldn't trust her, and I should have seen the signs coming a mile off. Why is she bringing up Chantel? No, I say with a smirk. Chantel had nothing to do with this. It was all me. I told her what she wanted to hear. I wanted her to jump. I walk further away. Jump, I mouth to her as she watches on. Jump. She covers her eyes with her hands and bursts into tears. The grief is obviously too much for her to deal with, but I'm much stronger now since the accident. While I don't know yet the purpose nor everyone's involvement in trying to cover up who I am, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. I'm a survivor. They're not going to break me. You nasty cunt, Sarah says, and I know she means it by her vile tone. You sick fucking bitch! Sarah runs at me like a pit bull after a cat with gritted teeth. I don't have the chance to run far before she lunges forwards and knocks me to the ground. I feel my ankle twist, but I'm able to dig my nails hard into her face as she lies on top of me. She's strong and determined. You're going to fucking pay for this, Sarah shouts. You rancid, evil, sick fucking bitch! I try to push her off me, but she's too strong. She helped kill my friend, she wails. My friend is dead, and she fucking helped her. What sort of friend were you? I shout back. She couldn't even turn to you. She found me. Me! With an intense shove, I push her away from me. I can quickly stand up, but the pain in my ankle has me almost falling over. I don't know if it's broken or strained. I hold on to a table to keep my balance and try to stand on it, but it's hurting so badly. I was trying to help her, I say loud enough for the crowds to hear. I'm surprised no one has come over, but instead they're all watching from the bar. I see the men laughing at us, laughing at me. She's crazy! She's gone crazy mad! I hobble away from the table. Now the pain is more bearable. Sarah is in tears, now seated at a table while a waitress stands beside her. She's telling the waitress evil things about me. I know she is. I watch the waiter and the security team come running from the sides towards us both. I rub my ankle and then I can't hold in my own fears and worry. I cry as the security team stand beside me, but I fear that no one is seeing me as the victim here. None of this was my fault. She attacked me first, I say, pointing at her. I tried to say how sorry I was, but she freaked out and assaulted me. Everyone over there saw that. Sarah doesn't say another word. I think she's pretending she can't hear me. I look at her while she gives her account of what happened to the security guard and know she's lying. She's barely stopping for breath. I've realised now that she's not my friend at all. Maybe she never was. She's out to get me like all the rest. I don't know why I never saw it coming, but I'm too trusting. I'm too naive. I have to stop whatever she has planned for me. She never even asked me if I wanted to see the body. Millie was my friend, too. They're all up to something. 21. Saturday, 28th of August, 2021. 8:45 p.m. Then. 15 minutes he had been talking outside with her, and every one of them I had counted while watching from behind the living room curtains. I questioned if she was going to come inside. Should I go out and introduce myself? And why was she here in Devon? Had she followed us? I couldn't take my eyes off the car, nor from my husband, who was talking to her through the car window. It looked like he was whispering to her, and then my mind was convinced he was keeping secrets from me. Jack came down from upstairs as he'd heard the car engine from his bedroom. I knew we'd never see Emma again once she'd had her phone handed back. It was usually glued to her hands.
Is everything okay, Mum? Jack asked. Who is it out there? Where's Dad?
It's only work business, I replied, giving him a smile. Head back upstairs. This is between your father and me. Everything's okay. Dad is sorting it. There's nothing for you to worry about. Jack went back up the stairs, and in the minute that I had turned my head from the window, I didn't spot that Chantel had got out of the car. It looked like she and Cameron were having some kind of argument. The car lights were still on, and Cameron was waving his arms around in the same way that I knew him to argue with me. He's very expressive with his hands, so I knew that he was uptight by his body language. It was the first time I'd seen her in person. I couldn't help but compare, and although it was getting dark, I could still make out her beauty. She was younger than me, slimmer than me, and wearing a figure-hugging red dress. I was frustrated that I couldn't hear the conversations, especially what she might have said to rile Cameron. I had to decide the best way to meet her before she had a chance to get away. "Come on, Cameron," I shouted from the window after fiddling with the catch. "Invite her inside, don't be so rude. I'll put the kettle on." Both of them turned their heads to look at me. "I'd love to," Chantelle replied. "Thank you, Mrs. Thomas." "Oh, it's no bother. You can call me Grace, I don't mind," I replied. "I'm not as stuffy as my husband. He doesn't employ me, thankfully." I was trying to be light-hearted, but their conversation looked serious. I closed the window and opened the front door. Cameron walked in first, but he gave me a look with his eyes as if to say, "Brace yourself." Chantelle had turned off the car lights and slowly walked in behind him. "Your perfume smells nice," I complimented her, wondering if it was the very one my husband had bought for her behind my back. "You look very dressed up. What are you doing here in Devon?" I had got straight to the point, and I made eye contact with her. In my head, I was telling her with my thoughts, "Hands off my husband." I hope she made the link between my perfume compliment to understand I knew about it. I really did know about it. "Grace," Cameron interrupted me. "Chantelle's father passed away this morning." I looked at Chantelle and my heart sank. I looked at her hands. No wedding ring. "Oh, I'm so sorry," I replied, wanting to hug her or do something, but I'd been so used to social distancing, I instead remained where I was. "That's terrible news." "I had nowhere else to go," Chantelle said. "I just wanted to get in my car and see where I ended up." "So you came to our holiday cottage in Nosmeo?" I questioned. Cameron looked at me to suggest I should shut up. His eyes were glaring at mine. "What about your family? Shouldn't you be with your mother?" "I'll put the kettle on," Cameron interrupted, turning away from us. I could sense his awkwardness. "It's only the one sugar, isn't it, Chantelle?" For a split second, it was as though I didn't recognise my own husband. So, he knows her well enough to know what she's drinking. I quickly turned away from those thoughts to remind myself that she was his employee. I assumed it was normal to make her drinks. It's general office behaviour. I couldn't help but feel a slight hint of jealousy because here was a beautiful woman in our holiday cottage during our break away to reconnect as a family. I kept looking at her face and reminding myself about all those emails I had read. "My mother died during childbirth," Chantelle explained. "I never knew her. My father remarried when I was almost 10. I never got along with my stepmother. We hated each other. I'm an only child, and she always used to tell me she wished he'd never had me." My mouth dropped. I had never felt so bad or embarrassed for myself. "I'm really sorry," I said, and I genuinely meant it too. "Take a seat. It sounds like you've not had the best of times." Chantelle sat down on the sofa. I could hear both Jack and Emma bickering upstairs, and I glanced towards Cameron. He returned the look and knew what to do next. "Kids, keep it down up there, you two," he shouted up the stairs. "Also, your mother and I are dealing with work stuff that's quite important. Please don't come down until we say so. I mean it." Chantelle looked nervous and lost. I heard Emma shout back at her father, but I talked over it. She's the teenage version of him, and I hoped their bickers wouldn't go on forever. The whole point of our trip was not to get involved in work, not to be tied to our mobile phones, computer games, and yet here we were. "What happened? How did he die?" I asked gently. I didn't really know what else to say. "How did you know where to find us? It's quite a drive from Bristol." The only question I was interested in was how she came to find us in Devon. I felt some compassion for her, but my inquisitive mind was taking a lead. "It was a heart attack. My stepmother phoned me this afternoon. He went out for a run and never came home," Chantelle said in floods of tears. "I'm glad it was so quick. The police found him after someone reported seeing him near some bushes." I shook my head to display some sign of empathy. This poor woman had nowhere else to go. "I'm sorry for spoiling your holiday. I just, she continued. "I didn't know what else to do or where else to go. Cam is so supportive. I was worried about the overtime work I was meant to be doing for the Smiths contract. My head feels like it's going to explode. He wasn't answering his phone, so I had to just get in my car and drive. I needed to explain everything." "It's okay, slow down," I reassured her. "Considering the circumstances, we don't mind. I'm sure we can work it all out." Inside, I was annoyed because she was Cameron's staff member and he should have handled things better. I remember the way he was in the pub, the way he was when he looked at his phone, and all the watching of the door behind me. He knew she was coming. He must have. Cameron returned to the living room with coffee and a small plate of biscuits. Something didn't seem quite right. Why was she dressed up in a tight red dress, plastered in makeup and smelling of perfume? The dress looked familiar. I had one just like it. "You don't have to worry about work," Cameron reassured her, handing her some tissues. "I brought my laptop with me. I can do whatever I need to do to support you. The Smiths contract can wait. I know it's important, but under the circumstances and considering what you must be going through, I can take care of it." In my mind, I was trying to piece together the jigsaw. Her father died in the afternoon, but that still didn't explain why she'd put on a dress like that to come and visit us. "How did you know where we were?" I asked again, blunter. I considered it a perfectly reasonable question since she was intruding on our time. "Did Cameron tell you our address?" "No, I saw the booking in his business email account," she explained. "I couldn't get any response, so I thought it was better to drive here. If it wasn't for the contract work I was meant to be leading on, I wouldn't have come. I should leave. I'm really very sorry." Chantel stood up, straightened her red dress, placed her coffee on the table, and looked ready to leave. I didn't intend to stop her. Something on her dress caught my eye, a small, tiny nick on the back of it. "Your dress, it has a small hole in the back, like you've caught it on something," I said, letting you know in case it gets worse. "Thank you. I appreciate you telling me," Chantel replied, drying her eyes. "It must have been the car on the way down." I remembered my red dress catching on the end of a radiator when we had a Christmas gathering of friends a couple of years ago. The end of the radiator was so sharp it pierced through it. I never bothered to get it fixed since I wouldn't fit into it now with the weight gain. It seems one hell of a coincidence. I wanted to bring it up, but considering how grief-struck she appeared, it wasn't good timing. "No, don't go yet," Cameron said. I glanced at him, giving him a look. "You're not in any fit state to drive all the way back. Can I book you a hotel? Grace, is there a hotel near here?" How the hell would I know, I thought. I don't know the area. "I've no idea," I replied. "Maybe look one up on your phone." "I don't want to intrude any longer," Chantel said, holding back the tears. She did look terribly distressed with her makeup running down her face. "I feel so lost and helpless." I looked at her and thought maybe I had it all wrong. This innocent, sweet-looking younger woman had nowhere to go, obviously no family support. This mother hated her, and I started to feel guilty for wishing she'd fuck off away from my family. Her father was barely even cold, and what kind of support was I in her hour of need? "No, please stay," I said. I gave in to my own suspicions. Maybe I was over the top, reading too much into things, as Cameron always suggested. "Why don't you stay here for the night? That, I believe, is a sofa bed, and you can leave in the morning." Cameron smiled at me. I didn't want this to happen, but it seemed like the right thing to say at the time. The poor woman was in a mess, and I couldn't imagine being in that situation myself. If my father had died like that, I'd be so distraught. "Honestly, if it's no bother, thank you so much," she replied, sitting back down, picking up her coffee again and another biscuit. "You're both very kind. I'm sorry for coming here. I'll be out of your hair first thing in the morning." The whole time she was speaking, her eye contact was only with Cameron. He didn't seem as nervous, but I still had questions, and I was trying to be subtle. "I have a dress exactly like that one," I said, changing the subject from her father. I didn't want to explain how Cameron found me overly sexy in it, and we ended up having sex in the bathroom while he pulled that dress above my hips. He had a thing about red dresses and black underwear. "Mine has a small rip in it too. Do you remember my dress, Cameron?"
Vaguely," Cameron responded. Flustered, obviously he remembered it. "I don't think I've seen it in years."
"I bought this from a charity shop," Chantal explained. "I didn't notice the rip at the time. Maybe it was there all along. Oh my God, it's not your dress, is it?" "I never gave mine away. It should still be at home somewhere in the back of the wardrobe, most likely," I said. "What a funny coincidence." I didn't say anything more about the dress. "I'm going to check on Jack and Emma," I said to Cameron, who had finished off the last biscuit. "I'll be down in a few minutes. Excuse me." I left them both chatting on the sofa whilst I went to the top of the landing. Both Jack and Emma's bedroom doors were closed, and I could hear faint sounds of Jack's gaming console. Emma was on the phone to one of her friends talking about some boy from some pop band I'd never heard of. I was on my phone looking at the local Bristol news website to see if a local man being dead on the roadside had made any kind of headlines. There was nothing anywhere. For a few minutes, I listened carefully at the top of the landing, having them think I was in with the children. "I'm really sorry, please forgive me," Chantal said quietly to Cameron. "I had nowhere else to go."
"I said you shouldn't come here, didn't I?" I heard him explain. "I told you how she can be at times. She'll ask loads of questions. I don't want her to think I'm having an affair. She already found the perfume. We'll talk later."
"I don't want to cause any issues with your marriage," I heard her reply. "If it's a problem and she's that jealous, I can leave right now. You're the only one I can talk about my issues with. No one else knows what my stepmother did to me. I'm sorry." I walked back down the stairs and they instantly went silent. I could be the supportive wife, or I could be the jealous bitch he must have told her I was. How dare he imply those things about me, especially when I'm always catching him looking at other women. I'm not jealous. I feel like he doesn't love me in the same way that he used to. He doesn't touch me with that urge of passion from when we first met. I know those feelings pass after you've been together for so long, but every once in a while it would be nice to feel wanted. That was all. Most of our days were spent discussing work, planning for the next day, taking the children to school. "Is everything okay?" I asked. A stupid question, I knew. "I caught something about your stepmother." Chantal held the tissue to her eyes and cried so hard into it. I stood there at the bottom of the stairs and could do nothing for her other than watch. "She used to beat me quite hard," Chantal explained. "She kicked me out of the house and caused a rift with my father. She used to tell him all kinds of lies about me. I think he died hating me, and that makes it all the more upsetting." That night, I sat and listened to her explain to me her dreadful childhood, with a step-parent who treated her like shit. I was angrier with her father for not believing his daughter, when the woman was clearly making up arguments, making up incidents that Chantal was hitting her and being aggressive. I felt so sorry for her, to have absolutely no decent start in life, losing her mother at that young age. In bed, while Chantal was fast asleep on the sofa, I opened my phone while Cameron was catching up with the news and planning our day at the beach the next day. "Don't you think it's weird that there's nothing on the news in Bristol about her dad dying like that?" I asked him. "And that she turned up here in a dress very similar to mine?"
"She always dresses up like that," Cameron explained. "She's a bit over the top and troubled. There always seems to be one issue or another. I have to listen. I'm her manager."
"Is she good for your business?" I asked bluntly. "This is the first time I've met her and I'm concerned. I'm concerned that she seems unhinged. Do you think it's all true?"
"Honestly, Grace," Cameron said. You're naturally that kind of person who'll question everything. She's had it hard. You've seen how emotional she is. I believe her. I never talk to you about all the complexities of managing people, but I have a duty of care over the poor woman. Something about her doesn't fit well with me, I explained. I'm being honest, and I can't put my finger on it, but I intend to find out more tomorrow before she leaves. There was still the issue of all the emails, but her behaviour was starting to make sense to me, even if Cameron couldn't see it with his own eyes, because all he was thinking about was business, his clients, how well she controlled his email inbox, her purpose. Behind all that, I saw something completely different. I was seeing a troubled young woman who was after my husband's attention. The question is, would she do anything to get it? 22. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 3:55 p.m. Now. I've given my statement to the security team, who are based on the lower decks. I was escorted there by the receptionist, and it felt more like an interrogation than my honest account of what happened. I left the room 30 minutes ago. I'd imagined the room would resemble something like a police interview room, but it was like any other waiting room. It was more like the waiting area at my local doctor's surgery. The interior design was luxurious and elegant, in line with the ship's passenger decks. I barely had a chance to explain what had happened, and she was there, ready for me. The panic was starting to set in heavy while I was struggling to breathe. I didn't know if this was a panic attack caused by fear, but either way, it was very real. I didn't expect to be in this situation, startled by Chantel, who was behind me holding a knife to my throat to kill me. The distorted, twisted expression on her face was nothing other than pure evil. I was both paranoid and upset, afraid to say the wrong thing. "Chantel, please, I beg you. Stop this. Not here. Please don't kill me here like this. We've been through too much together to end it right here." I plead with her as the knife is held tightly against my throat. "I didn't kill her, I swear it. None of this is my fault. You have to understand. You believe me, don't you?" I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the cabin mirror. The curtains are drawn shut, and I'm rocking backwards and forwards slightly. But this time it's not the movement of the ship. It's my own body reacting to the situation I face. The fear, the worry, the torment. They're all going to blame me for Millie's death, and I'm not able to defend myself. No one is listening to me. Framed, aren't I? All I want to do is take this knife and slice that vile fucking throat of yours. Everything that comes off the end of your lying fucking tongue is a lie, Chantel says, meaning every word. You don't deserve to live for what you've done. Everything you put Cameron through recently, and what you've put those poor kids through too. How could you do that? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand what you're getting at or know why you're doing this. Stop it. Please, I'm begging you. I cry. Her eyes are glaring. I can see her arms trembling when I look down. You don't want to do this, do you? If you kill me here, then where will you go? What will you do? We can talk it through, can't we? I realised she might be suicidal. You did kill her. I saw you there with my own eyes, she says, saliva drooling from her mouth in anger. No one knows what you've done yet, do they? They haven't caught you yet, you evil piece of shit. You've never fooled me. You might have fooled Cameron, but not me. I know exactly who you are. I cry, but I can't move because it's too dangerous. I see her arms and the knife is pressing in harder against my throat. So hard I can feel the very tip of it about to pierce the skin. There's no one else around other than her and me. After I argued with Sarah on the top deck, I returned to the cabin and fell asleep. Everything has been so exhausting. Then I woke up to find her here in the room, angry and blaming me for everything. She's not listening to me or understanding. I don't know how long I have to sit this out, but I'm trying to calm her down as best I can. You never trusted me, did you, Grace? Chantel asks, raging. You thought I was fucking him, didn't you?
You blamed me for your failing marriage. Are you in on it too? I ask, afraid to move in case she kills me in the cabin. Are you conspiring to kill me? Have you somehow manipulated all my friends against me so that they're pretending to be other people? I cough and splutter, fearful of the moment she could swipe the knife deeper and my throat will split. Did you put him up to telling the kids I've died already? I continue. Was this the plan all along, so you could live together without me getting in the way? Chantal laughs. For a split second, she pulls the knife away, then puts it back to my throat again. I want you to be honest, she says. You never really loved him, did you? Not like I loved him. I start to cry. I can see the state I'm in again by glancing at the mirror on the wall. There seems to be mirrors everywhere in this cabin. They're on the ceiling, on the walls, one on the wardrobe, everywhere in the bathroom. Here I am, sat on the bed with the knife. The cabin curtains are drawn again, but it's not like anyone would be able to see inside since the only view is miles of the Atlantic Ocean. If she kills me, I wonder who will find me. The cabin steward on his evening rounds? The kids think I'm dead anyway. Of course I loved him. He was the only man who ever noticed me. He's kind, caring, considerate, masculine. I love him very much. You didn't deserve him, though, did you? He doesn't know your secrets, does he? No one does except me. I watched you, Chantal says. I've been watching you for months. When Cam was kind enough to offer me a job, I realised then what a kind man he was. I remain silent, frozen in fear, as the cold, sharp edge runs back and forth across my throat. I don't need her to tell me what kind of man my husband is. He isn't perfect, no one is, but she seems obsessed. I felt a connection from the moment I met him, she continues. When I first told him about my evil stepmother, he listened. No one's ever given me that time or interest. Yes, that's it. He was interested in me, and he told me how possessive you were, how many times you thought he was having an affair, looking at other women. I know now that he wasn't, I shout. I know he wasn't having an affair. I'm sorry. I admired him more for not wanting to have affairs, Chantal replies. I tried. Believe me, I really tried. I dressed up, made it obvious I probably crossed the line many times with my flirting, but he appreciated me. He appreciated all the work I did for him, the help and support in his business that you never provided. I'm sorry, I say, crying and upset. I'm really sorry. I thought we could be friends after the accident. I thought we could get along. I know you weren't sleeping with my husband. I know, okay? I get it. Why should I not slit your throat right here, right now? Chantal bluntly asks. What would you say to stop me? Chantal, this has been a crazy, mad, intense few days. You know what happened in the accident. None of us are perfect, are we? I plead. There's a lot of strange things going on. Things I can't explain. And you've been disappearing on and off. If you're working with them all, I'd rather you said so. I came here to start again, to be at peace with myself. It's not like I needed a new identity, but I'm Grace Thomas, and I'm going through hell. Chantal's arms are shaking, her teeth gritted, and I hear them grinding. I'm taking my moment to try and free myself from her grip on me. I go to stand up, and my aim is to run out into the hallway. I lean forward and scream with all my being. The knife slices part of my neck, making me scream with pain. I place my hands to my throat and see the blood dripping on my hands. For my freedom, I run to the bathroom door, the closest in sight, to protect myself and shut myself away. I remember that the first aid kit is in here. I take my hands away from my neck, and it's not as bad as it seems. The knife didn't cut deep, just a long scratch. I take quite a substantial amount of tissue and press it hard to stop the bleeding. I should call the police, but then I remember there are no police here. We're at sea. The security is employed by the ship's company. What would they do? Do they have prison cells here? Please, get away from me, I shout. Get out! Get out before I call the security! This isn't fair, Chantel! I trusted you! I trusted you with my secret! I don't hear anything. I listen by the door, but no footsteps, no replies, nothing but silence. I don't understand what's happening to me anymore. I'm tired and confused, I say, crying as I sit with my back against the bathroom door. A small bloody towel is beside me as I've wiped my hands all over it. I want her to leave me alone. I tried to be friends with her. I tried to have a connection. But now I know exactly how crazy she is. I want nothing more to do with her. She's not right in the head. Please, I say again, loud enough for her to hear. Go back to whoever you were staying with last night. It's Sarah, isn't it? You've been plotting and planning this for ages. I mean it too. It's making more sense to me today than it ever did. What a coincidence that the same day I had a fight with Sarah, who's telling me she's someone else, and that Millie was someone else, Chantel tries to kill me in my own cabin. My husband has told the kids I'm dead already, so now I know what's happening. They're trying to ruin my life. They want me dead. All of them. Locked in this small bathroom, I feel protected from everything outside. The lock is firmly pressed across, and I don't know what to do for the best. I can't hear her moving around outside, so I open the door very slowly and peek my eyes around the corner. I look straight out ahead at the mirror on the wall to see if I can catch a glimpse of her. I was expecting her to be stood at the entrance, waiting to pounce on me with the knife again, or at least walking up and down the cabin. There's nobody, so I open the door wider and hear the squeaky sound of the hinges. I'm dreading the possibility she heard the noise too. She could be waiting to finish me off for good. Where's the knife gone? I step outside the bathroom nervously and head back into the room, where I now see the knife on the floor, covered in my own blood. I remove the tissue I've been pressing against my neck and feel very fortunate it didn't go in deeper. I survived. It's a slight flesh wound on the neck, clearly noticeable, and sure to raise a few eyebrows, but if I don't want to tell anyone the truth, I can say it was an accident. It should heal by tomorrow. When I step off this ship in the morning, I don't know that I want to step back on it. This journey has barely begun, and it's been nothing but hell for me. Chantel, are you there? I ask. Are you in here? I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Can we clear the air? This is getting dangerous now. We shouldn't be fighting like this. I thought you were on my side. I can't report this to the security team in case they throw me off the ship. I run towards the cabin door and double-lock it while pushing the chair up against it to stop anyone coming inside. There's a small peephole on the door, so if anyone knocks, I can see who it is before letting them in. I never want to see Chantel in here again. After this, we're definitely done. I need to know that when I go to bed at night, I'm going to wake up alive. I don't understand what her obsession is with my husband, but it's certainly not healthy. Cameron is mine. It's like a light bulb moment. Cameron, I need to speak to him. Maybe if he listens to me for a few minutes, I can tell him what Chantel has done. Then perhaps he'll come clean about it all. He'd hate her for what she's done. Unless she was meant to kill me all along. I grab the ship's phone, dial my husband's number that's still written on the pad of paper, and wait. It must only be about 5-ish in the UK. Hello? He answers. I remain silent. Hello? I don't speak because I'm listening for background noises. I want to hear my kids' voices again, desperate to know they're both okay. Is this you again? He asks. I've told you to leave us in peace. Please respect our wishes, whoever you are. It's a difficult time for us all. Cameron, I say, please, I'm begging you to listen to me. Chantel has tried to kill me. She's got a knife and I'm trapped in here with her. The line goes dead. He hung up straight away. I call him straight back. I hear 2 rings. Cameron, please, I'm begging you, I say in desperation. I know what you're doing. I know you're plotting to kill me, and they're all in on it. Please, stop this. Please tell the kids I love them. Mummy loves them. I can't stop crying as I remember the last time I saw them. The image of their faces etched in my mind. 2 beautiful children who love their mother. My babies. Cameron is dead. Grace is dead. They both are. Please, whoever you are, and whatever sick, twisted game you're up to, please stop calling. I don't have an answer, so I don't say anything else. The phone line goes dead, and when I call again for the 3rd time, I can only assume it's been unplugged. If that wasn't Cameron's voice that I recognised, then who was it? It could only have been him. Why is he telling me this? No, no, I say out loud, shaking. No, what the hell is going on? My mind can't take it in. The agony and confusion of the situation now give me a pounding headache. I'm craving my tablets that are somewhere out there in my suitcase. The wound on my neck is now sore to touch, with small blood clots that need to be cleaned up. I don't know any way out of this mindfuck, but I'm still alive. If Chantel comes at me again, I'm going to have to do something to defend myself. If she accidentally falls onto the knife, then it was self-defense. If Sarah comes near me, I'm going to have to be smart about what I tell her. Somehow I'm convinced she's part of this mess. When I get off this ship, the first thing I'm getting is a flight home. I'm going to contact the police and tell them everything. This whole thing is a lie, but it's now them or me. They're all out to get me. 23. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 5:55 p.m. Now. I can't take my eyes off the cut and scratches on my neck. I'm broken inside. I know I'm mentally drained, and I don't know how much longer I can take all of this confusion. I'm disengaged from my own emotions, and it seems like things are happening outside of my own control. I'm trying to fit all the pieces of the jigsaw together, but it's slow progress. I've attempted to redial my husband repeatedly, hoping for him to answer the phone, but after a series of ringtones, it cuts dead. I want to demand answers. I want to speak to my kids. The knife is now drying in the bathroom sink, having been washed of all my blood. I know I could use it as evidence of my attack, and since Chantel hasn't been back, I'm assuming she's running scared. She's dangerous, and could be up to anything, though. I look around the cabin and feel like she's watching me. I can feel her, but I can't see her. She's everywhere. I'm twitchy, and I've placed a chair up against the door that I've double-locked. I'm not letting anyone back inside my cabin. Not even Arnav, the steward. He's likely to be along with some fresh towels tonight. 2 hours I've been inside here now, dreading the moment she returns. I'm on edge, wondering what her next move is. Is she going to kill me tonight? I'm on my guard, and I'm not about to let it drop. How the hell will I manage to get any sleep? I wish I'd never set foot on this ship. The moment I arrived at the dock, it's like my life started slipping away from me. The existence that I knew is disintegrating, and they're all trying to cover it up. The curtains are open, and it's getting dark outside. I see the stars and the darkened sky filled with clouds. The ship has resumed its journey to Spain, and I've read the banners on the distance channel stating there are delays of 4 hours, so we'll dock at the port lunchtime tomorrow instead of before breakfast. All I want is to go home and sort out this mess with Cameron, to feel him, hug him, and try to understand why. Why all this turmoil? What did I do to deserve this? There are no breaking headlines of the collection of Millie's body, as all the news channels on the ship are reporting world news items. It makes me question if the news has broken in England. I'm not interested in the stock markets. I don't care about much other than finding out more truths. There are people on this ship coming for me. I can't explain how I know or what I'm feeling, but it's there. I sense I'm being watched. I can't stay here like a prisoner much longer. I was thinking about Sarah too. Sarah's been throwing red herrings. She must be. I can't help but feel that she's hiding something. Something terrible. Why else would she encourage me to drink with her on the first night, but then completely drop me the next day? Her focus on blame seems too much in my direction, yet she shared a cabin with Millie. She must know more about what happened before Millie wanted to jump over and kill herself. It's not all my fault. I merely walked onto the scene in what was nothing more than fate. I keep thinking about all the name changes, but I brush it off as part of the game. I'm being set up. I have to fight this before they win. I'm probably safer around people than I am in here. I didn't think of the situation like that before. In this cabin, I'm a target, a sitting duck. Chantel will always know where I am, but I have no idea where she is or what she's up to. She never explains herself either. It must be Sarah. She's orchestrated this whole thing. In that split second, an apparent reason comes into my head. Never before has anything become more evident, and the understanding of what was going on around me better explained. Sarah and Cameron must be behind all of this. And if they're behind all of this, then I know why. They must be having an affair and want to get me out of the picture. She's been fucking my husband, I say out loud. No one in the room can hear me, but saying it makes it feel more real. She's been after my life this whole time. Actually fucking him, I whisper. She's after my whole life. Sarah, I always thought she was jealous of my success. I fucking knew it. All this time under my own nose. He was always up to something, acting strange when I mentioned having more time together and that we should have date nights. I can't. I have so much work stuff to catch up on, he would say. I can't take my eye off the ball. Sarah came on this trip to make sure I got here. She must have been watching me, laughing behind my back this whole time. I bet Cameron's been talking to her and she's been feeding him updates. Millie's gone. They've already told the kids I'm dead. I'm then told he's dead. What a catastrophic fuck-up. The best thing I could do tonight is get myself ready for dinner and head out into the crowds. If they can't see me, they can't find me. Then they can't play with me. I've only got another night, then I'm off this ship for good and getting the next flight back home. I don't even know if Vigo has an airport. I can't even speak Spanish. But I can make up my own mind, and I'm done with this holiday. I'm done with these games and trying to survive each day as it comes. The problem is there's only so much fight I have left within me. I turn to look at the door to make sure it's still shut with the chair up against it. I'm not letting her back in. I'm starting to feel a little anger now, anger that has replaced the fear. Because I've begun to see past the unimaginable and realise that Cameron and Sarah have orchestrated this whole thing. It's changed my way of thinking. I actually was feeling sorry for her. She was sat there on the bench as Millie's body was coming on board, crying her fucking eyes out, and I wanted to say how sorry I was. All Sarah's done this whole trip is fight with me so far. If I could just get her on her own, she might admit it to me. I've only ever been around her when she's had an audience. One more uncertainty is how Chantel is placed in all this drama. She's the glue to all this, I believe, since she spends some time with me, then disappears without any explanation. There's a reason she wants me dead, and I don't think it's anything to do with Millie. She hates me because of Cameron. I pick up the handset and redial Cameron's number. He answered before, he'll answer again. It's not like we ever got up to much on a Sunday. He should be sorting his work diary out for tomorrow's meetings, clearing his emails for the next intake and highlighting amendments to any new contracts. Just as I'm about to hang up, I hear a pause. He's answered. "Hello?" I ask. "Cameron, is that you?" I hear the sigh before the silence. "Cameron," I say, knowing I'm still on the line. "Chantel tried to stab me. Cameron, I need your help." Still, nothing but silence. I can hear my own voice echoing back to me, and I put this down to the ship's connection. "Cameron, you can be honest with me, can't you?" I say. "I deserve to know the truth and why you're doing all this. All these games, they have to stop." I'm emotional and upset. My life is meaningless, and the emptiness I feel is hard to accept. "It's Sarah, isn't it? You've been behind my back," I cry. "I know the truth. I know what you're up to. I miss Jack and Emma. I don't think I can forgive you for this. I know you're there." I wipe the tears away from my eyes with the sleeve of my top. "Answer me, goddammit!" I shout. "Cameron, please, answer me. I don't understand why you're doing all of this." I cry down the phone, but there's no response. I listen carefully for any background noise, but everything is silent. "I don't know why you want me dead," I say calmly down the phone. "Are you paying people? Is that it?" Another memory flashed in my mind. I remember the emails. "I know you took out life insurance on me," I say. "I remember seeing the emails. It was in your work email. You renewed the insurance. Are you doing this for money? Is that why they're all in on it? Are you better off without me?" I wipe the remnants of the tears away from my eyes. I never felt like this. I don't belong anywhere. But it might be because I'm miles away from land and have nowhere to call for help. I'm trapped. "Hello? Are you still there?" a female voice asks. This instantly makes me sit up and become more alert. A woman is answering my husband's phone. "Can you tell me your name?" "My husband. Where is he?" I demand. "Where's Cameron? And where are my damn kids? Who the hell are you?" "Please, whatever you do, don't hang up," she says, all calm and well-mannered. "I can help you. Can you confirm your name for me? Then I can explain." Help me? How the hell can she help me? And explain what? "Can you get my husband, please? Can you tell him it's Grace, his wife?" I ask. "Who are you? And why are you there? Are my kids okay?" "My name is Police Detective Susan Barry. You have nothing to fear. Can you please confirm your name, please?" she asks again, confusing me. "Your name? Just for our records." "My name is Grace Thomas, and I'm calling my husband, Cameron. This is our phone line," I reply sharply, biting my tongue not to have a go at her. "Where is my husband? Why didn't he answer the call?" "Did you call this number earlier? This morning, too?" Susan asks. "Can I ask where you are right now? I'm sorry if this is coming across as intrusive, but I'm trying to ascertain a few details first before I can divulge anything further." "Is my husband okay?" I ask, now concerned. "Are the children safe?" "Why would you ask?" she continues, alarming me. "Can I ask what you know?" I'm lost for words and struggling to speak. All I can think about is the children and what they must be going through, being told their mother is dead, and now I don't know what he's done. "Are my children safe?" I ask. "Jack and Emma, where are they?" "They're both safe and well," she replies. "Now, where are you calling from?" "I'm at sea. I'm on holiday. Well, I don't really know how to explain that. I sort of ended up here, and I was meant to be with friends. I stop mid-sentence. This is to do with Millie, isn't it? "I didn't kill her. I swear it. It wasn't me," I say down the line. Again, the emotion and memory of it all are upsetting. "It wasn't me, but I think they all think I pushed her. I didn't push her. She jumped off her own accord." "It's okay. Calm down," she says, but I feel anything but calm now. "Can you tell me who Millie is?" "Millie Henderson," I reply. "She jumped, but Sarah says I had something to do with it, and now they're calling her Gemma. I don't understand what's going on." "Grace, pause for a minute. Take a breath," she says to calm me further, so I take a deep breath, realising I've been talking fast. I bet she can barely keep up. "Where is Chantel?" I go cold and rigid. What has she done? She's reported me to the police, hasn't she? All part of their game. She tried to kill me. She's angry, I say, trembling and fearful again. She took a knife to my throat. She's gone. She works for my husband, and between you and me, I think she wants him. Grace, how long have you been on the ship? She asks. I don't know why she's questioning me. All I want is to speak to Cameron. What is the name of the ship that you're on, and where are you going? For a moment, my mind goes blank. I don't answer immediately. I'm thinking about it. We're heading to Spain, I reply. So much has happened. I lost my phone. It all started in the morning. Let me think. Venturas, I shout. I left yesterday afternoon. It feels like a lifetime already. I hear her writing things down in the background. Is Cameron there? I ask her again. Can I speak to my husband? Why did he get the police involved? Did he tell you that he told the kids I'm dead? I'm their mother. How cruel is that? I need to fix all this. All sorts have been going on. I shouldn't have left. Cameron died. Some time ago, too, she replies, and I can barely catch my breath in the shock. Jack and Emma are here with their grandfather. Grace, is anyone else in danger? I'm shaking so hard and uncontrollably. My mind has drawn a blank, and I can feel the urge to vomit building in the back of my throat. I want to run, but there's nowhere to run to. I look around the cabin, and there's no one I can call for help. He's dead, I cry. How? I don't understand. How can he be when I heard the kids? I heard him with the kids, my kids. I look up at the ceiling. My heart is thumping like crazy. It's adrenaline and grief. My world crashing down on me. How is he dead? Do I believe her? I don't believe you, I say, trying to trick her into admission. Cameron can't be dead. I spoke to him. He told the kids I was dead. Now you're saying that it's him who's dead. What's going on? Did he make you do this? Are you even really a police officer? I can't trust anything anyone says anymore. I don't believe her. I'm not lying to you, she says firmly. Where's Chantel? Can you get her for me? Put Chantel on the phone. She's gone away after the knife attack. I told you that already. I explained that already, I reply in annoyance. I think she's going to kill me. Chantel has gone. Do you have the knife? Susan asks. I don't like her tone. Where is the knife? I have it near me, I reply. It's in the cabin with me. I don't know how it got here. I think she might have taken it from one of the room service plates outside the cabin doors. She might be coming for me. Grace? She asks again. Is there anyone around you in danger? Have you reported it to any of the ship's staff? Yes, I reply. I'm in danger. I fear for my life. We found the suitcase, Susan says. We have the suitcase and know what's inside. I cough and struggle to breathe as I catch my breath. I see myself in the mirror with the phone to my ear, and my jaw has dropped while I'm frowning hard. What? I ask. How did you know about the suitcase? I reported it missing on the ship. I'm confused, and it's frustrating that I don't understand. How can she have the suitcase when I handed it to the steward? It never even made it onto the ship. You're lying, I shout. Liar! Liar, you fucking bitch! I hang up the phone in a rage and look into the mirror. My cheeks are flushed and my eyes are bloodshot from the tears. I can't stop looking at myself, trying to understand what's happening and why all these people are talking like they don't understand me or what I'm trying to communicate. Chantel is dangerous. She's turned into a monster. Sarah's part of the game, and Cameron, I believe, is behind all of this. If he was really dead, I would feel some kind of emotion, but I don't feel it. I hear those words, but there's a disconnect again. I doubt the facts, and I'm certain it's all part of a bigger plan. I'm next. They all want me dead. 24.
Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 7:55 p.m. Now. Leaving my cabin was a brave move, but I have to confront them if I want to enjoy what time I have left. I've decided to play along with their game, if I can. I don't know what has happened to me or what is going on around me, but I can't stay trapped in my own cabin like this. It's not healthy. I thought about accepting my own fate and throwing myself off the ship in full view of Sarah as a means of showing her that I've given up. She wins. I have the cut on my neck to prove that I was attacked. It shows Chantel for everything that she is. Dangerous. Why are they trying to convince me that my husband is dead? They've taken my kids off me. Cut me dead from their world. They're telling me that Cameron is dead, and what am I meant to do, just carry on and accept it? Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. I think I remember one thing, but then maybe it means something else. The last time I saw Cameron, he was smiling at me, waving at me from the door. He was fit and healthy, and I cling on to the memory of that smile. It was loving. "Have a safe trip," he said. "I'll see you soon." I thought he and I were making progress. He knows how I feel about him. He knows that I thought we needed to find that connection again. Our relationship wasn't perfect, but we wanted to make it work. Since the accident, I've done nothing but think about him constantly. I love him, I miss him, and I wish things were how they were between us in the beginning. I'm attracted to his masculinity because there's something nice about him that I could never really describe, other than he was a good listener. I felt like he understood me, and he wanted me as much as I wanted him. I trusted him with my life. I have an overwhelming gut feeling that I won't be stepping off this ship tomorrow. Chantel is either going to stab me in my sleep, or Sarah is going to get revenge on me for thinking that I helped Millie jump overboard. None of this is my fault, but they're hiding from me, conspiring against me, and using different names to confuse me or cover up any kind of evidence. That must be it. All the time I was meant to be here to discover myself, then all I found was an abundance of secrets and lies, friends who have become enemies, and my husband who wants me dead. I should have some sense of understanding, but I don't feel it. I should hate him for what he's doing, but I love him. Maybe I'm convincing myself that when I go home, the situation will sort itself out. But the police tell me he's dead. Do I trust them? I don't understand how so-called police officer Susan managed to keep my suitcase. I keep pressing hard on my forehead, trying to remember everything. I know I packed it tightly. I remember putting the padlock on it, didn't I? How did she get hold of it? It should have gone from the steward to the ship, then with me by dinner time in the evening. They've stolen everything from me. Everything. I have no purpose, no escape, and useless is how I'd describe myself. What's the point of it all? There's nothing I can do now other than call her out. I know she's lost her friend, but I'm not letting Sarah win without hearing me out. I've tried to be friendly. I tried to explain. But now I'm thinking, fuck the lot of it. If I've lost, then I've got nothing more to lose. Nothing more to give other than tell her how I feel. "Good evening," says the concierge, who's been standing outside the ship's restaurant for as long as I've been in this queue. I've watched people scrub their hands with alcohol hand gel. I've seen most of the previous dinner sitting guests, and although I know I'm not going to be let in before 8 p.m. for the next sitting, I'm both nervous and excited about it. I follow Sarah from her cabin to the restaurant, and she can't see that I'm about 10 people behind her. She's not dressed up, but is standing there alone, waiting in line with the others, as am I. I keep my handbag held tight to my body as I stand here, trying to look normal. I hate drawing attention to myself. It's going to be safer to confront her in sight of a crowd than to be on my own with her. She could kill me. Or worse, Chantel might turn up to finish me off. Sarah looks unkempt and still consumed with grief.
I've enjoyed people watching in the queue, with many couples holding hands, smiling at each other, gentle contact, little kisses, and excitement for being on a luxurious cruise liner. "You may go inside now," the concierge says, leading us forward with his hands. "Enjoy your meal." I walk slowly in the queue and remain behind Sarah. I'm watching her walk around the tables. It's as though she has no idea where to sit. "Excuse me, ma'am," says the waiter, taking me by surprise. "Do you know your table number?" "No, sorry," I reply. "I didn't come down here last night. I know where my friend is sitting, so I'm going to follow her. She's just over there. Thank you." I walk away from him immediately in case the conversation alerts Sarah to turn around. She's walked so far ahead, I can't see her anymore. I'm standing in the middle of the restaurant, looking around. The bright lights from the crystal chandeliers reflect off the glasses on the tables. I'm starting to panic a little because I think I've lost her, but then I see the back of her hair in the far right corner. I make my way forward. I pass well-dressed women dripping in expensive jewellery while their husbands or boyfriends look well-to-do. I'm still walking around in Barbara's clothes, slightly blood-stained, but I don't think anyone would notice. I certainly don't appear like I've got dressed up for dinner, but there's nothing I could do to improve my appearance. I remember that I'm playing the game, so I look towards Sarah, trying to remember what she's calling herself now. "Kerry, how are you?" I ask, remembering her name. "May I sit down?" No sooner have I pulled out the chair than a waiter comes right over with a napkin and a bowl filled with bread rolls. I take a seat before she has the opportunity to kick off. "What are you doing here?" she asks me with a harsh tone. "I don't want you anywhere near me." "I've come here to apologise. Please, hear me out. We're in a room full of people and I didn't come here for an argument," I reply, pointing at my neck. "I've had enough of them today. I haven't got the energy for a fight." I see her looking at my cut. I rub my finger over it and wince with pain. It's sore to touch, and I look down at the small remnant of blood on my fingers. "You should get that looked at," she says, removing her napkin and placing it back on the table. I spot 2 glasses filled with water. "I would like you to leave, please." "Sarah," I say, realising I've slipped up. "Kerry, sorry. The police are telling me that my husband is dead. Cameron has died. I don't know what to believe." I lean forward slightly, but I'm interested in eye contact. I'm looking for a sign, a glint in her eye that she's up to something. "I'm very sorry for your loss, but I can't help you," she replies. "Can I please have dinner in peace? Can you leave me alone? I'm done with you. Whoever you are and wherever you've come from, can you go, please? Leave me in peace. I don't want to fight anymore." I can sense the tension brewing in her voice. She isn't looking at me directly as I am towards her. I see the waiters looking from their stations. "Please tell me whatever Cameron has done, whatever he's controlling you with. It's all him, isn't it? He put you up to this," I say, taking my one and only chance now that I feel like I pieced the jigsaw together. "He's got something on you, hasn't he?" Sarah stands up from the table. She doesn't acknowledge me or respond to my question. She's shaking her head, and I watch as she pushes in her chair, turns around and walks away from me. I feel the fire in my gut. I can't believe what she's done, everything she's doing to me. "You're fucking my husband, aren't you?" I scream, and the room grinds to a halt. The sound of plates and cutlery are no more. "She's sleeping with my husband!" I watch as the other women in the room start shaking their heads. I see a gathering of wide eyes and open mouths. "Look, everyone, look at this!" I shout in a rage. "They tried to kill me! They're plotting something behind my back, hoping that I'm going to go away, but I'm onto them! I know what they're up to!" I throw my hands to my face and cry into my hands. The couple on the opposite table comes over to me. I feel a hand rubbing my shoulder, and I can see the woman who has been swigging back her wine now stood beside me. "I've got this," she says to the waiters who have come over. I assume they were going to ask me to leave. "It's okay. She's distressed. Look at her. Please, everyone leave this to me." Her voice sounds faint, I barely listen as I'm concentrating on Sarah, who's now walked out of the restaurant. I catch a glimpse of her with her hands to her face. I assume she too is in tears, but her actions speak volumes. It's not like she denied it. I was definitely onto something there. The cruel bitch. "Sit down. Come on, have some water," I hear the female of the couple say to me whilst pushing me to sit down. "You're bleeding." I place my hand on my neck and feel the blood slowly seeping. It's nothing major. It hurts, but it could be worse. I make sure my handbag is still on me. "No, I'm fine," I reply, taking a sip of the water and thinking about what to say next. I have the whole restaurant alarmed at my behaviour. "I'm sorry, I need to go." "Do you need me to come with you?" the female asks, while I see her husband smiling at me. I clock the wedding ring on his finger. Still, that might not mean anything if Cameron is anything to go by. "You need to go to first aid. I can come with you if you like." "Michelle, they're bringing out our starters any minute," he says. "She said she was fine." I feel lost and ashamed, embarrassed and upset. I shake my head. "Your husband is right, I'm okay. I'll be fine," I say, standing up to leave. I cover my neck with the napkin. "Enjoy your meal. Sorry if I've spoiled your evening." I walk away from the table. No one stops me. No one approaches me. And all I want to do is get out of sight and lock myself away. Convinced that Sarah has plotted this whole situation to work with Cameron, I can't help but think I've foiled her plans. She knows now that I'm onto her. "How awful for her," I hear Michelle say as I leave. "She looks dreadful. I hate to think about what she's gone through. Did you see that cut on her neck? It looks infected." I've heard that word before. Infected. It triggers something in my memory. I keep hearing it over and over in my head. Someone's told me that before. I know they have. I listen to a male voice in my ear. Infected. She might not live. I pick up pace as I walk out of the restaurant, intent on heading outside for some fresh air. I don't want to go back to my cabin. If I've learned anything tonight, it's that Sarah is in on this. She couldn't stand there and confront me when I hit her hard with the truth. You can't argue with facts, and she didn't put up any fight. I push open the double doors leading out onto the decks. A breeze blows my hair all out of place, and I struggle to pull the door closed. The wind is that strong. I spot smokers huddled together down one end while I look for somewhere quiet to sit alone. I look down ahead, and there's the very spot that Millie took her own life. The same table and the same seat are empty. No one seems to huddle down the bottom of the ship as the deck bends around to the front. A forceful blast of wind always puts people off, even though I don't mind. I'm happy to sit there alone, without being interrupted by people. Right now, I'm digesting all that I know Sarah has been up to. Not once did I hear her deny sleeping with Cameron. Not once. I look at my handbag, the only companion I've had since stepping on the ship. I open it, and it's still inside. The steak knife is dry, blood-stained, but I have it on me for protection against them. Any minute, I think Sarah could kill me. I saw the look in her eyes when I confronted her. I don't trust her. I don't trust anyone anymore. I'm all on my own, with my life crumbling around me, out of my control, and I'm beginning to wish I had died in the accident all those months ago. Life doesn't seem fair, but I'm ready and waiting. She's coming to get me. I don't think it's any coincidence that Sarah now appears from around the corner. She's made her way from the front of the ship, wiping her eyes with a tissue, and we've come face to face. "Why are you stalking me?" Sarah asks. "Please, my best friend is dead. I can't go anywhere without you being there. Why can't you leave me alone?" "Just admit it," I say to distract her from questioning me. "No one can hear you. Why are you ruining my life? Why is Cameron putting you up to this? It's for the money, isn't it? I've got life insurance. And maybe it's his business. Maybe you've been jealous of me this whole time. Maybe I've got in the way. All I want is a simple answer. I can see it all very clearly now, that I don't even need her to confirm it. It would be nice to hear it in her own words. It doesn't matter anymore, I say, as she stands there in front of me listening. I don't need your admission. I worked it all out for myself. Cameron is a cheating fuck who I loved and trusted, but all he ever did was look at other women. All he ever wanted was a successful business. And I know now. I fucking know. Sarah's shaking. I'm going to call security if you ever come near me again on this ship, she replies. Whatever is going on in your life, I'm dealing with my own issues. I'm not who you think I am. I'm getting off tomorrow and heading home with the body of my friend. Please, how many times do I have to say it? I don't know who you are. Don't I know it, I snap. Don't I fucking well know it, you snake. We were the best of friends when we got on here. You couldn't talk to me enough. All you talked about was some friend of yours called Chantel, Sarah replies. You looked lost. We were trying to be friendly, that was all. Nothing worse than being on holiday and no one talking to you. What a fucking liar. The more she talks, the more angry I am about being treated this way. The blatant, two-faced, lying bitch, trying to turn it all on me. I open my handbag, pull out the knife and show it to her. Look, this is what Chantel thinks of it, I say through gritted teeth. Chantel thinks it's all about slitting my fucking throat. Have you seen her? Do you know how vile she can be? Sarah goes to scream, but I've already jumped to my feet and I'm on her. I push the knife into her chest so hard the handle is wedged, and I jolt my arms as I'm thrusting it hard into her body. I'm not sure what sounds are coming from her mouth, a faint scream muffled by the sound of pain. I hate being lied to, but since my life is over anyway, I'm doing this to show Cameron that his game is over. It's over. I have my eyes on hers and my jaw feels locked with the anger and pent-up frustration at all these lies that she's telling. She tells it all so beautifully, all so eloquently. Like, how could I be so wrong to challenge her? I can't stop stabbing her until I've heard her last breath. That final push and her eyes are gone. Her body drops to the floor of the deck with a dull thump. Crowds gather, and I turn to face them with the knife to my throat. I'm not even sure if I mean to do it, but I act on impulse. I need them to believe me. Look! Look! I shout. She tried to kill me first. I was defending myself. You hear me? I point to the marks on my neck, scratching hard to try and make it bleed again, hoping it will all be seen as self-defense. But I know those in the restaurant have already seen the cut. I see people running in the opposite direction, some towards Sarah, but I let them pass by me. I fall to my knees and sob with fear while holding the knife. My hands are shaking and I can hear someone performing resuscitation on her behind me. I look up and there is a face looking back on me I wasn't expecting to see. Of everything I have done, I felt disappointed. And it wasn't because of stabbing Sarah with a knife. That was revenge. It's that Barbara was staring at me, mortified at what she had witnessed. The woman kind enough to listen to me, the woman who had earlier handed me money out of the kindness of her heart, and I have clearly disappointed her. That really upsets me. Barbara shakes her head at me. I can't imagine how brutal this looks. I look up at her and smile. I don't know why, but she has a natural charm to her that is friendly and kind. I want to smile at her to show I mean no harm to her. I should be thanking her. They tried to ruin my life, Barbara, I say. They're all coming after me. She doesn't reply, but watches on and looks over my shoulder at Sarah, who is dying, if she's not already dead. I can't bring myself to look. I saw
saw everything that you did,
she replies and walks away from me.
everything.
That feeling of being helplessly lost returns. There are people everywhere around me, but I'm alone. All I think about now is Cameron and my children. What could his next move be, now that I have taken out one of the key players in his game? I need to run. 25. Sunday, 29th of August, 2021. 10:20 a.m. Then. Chantal had slept on the sofa all night, and when the children got up for breakfast, I quickly explained for them to have minimal contact. Emma wasn't remotely interested anyway, and kept herself to herself. She did her usual teenage huffing, while Jack wanted all the gory details. Emma hadn't even wanted to come on holiday. I didn't sleep very well, because my head was filled with questions that I needed answers to. I had waited until Cameron was snoring, until I looked through the images I'd captured of his emails. What I read wasn't alarming by any means, but the volume of what she was sending concerned me. It was too much, and I was then annoyed that he hadn't told me. I knew this was his company, and she was his employee, but she shouldn't be spilling every issue in her personal life to him in that manner. It was unacceptable. Cameron had wanted me to get up, sort breakfast, and take the children out for a walk in the morning. I was having none of it. I knew why he wanted to rush me out of the door. It was in case I said anything that might embarrass him or upset her. I knew her father had died, but I kept latching on to the weirdness of her sleeping on the sofa in our holiday home after being told her father had died. That was not normal. You take the children out for a walk, and I'll see what plan she has for today, I told Cameron. I can handle this. We need to get rid of her. Don't be too harsh on her, he replied. She's had hard times. I know what you're like. I wanted him to get out of the house and leave this between her and me. Trust me, I said. No one knows the mind of another woman quite like another woman. I had no intentions of being the other woman. No way on this earth was I allowing her to hook her claws into my husband. This was my family. He was the father to our children, and as an outsider, I could see the manipulation she'd placed on him. I'd read those emails. I had the evidence. She said she'd been to the doctors to discuss her mental health issues with her family. I'd seen with my own eyes the email she'd sent him, saying they had an open, working relationship where she could tell him anything. She'd thanked him and offered to buy him dinner. I could see where it was heading, and I needed to somehow intervene. Cameron had taken everything she'd said at face value. He was too consumed by the drama to see beyond the lies. "Morning, Chantal," I said while pottering about the kitchen. I was intentionally loud to wake her up. "Can I get you anything to eat or drink?" It was a glorious sunny morning, and we had planned to go to the beach before lunch. Cameron took the children out for a morning walk. He said there was a woodland public walking spot they could go through nearby, not far from the pub we'd been in last night. "I'll have a glass of water if you don't mind," she replied. "I don't feel up to eating anything. I've not slept a wink all night, thinking about my dad. I still can't believe it." "Here's your water," I said while handing her the glass. I smiled sympathetically. "The shower is upstairs if you wanted to freshen up before you leave." I saw it right there and then in her expression. A second glimpse of disappointment and surprise. She looked at me in a way that suggested, how dare I suggest it? It was a flicker, the way her eyes moved. "I'm sorry for spoiling your evening," she said. "I had no one to turn to, and Cam has really helped me over the last few weeks. I feel so supported." "He said you send quite a lot of emails," I replied, still smiling, knowing that I couldn't give anything away about reading them all. "He's a good man, my husband. One of the best." Chantal straightened her hair, stood up and stretched her legs.
You're going to have a wonderful cruise. I'm so jealous, she revealed. My mouth dropped. He must really love you to book a trip as expensive as that. I had no idea what she was on about. What cruise? He knew I'd always wanted to go on a cruise holiday, but I had no clue what she was talking about. I don't know what you mean, I said. Cruise holiday? We're not having a cruise holiday. Chantel's mouth dropped. She looked surprised. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry, forgive me, it slipped out, she claimed. I didn't realise it was a surprise. I saw the emails and I thought you must have known about it. When? I asked. When did he book it for? He would never step foot on a cruise ship. That's not a holiday he would book. I saw some emails between him, someone called Sarah and Millie. Discussions around a November sailing to Spain, Chantel replied. I've always seen cruise holidays on the adverts. I've browsed online, but never had anyone to go with. I couldn't really afford it. I think it must obviously be a surprise then, something he was arranging with your friends. Well, you've gone and ruined that, haven't you? I snapped. I was starting to get angry because this was a testament to her personality. I'll have to pretend I don't know anything. Sarah and Millie haven't said a word to me. Millie, I don't know all that well. She's more of a friend to Sarah than me because they were work colleagues in a previous job. Obviously, I've met her and had the odd drink with her when I've bumped into her at Sarah's, but a cruise like that would be lovely. Maybe it's an early Christmas present. I snapped myself out of it. I thought she might be lying and realised I was being drawn into potentially more drama. Why hadn't I seen these emails? Was she setting me up for disappointment? I shouldn't say this, but Cameron has let slip about the issues you're having. He mentioned that you have arguments. He's been really supportive of me, and I can tell when he has things on his mind. He goes really quiet, Chantel continued, as the smile on my face vanished. I don't think you understand the stress he's been under trying to secure the contracts. He's very competitive in the energy world. I've been helping him draft some standard operating procedures and adding more structures to his tenders. I thought when I joined it was a family business. No, I don't get involved in his business, I replied. We keep our work lives very separate. There are no issues. You're mistaken. If you've ever been married, then you'll know exactly what I mean. We've been through a lot together, Cameron and me. We've got 2 children. Lived through some hard times in the past, but everything now is perfect. I didn't want to get embroiled in this conversation. I threw in a jibe of my own, since there was no wedding ring on her finger. She wasn't particular, and it came across as more investigative rather than factual. Anyway, enough about us and our issues, I continued. What time are you leaving? We're heading off to the beach today to have some quality family time. I got straight to the point before deciding that if she didn't leave in the next hour, I would have to throw her out myself. I watched her every move very closely as she drank the glass of water. I kept my eye on the red dress, and the more I looked at it, the more I was convinced that it was mine. I chose not to say anything. I really wanted her to leave. I should wait for Cameron. I can't go without explaining, she said. I need to talk to him about important work meetings, and as you said, you don't get involved. I'll run it all past Cam. Why don't you email him later? Or I can always pass something on, I replied. He wouldn't mind. You know, this is a short break for us to spend time with the children. I'd like you to leave now. I had started to become more forceful and more to the point. She'd outstayed her welcome, and although her father had died, as unfortunate as that was, I didn't see how it should affect our breakaway. She had no right to come here and intrude on my time. It's quite obvious that you don't want me here, she replied. I couldn't believe the audacity of her. I barely knew her. She didn't know our children, and I wasn't having our time away this weekend spent focused on her. Look, I'll use the bathroom if it's okay, and then I'll head off and get out of your space.
I'm not thinking straight. Thank you. It's just up the stairs and then the next right, I replied, and picked up her glass, intending to take it out to the kitchen. It's been lovely to meet you, and I'm sorry about your father. I don't mean to be rude, but Cameron agreed we wouldn't have anything related to work hinder this trip. I took the glass into the kitchen and washed it up to get out of her way, while she freshened herself upstairs. I was thinking about spending the day as a family on the beach. Whether I should make homemade sandwiches or buy some pre-packed ones in a supermarket on the way. I was daydreaming about the cruise that Cameron might have bought me as a surprise holiday, and whether I should mention anything to Sarah. I texted Sarah on my phone to tell her I was having a lovely time, but she didn't reply with anything I could use to confirm any holiday had been discussed. I had said to her that Chantel was here, and how weird it was becoming. It was like I had to explain myself to her, and she had no right to even be here. Sarah found it funny, but I wasn't impressed. We agreed to catch up later. Chantel came down from upstairs in floods of tears as she was approaching the front door. I looked at her and refused to be drawn into her emotional outburst. "I miss him so much," she blurted with one hand on the door handle. I presumed she meant her father, but looking back, I wonder if she actually meant Cameron. "He's the only man who ever really knew me. Really." I nodded but said nothing as she opened the door and walked outside, closing it behind her. I sighed with relief, thinking that I would have to mention the cruise holiday to Cameron. That was no accidental slip-up. She wanted me to know. I don't understand why she wanted to ruin everything. It sent a shock to my system to actually think about it, but I was doubtful that her father had died. There was no way for me to find out either. 15 minutes later, Cameron came inside with the children. They were smiling, happy, and it was one of the rare times Emma was actually communicating with her younger brother. They were messing about, and then there she was once more. The woman I thought I'd managed to see the back of for the rest of the trip was standing in the living room, trailing in behind Cameron and smiling and joking with Emma and Jack. This was meant to be a grieving woman. "My car is broken down, it won't start," Chantel said. "I texted Cam and then managed to find him in the park down the road." Something inside me snapped. The look on her face, that crooked smile and smugness, looking right at me. How fucking dare she? "Get out of this house," I said, without even trying to control myself. Both Emma and Jack stood in silence, and Cameron was taken by surprise. "Whatever game you're playing, take it away from my family. Get out. Go home. Speak to Cameron next week." I meant every word of it too, because I was infuriated by her lies. "See, Cameron?" she said, bursting into tears. "I told you she didn't believe me. I told you. I only came here because I was worried and I had no one else to turn to." Cameron looked at me, looking confused and disappointed. I had no intention of explaining myself all over again. I wanted her as far away from me as possible. I could see exactly what kind of person she was, a manipulative bitch. "Cameron, have you booked a cruise?" I asked. "She mentioned that you booked me a cruise and it's all behind my back like some kind of secret." Chantel wiped her eyes, sobbing and shaking her head, looking the victim. "She made me explain all the emails. She demanded answers from me. She thought we were having an affair," Chantel sobbed. "She said I only wore this dress to impress you. She asked me outright if we were sleeping together. We're just friends," I said. Cameron shook his head at me as I watched on in disbelief. I could hardly catch my breath with the shock and revelation that this woman could stand here and make up such lies in front of me. All this crap pouring from her mouth in front of our children, too. "Jack, I think we should go outside in the garden," Emma interrupted. "Get your console and we'll head outdoors." "Good idea. Thanks, Emma," I said. "Leave this conversation to us adults. I'll call you when we're done. It shouldn't be long. She's leaving soon. Emma and Jack returned outside, and when the door was closed, Cameron said a line that threatened our whole marriage. "I told you I wasn't having an affair," he said. "We went through this." I wished he'd said nothing and let me carry on the conversation about removing her from the house. I kept hearing his words over and over in my mind. I told you, I told you, I told you. How dare he believe her? "Cameron, listen," I said. I remained calm. I didn't shout. I realised what we were dealing with here was someone very dangerous. I didn't have that conversation with her. I do know what a support you've been to her. I believe you're not having an affair. She only wants me to think that you're having an affair. She's making everything up." "I don't know what you mean," she tried to explain. "I'm not lying, Cameron. She's obsessed. She even asked me if you'd bought me this dress." I closed my eyes tight for a moment. I had to react rationally. "It's definitely time for you to leave," I said, distracting from her conversation. "You've intruded enough on our stay, and I know you're brazen enough to lie in front of me, who you barely even know. I doubt that anything you've said has been true, not even in all those emails you've been sending my husband." "You've been going through my emails?" Cameron asked, astonished and disappointed. "You've been checking up on me again?" The sunlight was shining through the window. It made me squint a little, and I raised my hand to my eyes. Chantel flinched as if I was going to hit her. "I don't understand what's happening anymore," Chantel said, walking closer to Cameron. "She needs help. She's very possessive and it's not healthy." Cameron looked at me, then looked at her. "She," he said. "She is my wife. I'm sorry about your father, but I'll call someone about your car, and I think you should leave." Chantel looked disturbed. I watched the look on her face when he asked her to leave and defended me. She looked jealous. "What? You don't believe me?" she asked. "You don't want to hear my side of all this? What kind of fucked relationship do you two have?" "I would like you to leave, please," he said, more aggressively. "I'll call you a taxi if I have to. We'll talk next week." Chantel stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Miraculously, her car started and she left. Just like that, proving my point. 26. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 8:15 p.m. Now. The adrenaline in my stomach forces me to run faster and faster while the sickness is purely down to my nerves. I don't know how many people are behind. I don't want to look either. I hear voices, footsteps, people shouting at me as I run from them, and all I want to do is hide to gather my thoughts. My vision is blurred as I race away, down corridors, past hallways, cocktail bars, and then I see the stairs to the sun deck, the highest point on the ship. It has to be safe there. "No one is listening to me! Nobody!" I scream as I keep running as fast as my legs can carry me. "She tried to kill me! You must have seen that!" I race past staff who seem confused. I have no idea if anyone from the lower deck followed me up here. Looking back would waste valuable time. I don't want anyone to find me until I can get all the reasons clear in my mind. I'm shaking, nervous, angry, and anxious. I've actually killed someone. I close my eyes tightly shut, and in my mind I can see her lunging towards me. I was defending myself. I was ending that game. I did it to save myself and my sanity. They're after me, and I have to stop them. I don't know how or what my next move will be, but I wonder if they can see me. I know they want me dead. I know Sarah was fucking in on it with him. It's the only way this twisted holiday from hell can make any sense. Sarah and Cameron organised this whole trip for me behind my back. It was meant to be a secret, and now I can see why. The secret's out.
The plan was to kill me all along, and maybe he can live off my life insurance to support his growing business. Together, they can live happily ever after, bringing up my kids. Poor Jack. Poor Emma. Well, she's dead now, I whisper to myself. I killed her. All of her. I ended their plans. I tried to make everything work with Cameron. I wanted to be his wife, the mother of his kids. I love how he listened to me, needed me, supported me, but now this feels like I'm living a nightmare in a whole new world. I hear the screams in my head, people rushing around as I stabbed her. She deserved it too. She ignored me this whole trip and lied to me about who she really is. Well, she might have fooled everyone else, but she didn't fool me.
Grace?
I hear them shout.
Grace? You can't hide from us. Come out. Where are you?
It's them. They're after me. They're all after me. They can't see me hiding down behind the empty stools and tables at the back of the deck. I look up at the night sky, wishing, hoping they can't see me crouched here. There's nowhere else to go, nowhere to run, and nowhere else I can hide. I hope they don't come this far. No one else is nearby, and I remain as quiet as I can be.
If we find her, we need to send her to the brig,
I hear them say.
She can't be far. Tommy, you cordon off the area and keep the passengers in the deck below.
I try to slow my breaths as I listen as carefully as possible. They're planning something. Something terrible. They're going to lock me up for defending myself. No one is going to believe me. I don't know what else to do. And there's nothing much I can do. She was seen running down the back end. No one has reported anyone going overboard. She must still be here. I hear the male voice speak down the radio. The victim has been transported to the coffin locker. Local authorities have been called. The captain is aware. She's actually dead then. His confirmation runs a shiver down my spine. I killed her. I meant it at the time, but now my mind is confused, and all I'm worried about is that no one will understand the truth. If I can barely make sense of it all myself, how can I explain it to someone? My husband has planned all of this, all of it, and now he's hiding somewhere. My kids think I'm dead. They're telling me my husband is dead. Sarah is dead. Millie is dead. And I'm the only one left. The only one who knows the absolute truth. I see their torchlights in the other corner. It's only going to be a matter of time before they reach me. I see the condensation of my breath rise into the air, and I turn my head to face the other way, breathing into my arm to minimize it. I can't stop shaking. My face feels frozen, and I stare out to sea at the emptiness. I hold onto my stomach to stop myself from shaking and feeling sick. What have I done? How did it all come to this?
I see her! There she is!
I hear, and the torchlight shines in my direction.
Stop! Don't move! Do you understand me?
I turn around slowly, blinded by the torch in my face. They're about 3 to 4 meters away from me. I found her, the taller male says down the radio, while I notice a female security guard holding the torch, shining it constantly. She's shorter, but looks stern and serious. This shouldn't take long. Tommy, approach with caution. We know about the suitcase. The British police have contacted us as a matter of urgency. She's a wanted woman. The voice on the other end of the radio replies. You know the procedure. Cuff her and bring her down. I'm panicking, since the reality of their intentions has me in fear. They're going to lock me up. I could be in the ship's cells for days, weeks even, until we get back to Southampton docks. How will they listen to me? They don't understand. They have my suitcase. Please, listen to me, I beg, holding onto the railings and moving closer to the back of the ship. If you come near me, I'll jump. I will, I swear it. No one is listening to me. They haven't since I got on this ship. The taller male, who must be Tommy, has his hand raised. There's no one on this part of the deck other than them and me. The wind is blowing my hair all around my face. I'm struggling to see. The rockiness of the ship has me unsteady, but they're here, and they're listening. "Switch off your radio!" I shout. Taking another step back towards the railings, my hand now touching them behind me. "I don't want you speaking to them."
"We're listening. Why don't you come and sit down over here with us?" the female asks. "We can discuss it and get your reasons."
"Reasons!" I cry. "Reasons for defending myself!" I don't want to sit down anywhere near them. I know that as soon as I walk so much as a metre in their direction, they'll be on me, and it'll happen so fast. I glance at the handcuffs swinging from his hip. "Does she have anything on her?" the male on the radio asks. "She could have weapons. Do you see a knife?" I show my hands to prove I have nothing on me. "Turn it off!" I demand. "Look, you can see I don't have a knife or anything else. I will jump. I swear I'll kill myself if you don't listen to me. You don't understand. Everything is happening for a reason. It's all my husband's fault." I hadn't noticed how much closer Tommy appeared than before. "Stand back! Go further back! I mean it! I fucking mean every word!" I shout. I see him play with the radio buttons. The female still stands there holding the torch. It's not even that dark, or my eyes have adjusted. The lights from the bar are bright enough. "Don't come any closer!" They both stand there, still and silent. "Tommy, the police have identified Grace Thomas's body from dental records in the UK. I hear the voice down the radio confirm. "She was found inside the suitcase at the terminal. It's all over the news. You need to be aware she's dangerous. She's known as Chantel Harrison, suspected of the murder. They want her for questioning." I drop to my knees. I don't understand. I'm physically trying to hold back the vomit. "I don't understand any of this," I say. "What's happening? It's all lies. All of this is lies. Please believe me." I cry and stand back up again. I hold onto the railings and feel doomed. I have no purpose, no fight left in me. The whole world is against me. "Turn it off! I don't want to hear it!" I shout through my cries. "They're lying to you. They're all after me. Don't listen to them. Listen to me. Please hear my side of it all." I see a small crowd of ship staff and other security guards approaching from the other end of the deck. Tommy turns off the radio. I hear the click. "No, go back! Go back!" the female shouts before I even have the chance to say the same thing. I see her waving her arms. "Code Bravo! Bravo! Bravo!" I don't know what she means in code, but they acknowledge her and keep their distance. "Lady," says Tommy, "who the hell are you?" "I'm Grace Thomas," I reply. "Grace fucking Thomas! That's who the hell I am!" "Did you kill the lady in the suitcase?" he asks. "You heard what my colleague said down the radio. We have witnesses who saw you fatally stab the female too." "She tried to kill me first! Look at my neck, look!" I shout back, pointing to the sore cut across my throat. "Everything I've done is to defend myself. They're all dangerous." I see him move his feet. "Don't!" I snap. "Get back! I fucking mean it! I will jump!" I move closer to the railings where the wind now blows furiously against the back of my head. My hair is still blowing like crazy. Then the lights come on. Everything around me is far brighter. The pool lights. I look around and can see everyone in the distance watching me. They're too far away to hear anything, but I can see I'm on display. I realise at this moment there's no going back from this. They're winning, aren't they?
"Please try to remain calm," the female guard says. "You don't want to do this. You said no one listens. You said everything is to defend yourself. Why don't you start from the beginning? Go way back to the suitcase. How did you get here? How did you get on board the cruise? Where is your own suitcase?"
I frown really hard. My mind has drawn a blank. It's been like that since the accident. I see things as I remember them, then I'm unsure. I don't know what I remember anymore. I instead understand my gut instinct, and that instinct tells me that I know I'm right. I lost my suitcase. I handed it to the steward when I arrived, I reply. He took it off me. I gave it to him, but it never got here. I reported it missing. You can go and check. I was expecting to see it in my cabin. I can see the look of confusion on her face. What about your passport? How did you get on the ship? She continues. Chantel, how did you get on board? I stop and stare at her. I shake my head in disgust. You don't get it, do you? I say. You're part of this conspiracy, aren't you? You're all in on it. Chantel, how did you use Grace's passport to get on board this ship? She continues talking. Her voice echoes in my head. Why did you kill her? No, don't do this. I scream so loud I hurt my throat. Don't do this to me. You don't understand. I turn around to face the ocean. I take in a deep breath, close my eyes and try so hard to visualize the suitcase. I remember carrying it off the coach. It was really heavy. I took it to the steward. He smiled at me and said it would get to my cabin by the evening. I trusted him. My husband must have killed her, I say, turning around. He must have put her in my case without me looking. My husband is who you should be questioning about this. Grace was identified through dental records, Tommy says. We know that Grace was in the suitcase. It's a fact that you can't be Grace Thomas. Chantel, we think you're not well. Please come with us and we can talk it all out down in the warmth. You're shivering. It's dangerous up here. I don't know what to say or do. It doesn't seem to matter what I say. They still believe them. They're still not listening to me. My children think I'm dead, I reply. My husband told my kids that their own mother is dead. I place my hand to my neck and remember that Chantel did this to me. I felt her. I heard her. I know she was here. I watched Tommy turn on the radio again. We're still up here, Tommy says to whoever is waiting for his response. Any more intel? Tommy, good to hear from you. I sent up the crew, the voice replies. We've received a message from the UK police that they've obtained CCTV footage of Miss Harrison at the terminal. About 5'3", wavy brown hair. Is that your female? Description fits, Tommy replies. Potential suicide attempts made. This is all Cameron's fault, I shout. He set me up. It's Cameron. Chantel is stating that this whole thing is set up by her husband, Cameron, Tommy says down the radio. She's adamant. Are we sure? Are the police really sure? I look straight into Tommy's eyes. I need him to believe me. There's a moment where we all stand looking at each other. Not a word is said until the voice down the radio returns. Tommy, are you there? The voice asks. The female is standing there smiling at me, looking awkward. Tommy! Here, he replies. Go ahead. Cameron Thomas was killed in a road accident a couple of months ago. Grace survived with their 2 children, but Chantel is suspected of killing her, placing her inside the suitcase and getting on board the ship with Mrs. Thomas's passport, he says. She is likely to be arrested at port tomorrow. We need to detain her until then. Tommy doesn't reply. He looks right at me and seems to have believed every word of it. I shake my head. None of this is true. I'd remember it, wouldn't I? I'd fucking remember it. I feel hopeless and lost, done for with absolutely no way out of this mess. The accident, that wasn't my fault, I say, this time calm. That accident was all Cameron's fault. He didn't listen to me. He didn't want me, did he? He chose her, didn't he? He chose her. Tommy runs towards me, his handcuffs swinging by his hip, and I have no time to think about the right thing to do. I scream out and hold on to the railing. It's like a race against time before he reaches me, grabs me, and stops me from doing this. I try to throw myself over the edge before they can catch me. I'm better off dead. 27. Monday, 30th of August, 2021. 10:20 p.m. Then. Chantelle had left us alone by Sunday morning, but the day at the beach had been ruined nonetheless. I didn't feel like going after my husband had sided with her over me. She had successfully managed to cause a rift between us. I hated her for that. Since she showed up, all I had wanted to do was go home. The trip had been ruined for all of us. My lousy attitude, the tension between Cameron and I, could be sensed by the children too. "Where did you find her?" I asked Cameron. "Of all the people to hire, why that one?" "She knows the industry very well. She used to work for the CEO of a large supermarket chain. I thought my job was actually beneath her," he replied. "She was the best candidate. I couldn't not give her the job." "The best liar," I stated. "You fell for that one, didn't you? I bet you didn't cross-check nothing." I admitted to Cameron that I had been looking through his emails. I was honest enough to tell him that I found his actions spoke louder than words. The perfume receipt, the constant looking out of the windows, him always on edge. And then it all made sense to me that she was clinging on to his good nature, reeling him deeper and deeper in with her lies. He was angry at first, but understood my reasons. I had to be sure, and I believed him when he said he'd never cheated on me. His naivety about what constitutes real workplace stress didn't mean he had to take on all of her problems. Over the last few months, it had been one sympathy story after another. I'd read the emails where she'd mentioned boyfriends that had dumped her, friends who'd disowned her, uncles who'd died, past relationship troubles, a stepmother who'd kicked her out, foster parents who treated her like shit. The whole world was getting at her. Cameron should have talked to me more about it. I didn't think he'd realised how much of his work life she was starting to absorb. It wasn't healthy. Chantelle was a profoundly disturbed, attention-seeking individual who'd latched on to my husband. I believed she'd lied on her job application forms. I bet she'd lied at the interview to distract his attention away from her poor performance, dreamed up different sob stories to make it difficult for Cameron to make the decision he should have taken a very long time ago. He should have fired her. I pitied her more when the anger calmed down. Sunday was one of those days where I had felt disheartened. But I wasn't going to let someone like her destroy my marriage, nor take over my husband's time. I'd calmed down by the afternoon, and we had a long country walk to clear the air. We finished off the evening by ordering takeaway pizzas and spicy spuds, which I never normally allowed the children to have. I wanted to make it up to them for ruining the trip with my anger issues. Both Jack and Emma had their tech back, and it was as if we were right back to our usual habits at home. I even used Cameron's laptop to blog about cleaning holiday homes and had thousands of views in a matter of hours. It was a real hit. Sunday evening, when both Jack and Emma had gone to bed, Cameron and I were snuggled on the sofa and heard the knock on the door. I was immediately alarmed because I hadn't been expecting anyone. Cameron pulled back the curtain, and by the sheer look on his face when he turned around, I knew who it was. He didn't need to speak. "It's her, isn't it?" I asked. "She's back, isn't she, like a fucking bad penny?" Cameron nodded and headed towards the door. "Don't worry, I'll get rid of her," he said. "You don't need to get up, it won't take long." He opened the door and I watched as she threw her arms all over him. She'd clearly been drinking and turned up drunk on our doorstep. I didn't know why she was being such a nuisance. What was driving her to behave like this? "Cameron," she slurred, "it's always been about you. You know how good we are together. I did this for you." Cameron looked concerned. I rolled my eyes and tried so hard not to intervene.
I didn't want to get involved, but I should have called the police that night. "This has to stop. You're making a fool of yourself," he said. "You're drunk. You don't know what you're saying. You're upsetting my family and you need to leave." "Go away," I shouted. "Chantel, just fuck off, will you? You've done enough damage for today." "Fuck you, you stupid fucking bitch," she shouted back. I could see Cameron holding her back. "Come say it to my fucking face, why don't you?" Cameron pushed her away, then slammed the door in her face. It was a bit harsh. She must have been drinking through the day. Then it hit me. She must have driven here. She's been drink driving. I heard the windows bang. She'd started throwing stones at the window to annoy us. In anger, I shot up off the sofa and opened the curtains, pulled the window open slightly, and shouted back at her. I couldn't help myself. It had been a long time since I had to reduce myself to that level. "I'll call the police if you keep at it," I threatened her. "Whatever your issues are, it's not our problem. You're probably just fucking jealous." I watched as she started tripping over her own feet, falling over on the path outside. I couldn't have cared less. "Cam, this is serious," I said. "You need to see this. She's off her tits." He walked over and we both looked on in shock. "We should call the police. We can't leave her like this. Imagine if she drove off and killed herself. Or worse, someone else." Chantel had been sick on the bonnet of her own car. She then slumped down to the floor and burst into tears. I was about to call the police and then Cameron stopped me. "I can't leave her out there in that state," he said, then rushed out to her. "Can you fetch me a bottle of water?" I huffed, but I did as he said and took out a bottle of water. When I went outside, she was crying into his arms. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about this," she cried. "I didn't mean to lie." "What do you mean?" I asked, handing her the bottle after I removed the lid. "Lie about what?" I had been firm and shown no remorse for her vile behaviour. Her eyes were rolling and her car engine was still running. "I'm being followed. He followed me here," she slurred. "I'm not safe." "Don't fall for it," I said, looking right at Cameron. "Don't you dare listen to her. More lies." Cameron didn't say a word and helped pick up some of the items that had fallen out of her handbag. "Your dad didn't die at all, did he?" I said, hoping for the truth since she was so intoxicated. "Where is he?" She looked up and before she'd even answered, I already knew. "He's in Bristol," she replied, looking at what she'd dropped on the ground. It looked like tablets of some sort. She must have been on some kind of medication. Her dress was ripped and makeup was running down her face. "He's at home." "She's nothing but a serial liar. A glorified, attention-seeking liar," I said, and walked away from her. "I'm done here." I left Cameron outside talking to her. I should have cared about how she got home in the state she was in. I was about to call the police when I heard the car engine outside. Cameron had phoned a taxi and sent her off to the nearest bed and breakfast he'd booked online on his mobile phone. I had tried so bloody hard not to be angry at him for doing what was essentially the right thing. We couldn't leave her outside, and she was in no fit state to drive anywhere. I'm surprised she didn't kill herself getting to us. It was pretty remote, with loads of narrow roads to the village. I reassured Cameron that I wasn't going to mention her name again. I wanted to have a lovely evening with a nice bottle of wine. I assumed she was probably sleeping it off somewhere close. I wanted to try and write the situation off as a bad experience that could be fixed. I now had a cruise to look forward to. It was a lovely surprise from my husband. I understood why it was such a secret. Despite knowing how much I wanted a cruise and knowing how he didn't want to ever step foot on a ship, neither Sarah nor Millie could make it. He'd put down the deposit for 2 people in the cabin on the assumption someone would jump at the chance. I texted Sarah, who confirmed that while she thought it was a great idea, it coincided with her Marine husband's return home. She couldn't go away on holiday at that time, but said we could do something in the summer of 2022.
I didn't want to cancel the cruise. Cameron hardly ever surprised me with gifts, and the thought of going alone was daunting, but at the same time, pleasing. I thought of it as a massive adventure, and 2 weeks away from the children would be heaven. I planned to blog about my travels, and maybe show some cleaning tips from the countries I visited. I started to get excited, and Cameron was good about it. After his staff member had ruined our trip away, I think he was feeling a little guilty. The children weren't bothered. It had given them something to talk about, having watched all of the drama unfold from their bedroom windows. All of Monday, I kept my word and didn't mention Chantel once. Cameron tried a couple of times, but as soon as I heard the mention of the first syllable of her name, I looked at him, pointed my finger, and he shut up immediately. I was excited about putting this week behind us and thought that I'd never see Chantel again. I had no need to. But then there was a moment where she had her face in mine. A moment that was life or death. I know we'd been driving for quite some time. It had been an exhausting day, and I'd hardly had any sleep the night before. We'd planned to eat at a lovely country pub at the halfway point between Devon and Bristol. I remember that we missed the turning, so we had to keep driving for many more miles. In the back of my mind, I kept thinking about the times pubs finish last orders for food, and I was trying to speed up. I was convinced a car was following me, but I couldn't be sure. It was a bank holiday weekend and the traffic was horrendous. I remembered thinking it was strange to be so foggy in the summer. The sun had set already and the night mist was shrouding the views. When I saw the next turning sign, I knew the place we were looking for was a mile down that road. A small North Devonshire village where my father used to take me after a day at the beach. Knowing that our home was now only about a 1.5 hour drive away, I thought having one glass of wine would be acceptable with a meal. It had been a long day, and I deserved a treat. All the children were shouting about was ice cream and caramel sauce, while for miles I had been thinking about what topping I was going to have on a jacket potato. We had a lovely family meal, and if I had known then that it was going to be our last one ever together, I would have appreciated the time we had more. I have many regrets, but booking this weekend away was the biggest. It was the weekend I lost my husband in a terrible accident. Cameron had been laughing and joking with us all in the pub, his attention on his family rather than his phone, for one rare occasion. The children were happy and tired, being light-hearted about the events with Chantel. They hadn't bickered in hours. Cameron also agreed to have discussions with Chantel about seeing a doctor, taking some time off work to address any issues she might have, and returning after some counselling. She clearly wasn't well mentally. He was more forgiving than me. I was glad I didn't have employees to consider. I agreed she deserved a second chance. You never know what's going on in someone's life. Since I knew about all the emails, it was good to be considered and not left out of the chain. We all left the pub in a happy mood, and I said I didn't mind driving home for the rest of the way. Cameron had had 2 pints of beer, while I'd only had the 1 glass of wine. But I will never forget his smiling, proud face. We were a happy family who loved each other dearly. The children were full and looked sleepy. Overall, together we'd had a great time, though the Chantel moments had ruined the mood. I don't know how it happened, but I had only taken my eye off the road for a second that changed everything and ruined my family's lives instantaneously. It was to haunt me for the rest of my life. Cameron shouted for me to watch out as the children screamed. I swerved to the right, unaware of what was even there, but it felt like the safest thing to do. With an almighty bang, everything jolted. I felt my body crush as the car overturned and rolled down the hill. We'd been hit by another vehicle. Jack and Emma were screaming, and I couldn't move to save them. I had no idea how bad they were, but I was pleased to hear their voices. They were at least still alive. "Cameron, help," I said in a murmured voice, barely able to speak or move. "Are you okay? Talk to me. Cameron, answer me." There was nothing but silence. When my eyes focused on the windscreen, I could see the blood, see the tree, and turn my neck slightly to see the disjointed position that Cameron was in. I knew from the blood, the nothingness, and the way his eyes were fixed and still that Cameron had died right there and then. I didn't know what to feel, how to feel, but I had to survive that night for my children. I heard the opening of a car door. Both Jack and Emma were screaming at the top of their voices. I knew they were in pain, and I didn't want them to see their father that way and have the last image of him etched in their minds as a blood-covered body. I didn't want them to see me covered in blood either, unable to move. The constant feeling of lightheadedness was getting stronger. "All they had was ice cream," I remember saying over and over as clearly as I could. "We only took them for ice cream. It was just a meal. Only a meal. Down the road." I was crying, unaware of what was going on around me. The screams soon silenced, and then her face was in mine. Her eyes locked and fixated on the body of my husband. Chantel screamed and shouted and started shaking me very hard. The trauma wiped over her body, and in what was already a disturbed mind came an even stronger sense of worriedness. "You fucking evil bitch!" she screamed. "You fucking killed him! You killed him, you murdering bastard! How could you? How could you do this to my husband?" I could barely move a muscle, and the feeling of weightlessness took over my body. I tried shaking my head, but I couldn't. I tried to shout back, but I didn't have the strength. I could hear the cries of my children before slipping into an unconscious state. I heard her stomping all around beside me, and she was on the phone calling for help. I knew my husband was dead, but I was pleased my children were alive and at a safe enough distance. They had survived. "It's okay, my darlings," Chantel said. "Mummy's here. Tell me everything that happened." Then I blacked out. 28. Sunday, 14th of November, 2021. 10:15 p.m. Now. I've been locked in this cell for over an hour now. I'm trapped here staring at the padded blue walls while I sit on the bed contemplating the last few days. My head hurts through the constant thinking, and everything now is starting to become out of my control. I've been talking to the ship's doctor about everything. I try so hard to remember, but I don't know if I can trust my own words. I say things, but did it happen? I question everything around me and the people I've spoken to. I even doubted if she was an actual doctor, despite the uniform and everyone telling me otherwise. I don't know if I can even trust myself. The guards have removed all the bedding too. There's no luxury in this cell compared to the cabin I've been sleeping in upstairs. No window, no carpet, no telephone, minibar or anything I can call my own. There's a small toilet in a small cupboard space in a corner and a mirror on the outside of the door. "Why remove the bedding?" I asked Tommy. "It's cold in here. How can I sleep on the bed without sheets and pillows?" "In case you hang yourself. That's it," Tommy said. "There's nothing in this room now that can do you harm. We're only thinking about your safety. I trust you not to do anything stupid now. You're safe in here." I don't have any intention of killing myself. Not in that way. If anything, I should have been left free to jump over the edge and hit the water head-on. My death would have been instant. The same way I watched Millie, who wasn't even Millie. I don't understand it when I'm sure I know what I saw, I know what I heard, but they're adamant it wasn't Millie. I've had to keep an open mind because there's still this niggle that doesn't sit well with me. The more I picture it, the more I see what I think my brain wants me to see and believe. Well, that's what the doctor says. They keep calling me Chantel, but I have a disconnect with it. I know that she's inside my head. I sense her. I know that she makes me do things, dangerous things, and I'm aware of my issues. I don't have my medication, but I don't understand how my life has escalated into this trauma. Where did it all go so wrong? I blame everything that's happened now on the accident. I didn't realise how much I loved Cameron until I lost him that night. Cameron is the only man who ever showed me interest. He supported me through so much, and I thought we could be together until I stood there looking over his body as he lay dying in the car wreckage. The airbag wasn't enough to save him when his seatbelt wasn't even on. I can't believe he was so stupid. It cost him his life. Every time I think about that night, the only image in my head is his bloodied head against the windscreen. I remember hearing the screams of the kids, and I did what I had to do. I saved them all. "We have a dentist and a doctor on this ship," Tommy said, "but we don't have a psychologist. You need to speak to someone professionally who can help you more than I can. We can start with the doctor on call tonight. That's the best we can offer." After he grabbed me by the feet and dragged me hard to the ground, his female colleague cuffed me, and together they held me tight before pulling me to my knees and assisting me to the elevator. I have no idea what deck I'm on now, but I know it's the lower decks, under the glitz and sparkle of the passenger areas. I saw tighter, more industrial-looking hallways and corridors with secret doors leading to offices, and an area where I was questioned by security staff who now have me under a citizen's arrest. "Why did you do it?" they all asked me in the room. "We have witnesses who watched you kill a fellow passenger. You watched another jump to her death. You're suspected of murdering Grace Thomas, and you blame it all on Cameron, who died a couple of months ago. It's not making any sense to anyone in the room right now. Can you explain your actions?" I didn't believe him. I refused to believe Tommy, but he was at least listening to me. I appreciated the interest. Every time I asked a question, he tried to find me the proof. He seems kind and less formal than all the others he works with. I asked for evidence, and he showed me what sparked a faded memory. An online search brought up the news articles in black and white, with pictures of Cameron. Cameron saw something in me that no one else did. He gave me a job, supported me, and listened to my problems. Now he's dead. When I read it, it was like reading it for the first time. But I'm locked in the small confines of this room, now starting to remember pieces of the puzzle. It's all spiraled out of control. It's all my fault. I'm broken. I remember before the accident breaking into their house and stealing one of Grace's dresses. I knew he always kept a spare key under the doormat around by the back door. He always explained to me that it was never the front door in case anyone saw him put it there. But I remembered it. I opened the door, looked all around their house, and then I found Grace's clothes upstairs in the mirrored wardrobes. I liked the red dress that was crumpled in at the back, like an old forgotten pile. I ironed it quickly in the laundry room. I put it on, and it was a perfect fit. I wanted Cameron to look at me and want me as much as he did his wife. I'd been drinking, too, because I was jealous of him spending all that time away with his wife. I wish it had been me he'd taken to Devon. I wish it had been me he married. I wish for lots of things. More than anything, an identity of my own. I've never had anything to call my own. No children, no husband, no friends. Living in between rental apartments, I merely existed. I've spoken to the doctor on this ship, and I feel embarrassed, but she made it make sense. I could relive the memories I had forgotten, while some I don't ever want to remember again. Focusing on small moments, then expanding my view to the bigger picture, things become clearer. "Take it all the way back," she explained to me. "Think about where you were with the suitcase and hold that thought.
Take it back and think about how you managed to take the suitcase to the cruise terminal. I remembered watching Grace wave goodbye to her children as they drove in a car. It must have been Cameron's parents. I've never met them before, but from the phone calls earlier today and yesterday, he still has the kids. I don't remember why I was there, but I knew she was having that cruise. I had been going through all the emails I sent Cameron, and I kept some. I still have photographs of him too, and I know others are on my phone I threw out to sea. Memories I will never get back now. How did you get the suitcase? The doctor asked. Think about the first time you saw it. Do you remember seeing it with Grace? I had a flashback in my mind. I could see myself looking at it, clear as day, on the steps of Grace's house. She was about to lock the door behind her, and I startled her. I know I had been watching the house for some time. I don't know why, but I think it might be because I feel closer to Cameron there. I had been watching the house for weeks, watching her leave and then go inside using the key under the mat by the back door. I still miss him. I have the perfume he bought me in my tiny flat. It means something to me. I feel like he loved me in his actions, even though he never told me. He wouldn't have bought it for me otherwise. I told him it was my favourite brand. Can we talk inside? I asked Grace. She turned around. I knew she hadn't been out of hospital long. It might have been 3 weeks. Can we go inside? Grace didn't want to talk to me. That was clear. She didn't want to go inside, which angered me too. I felt hurt since it was me who saved her life that night. I didn't have to call the police. I could have kept driving on by and ignored the scene. I'd followed them to the pub. I only wanted to get him alone without her nearby, but then the accident had happened. For a minute after I saw the crash, I was numb. Something went off in my head like a bomb, and I've never been the same since. The doctor said it might be the shock of seeing Cameron like that. I don't know, but my whole life has been so full of shocks that maybe this was the one time that pushed me over the edge. You denied me coming to the funeral, I said to Grace. I saved your children's lives. I called the police, and I even pulled you out of the car. I watched him die with my own eyes. Grace pulled the suitcase inside. I followed her in. 2 minutes, that's all, she said. I'm leaving for my cruise any minute. The taxi will be here, and I have to meet the coach on time. I don't want to be late. I went inside, and that's when she told me about not being able to drive. She'd been having nightmares and said that the holiday was to try and relax and discover herself. It was Cameron's last gift to her, and she owed it to him to take it. She was so scared. It wasn't the feisty Grace that I'd seen down in Devon. She was so pale, gaunt, and broken. I told her about the connection I had with Cameron, that I missed him too. His company had dissolved after his death, and Grace had made me unemployed. I was angry that I was struggling to find employment, living on basic benefits, while she was about to have the holiday of a lifetime. All I wanted was some money. I was sure I was owed more for my last payday. How did you leave the house without her? The doctor asked me. Think about the time of day before you got on the coach. What happened in those moments? You must have started your journey somewhere. Think hard about how you got to the station. We had an argument in the hallway. She was awful and couldn't even look at me. I felt like she was disgusted by me even being there. I tried to apologise, but she pulled a face at me, a look that sent me wild. Talking about it to the doctor made it sound like something from a movie. I knew it had happened, but I didn't feel anything. I should have felt remorse or regret, but I was numb. I struggled to connect my actions with the bigger picture. What's wrong with me? I strangled her, I said. I remember.
I heard the taxi beep its horn outside as she took her last breath. In a panic, I opened the front door, shouted that I'd be a few minutes. I emptied the case of her clothes to put them back in the wardrobe. Using all my strength, I put her into the suitcase and left the house. I closed the door behind me and placed her handbag across my body. The doctor didn't look at me in shock, but nodded at each stage of the questioning. The security guard was writing everything down too. It felt good to start remembering things. To have someone actually talking me through it.
"Where would you like to go, Mrs. Thomas?" the taxi driver asked. From that moment, I took on her persona, and nobody knew any different. "The control office said you wanted to go to the coach station, is that right?" I opened her handbag, and there was the passport. A large volume of painkillers and antidepressants, the cruise ticket, coach tickets, and a purse full of cash. I confirmed to the driver that was the exact destination I needed, and he started asking me all sorts of other questions. He struggled to put the suitcase into the boot, but I explained I was going on a cruise holiday and took more than what I would probably need. He laughed at me. I looked at Grace's passport, and since we looked very similar, I knew I could pass it off. The picture had been taken over 7 years earlier, and so many changes can appear on a face within that time. I looked like an older version of her, maybe a little weightier, but that could have been down to any reason. If you weren't looking closely enough, you could be mistaken. My husband bought me a cruise holiday as a surprise. He arranged the whole thing with my friends, I told the taxi driver during the journey to the station. He loves me very much. I'm so excited. It's 2 weeks down the Mediterranean. He said he was so jealous, and I explained how my husband had died in a car accident. He felt sorry for me. It completely changed the tone of our conversation, but I then talked about Cameron as if he was my own husband. It seemed real. I wanted it to be real. I enjoyed talking about him that way. He was a great man and a massive loss to me. I don't know what part of my brain makes me see things that aren't there. I should blame my childhood, my evil stepmother who came between my father and me. No one ever listened when I told people how horrible she was to me. No one cared, and no one cares now. I don't have anyone to turn to after Cameron. I miss him. There's something about this padded cell that's comforting to look at. I don't know if it's because everything is blue or that it seems like there are huge duvets on the walls. I'm so tired, so hungry, and tomorrow is going to be a big day. I've been informed that I'm going to be arrested at the port in the morning and have to go through all this questioning again. The Spanish police will probably send me on the first flight home, and I'm going to prison for a long time for what I've done. I've hurt people. I've killed people. I think about it as if it's someone else that committed those crimes. I feel like I'm living a life inside of someone else, but maybe that's all part of my illness. Something is wrong with me, and I know it started with the depression probably deep in my early childhood. "You know, there's one mistake you made in all of this, don't you?" Tommy said, and he had me intrigued. "The one thing that made them open that suitcase." "What was it?" I asked, confused. "Tell me what you mean." "There was no cruise label on the handle. No one knew who the case belonged to, so it had to be opened," Tommy replied. "That's when they found the body." I look at the mirror on the wall and I can see her looking at me. She hates me as much as I hate her. I stare at her with wide eyes and grit my teeth to snarl. "You're evil, Chantel," I say out loud. "Look what you've gone and done." She doesn't reply, but I watch her staring back. I can see by the look in her eye she wants me dead. I can feel it. She's always wanted me dead.
Epilogue. Saturday, 13th of November, 2021. 8:35 a.m. Then. As our eyes locked to a synchronized gaze, I felt the grip of her hands around my throat, so tight I could hardly breathe. Her expression was calm, but her eyes were bulging. Chantel didn't say anything further, and as I tried to kick and scream, a sudden sense of calmness came over me after panic. It was an eerie experience of acceptance of death. I couldn't fight her. Neither of us could. In this final moment, I thought about Cameron. He'd brought this evil into our lives, and then I hoped our children would remember us with happy memories. I didn't want them to think of us as parents who dedicated all their time to work. I wanted them to remember both of us with pride, to understand that we cared about them and to learn from our mistakes. This wasn't the only time I'd seen her face in mine, but I knew it was going to be the last. I was gasping hard, trying to push her away from me, but her strength was unexpected. I dug my nails into her neck. I marked her, but not enough to bleed. In this bitter battle, I had one last chance of destroying her with the evidence under my fingernails. I heard the sound of a car engine outside, which I knew would be the taxi. Then there was nothing but darkness. I was gone. A letter from J.A. Andrews. Dear reader, thank you for taking the time to read what is now my 5th novel. I hope you enjoyed the story and the twists and turns that went into writing this thriller. I really enjoy having cruise holidays, and with the pandemic limiting all our travel options, I couldn't help but reminisce about the decks, the cabins, the ocean, the sunset, and the starry nights of all the magical cruise holidays I've been on. I had been thinking about the idea of a twisty thriller with a character that has a split personality for some time, and although the idea and all the different settings had been thrashed about as drafts on paper, it was a cruise ship setting and the characters being away from mainland that made this more plausible. If you did enjoy this book, I'd love to see your review. Now is a great time to thank all those who make being possible a reality. Thank you to my editor, Ton Feltham, and to my publishers, Saga Egmont. I would also like to give a special thank you to all the book bloggers, readers, and to my family and friends. Thanks to everyone for their continued support. J.A. Andrews.
Thank you for listening to Below Deck by J.A. Andrews. Read by Gabrielle Nellis-Payne. Egmont is a charitable foundation supporting vulnerable children and young adults through access to education and social resources. Thanks for helping us make a difference. To find out more, please visit our website www.egmont.com.